the heaviness has lifted. The doors that once resisted, you will now open with ease. The same path that once felt impossible will now feel guided. You will sense divine favor walking ahead of you, making the crooked places straight. And you will know without a shadow of doubt this is the movement of God. There are moments in life when everything seems still, when your prayers hang in the air like unanswered echoes, when your hope feels dim, and when your strength runs thin. But hear this truth: the silence of God does not mean the absence of God. Sometimes, before the greatest move of His power, God allows the stillness to settle in, not to discourage you, but to prepare you. The quiet seasons are the testing grounds of faith. When it feels like nothing is happening, that's often the time when God is aligning everything behind the scenes. He is not idle. He is intentional. He is positioning hearts, circumstances, and even the winds of destiny to blow in your favor. The waiting is not wasted. It's divine preparation. You must understand that when God decides to move mightily, He often begins by shaking what is unstable in your life. What feels like loss is sometimes His way of clearing the path for your breakthrough. When people walk away, when opportunities close, when everything you built begins to fall apart, it is not because God has abandoned you. It is because He is making room for His glory to be revealed. God cannot fill a vessel that's already full of its own plan. He must first empty you of your dependence on everything and everyone else, so that when He moves, you will know it was Him and Him alone. Many people want God to move, but they resist the change that comes before it. They want blessings without breaking, increase without surrender, victory without obedience. But God does not move mightily where there is resistance to His will. His power flows through the heart that says, God, even if I don't understand, I trust you. That kind of surrender attracts divine movement. When you release control, you create space for God to take over. When you stop fighting His process, you begin to experience His power. Do not be surprised when your life feels unsettled right before your blessing. Do not panic when doors begin to close. God often shuts what is not meant for you to open what is destined for you. He is a God of order, and His plans are flawless. Sometimes He delays to protect you. Sometimes He withholds to prepare you. Sometimes He hides His hand so that your faith can grow strong enough to receive what He is about to release. You may think you've been forgotten, but the truth is your name is written on the palm of His hand. God has not overlooked you. He has been watching, refining, molding, and strengthening you for the moment when His power will break forth in your life like a flood that no force can stop. When God moves mightily, it's not always gentle, it's powerful. His move can shake the foundations of your past, and He can remove people who are not meant to walk with you into the next season. He can expose hidden intentions and bring truth to light. It may feel uncomfortable, but it's all part of His divine rearrangement. When God moves, He uproots what was built on weakness so that He can rebuild on faith. He tears down what was built on fear so that He can construct something lasting, something holy, something unshakable. You might be in the middle of a battle that feels like it's too much for you to bear, but that's a sign that God is near. You wouldn't be under this much pressure if something mighty wasn't about to break forth. The greater the warfare, the greater the breakthrough. Every struggle, every delay, every sleepless night is preparing you for what God has ordained. Don't let the storm convince you that you are off course. The storm is proof that God is steering your ship toward destiny. When God moves, He does not need your strength, though. He needs your faith. Faith is the invitation for His power to enter your situation. Faith says, even when I can't see it, I believe it. Faith stands firm when fear whispers, it's over. Faith looks at impossibility and says, God can still make a way. And when you stand firm in faith, you give God permission to turn your trials into testimonies. God's mighty hand can shift your story in a single moment, but He is looking for hearts that will trust Him even before the change appears. Sometimes God will allow you to be brought to the edge, right where it feels like there's no way forward, because that's where His power is revealed. The sea didn't part until faith stepped forward. The mountain doesn't move until you believe that it can. The breakthrough doesn't happen until you say, God, I know you are still able. It's in the impossible moments that God shows His might. He specializes in situations that man calls hopeless. When there's no one left to help you, when the road is too dark to see, that's when His light shines brightest. Many people are praying for a miracle, but what they don't realize is that sometimes God is using the struggle itself as the miracle. He's changing you, strengthening you, teaching you to depend fully on Him. Because when God moves mightily, it's not just about changing your circumstances. It's about transforming your heart. He wants you to walk differently, think differently, speak differently, and believe differently. He is preparing you to carry His glory. Do not measure God's movement by how you feel. Feelings fluctuate, but God's plan is constant. Just because you can't see progress doesn't mean there isn't any. A seed must remain buried before it can grow. You don't see the roots pushing through the soil, but that doesn't mean growth isn't happening. Likewise, you may not see what God is doing right now, but that doesn't mean He's not working. He's forming the miracle underground. The roots of your breakthrough are spreading deep before the fruit appears. And when it does appear, it will be more than you expected. God never moves halfway. When He moves, He restores fully. When He blesses, He multiplies. When God restores, He leaves nothing broken behind. When He unlocks a path, no force can seal it shut. The same God who carried you through the last storm will not forsake you in this one. If His strength upheld you once, it will sustain you again. You may not see the method or the moment, but His movement is already in motion. It's coming with authority, arriving right on heaven's schedule. So keep your ground, keep your faith alive, speak life even when everything around you seems lifeless. Worship through the waiting, because each word of praise offered in pain becomes a stone of faith that will soon stand as a monument of His power. The very place that once held your tears will soon echo your triumph. The same struggle that forced you to bow low will be the moment where God raises you high and reveals the strength of His mighty hand. There come moments in life when silence weighs more than any spoken word, when those you once leaned on have turned away, and the world feels too cold to embrace you anymore. Yet listen closely, because when the world withdraws, God does not. When hearts grow distant, His purpose remains steady. And when you feel overlooked or forgotten, know this: God is preparing someone, somewhere, to step into your life carrying a fragment of His divine love. You might not anticipate it. You might even doubt it could ever happen. But hear me clearly. In His perfect timing, in His perfect design, God's love will reveal itself through someone meant for you. Many people cry out for miracles, expecting fire to fall from the sky, yet God's wonders often arrive wrapped in the simplicity of a human heart. A gentle word from a stranger, a helping hand when your strength begins to slip away, someone who appears right when your hope runs thin. That's not luck. That's God. His love doesn't always roar from the heavens. Sometimes it whispers softly through the soul of another He sends your way. When God chooses to reveal His love, He can use anyone, anywhere, at any time. You may think your pain has gone unnoticed, but even now He's stirring the heart of someone who will carry a message of His care straight to you. God works through people because He is love. His love is not confined to the clouds above. It moves through the veins of humanity, touching one life through another. Every time you think no one cares, God may be sending someone who will prove you wrong. Every time you feel unseen, He may be preparing an encounter that will remind you that heaven never lost sight of you. You see, God's love doesn't just comfort you from afar, it walks towards you. It reaches for you. It moves through ordinary people who do extraordinary things because they are guided by divine purpose. That's how God shows up through the compassion of others. Sometimes the person God uses won't look like what you expected. They may not speak your language, share your story, or walk your same path. But God's love has no boundaries. It can come through a friend, a teacher, a neighbor, or even someone you once considered your enemy. God can turn any heart into a vessel of His mercy. You might meet someone who simply listens when no one else does. And in that moment, you will feel the warmth of God's love surrounding you. You will realize that you were never abandoned. You were being led to the one He prepared for that season of your life. But before God reveals that person, He often tests your heart. He allows isolation not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because unless you've known loneliness, you'll never recognize love when it arrives. Unless you've tasted bitterness, you'll never appreciate the sweetness of divine comfort. So if you're walking through a season where everyone seems distant, understand this. God is not removing people from your life to hurt you. He's clearing the stage for the one through whom His love will be revealed. You had to be emptied so that He could fill you again through the right soul. Some of you have been asking, why did they leave me? Why did those I trusted turn their backs? And the answer is simple. Because they were not the vessels God had chosen. Some hearts were too weak to carry the weight of His love for you. Some people were never meant to handle the responsibility of your purpose. God removes them not out of cruelty, but out of protection. When His love is meant to reach you, it will not come through someone who uses you. It will come through someone who values you as part of God's plan. That's why you had to lose those who only saw your surface, so that the one who sees your spirit could find you. And hear this truth. When God sends that person, it won't be confusing. You won't have to chase them, convince them, or beg them to stay. God's love brings peace, not anxiety. It brings assurance, not doubt. When His love moves through someone, their presence feels like clarity after a storm. They bring calm where there was chaos, light where there was darkness, hope where there was despair. That's the power of divine love in motion. You will know it's from God because it will not pull you away from Him. It will draw you closer. You see, when God reveals His love through someone, it's never just about companionship. It's about transformation. That person doesn't come to fill your loneliness. They come to awaken your purpose. They remind you of who you are in God's eyes. They lift you when you forget your strength. They don't just love you, they restore you. And when you encounter such a person, you're not just meeting a human being, you're meeting the evidence of God's hand in your life. His love manifested in a heartbeat, a gesture, a voice that speaks life into your dry places. But for God to send that person, your heart must be open. Many people pray for love, yet close the very door through which God wants to deliver it. Bitterness, fear, and pride become barriers. You cannot receive divine love while holding on to earthly wounds. God cannot send you someone to heal you while you're still clinging to the pain of who hurt you. You must release what's behind you to receive what's ahead. Forgive not for them, but for your freedom, because only a healed heart can recognize holy love. And let me tell you, when God reveals His love through someone, it will not always feel easy. Divine connections come with divine purpose, and purpose often brings refinement. That person may challenge you to grow. They may confront your weaknesses, not to condemn you, but to elevate you. Sometimes God uses love as a mirror to show you who you truly are. That's why divine love isn't always comfortable. It's transforming. It stretches you, molds you, and pulls you closer to the image of what God created you to be. Through that person, you will experience a love that not only warms your heart, but purifies your soul. So don't mistake temporary affection for divine love. The world offers imitation love, loud, shallow, and fleeting. But God's love is quiet and steady. It doesn't shout for attention. It shows up in consistency. It doesn't demand. It gives. It doesn't confuse. It clarifies. When God reveals His love through someone, it will align with your peace, not disturb it. It will strengthen your faith, not weaken it. It will remind you that you are valuable not because of what you can offer, but because of who you are, a creation of God, worthy of care, worthy of attention, worthy of love. Perhaps the person God sends will be someone who believes in you when no one else does. Maybe they'll stand beside you when the world walks away, or maybe they'll carry a message that reignites your hope. Whatever form it takes, recognize it as divine. Do not take it lightly when someone enters your life and begins to bring you closer to peace, to truth, to God. That is sacred. That is purpose. That is love revealing itself from heaven to earth through a human soul. You might not even realize how much you needed that person until you meet them. God's timing is precise. Never late, never rushed. While you were crying in the dark, He was preparing someone who would understand your pain. While you were questioning your worth, He was shaping a heart that would remind you how deeply you are valued. And when the two of you cross paths, everything will make sense. You'll see how every delay, every heartbreak, every lonely night was not wasted. It was preparation for that moment when His love would finally be revealed. And to those who think they've already missed it, who believe they are too old, too broken, or too far gone, hear me. God does not operate on your clock. His love knows no deadline. You are never too late for divine connection. Some of the most powerful revelations of His love come in the later chapters of life. You may think your story is ending, but God may just be introducing the character who will carry your spirit into a new beginning. Age cannot limit what God is ready to release. Even in sorrow, God's love can appear. Sometimes the one He sends is not there to stay forever, but to teach you something eternal. They may come into your life for a season, but leave behind a lesson that lasts for eternity. They remind you that love isn't possession, it's purpose. God uses people as chapters in your story, not to fill your book, but to reveal His authorship. And once you realize that every person God sends has divine meaning, you'll stop asking, why did they leave? And start asking, what did God teach me through them? Sometimes the love God sends into your life will not come dressed in perfection, but in patience. It will not arrive to impress you, but to understand you. The one through whom God chooses to reveal His love will see beyond your surface. They will see your heart. They will not run when your flaws appear. They will stay because their love is not their own. It is God's love flowing through them. And when that happens, you will know that divine love does not demand you to perform. It invites you to be at peace. It does not require you to be flawless. It allows you to be real. God's love meets you where you are, yet it never leaves you the same. When God reveals His love through someone, you will notice something powerful. They will bring balance to your life. Where you were weak, they will be strong. Where you were unsure, they will be steady. This is no accident, for God sends what you need, not always what you want. You might have prayed for comfort, but God sends correction. You might have prayed for someone who looks perfect, but God sends someone whose spirit carries healing. You may have expected a blessing to fall from the sky, but God places it inside the heart of a person who will walk beside you. That is divine wisdom. God does not just answer prayers, He orchestrates them. The one God sends will never compete with your relationship with Him. Instead, they will strengthen it. They will not distract you from your purpose. They will remind you of it. Their presence will not drain your spirit. It will refresh it. When they speak, their words will not flatter your ego. They will feed your soul. Because when love is born from God, it carries a spiritual fragrance that human words cannot imitate. It brings peace to your chaos, direction to your confusion, and light to your path. It is love that uplifts without pride, supports without control, and stays without fear. But before God entrusts you with such a person, He often calls you into a season of inner transformation. You see, God never sends divine love into a heart that's still chained by bitterness. He cannot pour purity into a vessel filled with resentment. That's why your loneliness was necessary. Your silence had purpose. God used your isolation to purify your perspective, to strengthen your spirit, to remove the noise of the world so you could finally hear His guidance. Every tear you cried was watering the ground where His next blessing would grow. Every disappointment was clearing the way for divine connection. You thought you were being abandoned, but you were being aligned. God's love does not rush. It builds. It takes time to prepare two hearts that are meant to meet. Sometimes one person is ready while the other still needs healing. That's why patience is faith in motion. When you trust God's timing, you are declaring that His wisdom is greater than your desire. Because what God builds will last. He does not create momentary happiness. He creates lasting harmony. And when His love finally manifests through someone, you will see why the wait was worth it. What is sent by God will never require you to compromise your peace to keep it. When God reveals His love through someone, it is not only to comfort you, but to shape you. That person may be the instrument God uses to teach you forgiveness, compassion, or humility. Divine love refines. It exposes your hidden fears so they can be healed. It confronts your impatience so it can be replaced with understanding. It forces you to grow not away from God, but closer to Him. Because when God's love touches your life, it is not there to make you comfortable, it is there to make you complete. And through that completeness, you learn to reflect His love onto others. You may have been hurt by people who claim to care for you, but remember, humans may fail, but God never does. His love cannot be corrupted, and when it flows through someone, it transforms them as well. The person God sends into your life will carry the strength of divine purpose. They may not have all the answers, but they will have sincerity. They may not be perfect, but they will be present. You will recognize them not by how they look, but by how they make you feel when you are near them. Safe, seen, valued, and at peace. That is the language of God's love. But here is a truth that must be spoken. Sometimes God reveals His love through someone and then removes them. Not because the love was false, but because its purpose was fulfilled. God's love is eternal, but its vessels are seasonal. There are souls that walk into your life to awaken you, to heal a broken part of you, to restore your hope. And once that purpose is complete, God calls them to another path. Don't mourn their departure. Thank God for the revelation they brought. They were a living message, not a permanent possession. Their presence was proof that you were never forgotten. And when they leave, understand this: God's love did not leave with them. It merely changed form. The same God who sent that person still watches over you. His love is infinite. It cannot be confined to one relationship or moment. If He revealed His love once, He can reveal it again. God is not limited by time, space, or circumstance. His love finds new ways to reach you through a smile, through a word, through an act of kindness from someone unexpected. That's why you must keep your heart open, because divine love never stops moving. Sometimes God even reveals His love through pain. The one who hurts you may unknowingly push you toward prayer. The betrayal that shattered you may have forced you to find refuge in God. The loneliness that tore you apart may have drawn you into His arm. So even in suffering, love is working. Even in tears, purpose is forming. God's love doesn't always protect you from pain, but it will always use pain to perfect you. The same fire that burns also purifies. The same heartbreak that weakens your flesh strengthens your faith. Through every trial, God is preparing you for a higher expression of His love. And once you've tasted divine love, you will never settle for less again. You will stop chasing those who drain your spirit. You will stop begging for attention that isn't rooted in sincerity. Because when you know how deeply God values you, you cannot accept counterfeit affection. The love that comes from Him teaches you self-respect. It teaches you to walk away from those who play with your peace. It teaches you that being alone with God is better than being surrounded by people who do not carry His Spirit. That is the freedom divine love brings. It breaks every chain that once held you hostage to emptiness. One of the greatest signs that God's love is working through someone is that they remind you of your worth without even trying. They don't have to flatter you. Their presence affirms you. They don't need to convince you that you matter. Their actions prove it. They show up when it's inconvenient. They listen when it's uncomfortable. They choose patience over pride. And when you see such consistency, know this: it is not ordinary. It is divine orchestration. God is speaking through their actions, whispering through their kindness, reminding you that His love is still alive and active in this world. Sometimes the person God sends will not speak your language, but their spirit will. You'll feel peace without explanation. You'll sense familiarity that defies logic. It's because their soul recognizes yours through the divine plan. Before you ever met them, God already aligned your paths. They were not an accident. They were an answer. And once you understand that, you'll stop questioning why things didn't work out with others, because it was never meant to. God's love doesn't compete, it completes. God's love is revealed not just through romance, but through every form of genuine care. A mother's prayer, a friend's encouragement, a stranger's kindness, each one is an echo of divine compassion. God's love wears many faces. Sometimes it's the neighbor who checks on you, the child who smiles at you, the teacher who believes in you. Every time someone chooses goodness when they could have chosen indifference, God is revealing His presence in the world. Never underestimate these moments. They are sacred. They are God reminding you that His hand still touches the earth through human hearts. There will come a day when you look back and realize that every connection, every heartbreak, every delay was divinely coordinated. You will see how the ones who left were making space for the one who would stay. You will see how the tears that fell watered the roots of your strength. And you will understand that God's love is not random. It is deliberate, wise, and patient. Every detail of your story has been written with divine intention. Nothing is wasted when God is the author. And as you live, you will also become that vessel for someone else. You will be the one through whom God reveals His love to another weary soul. That is the beauty of divine love. It never ends with you. It flows through you. When you speak encouragement to the broken, when you forgive the undeserving, when you stand beside someone who has no one else, you become the evidence of God's love on earth. You may not realize it, but your compassion could be the answer to someone's prayer. That is how God works. Quietly, powerfully, through willing hearts. If you truly desire to witness God's love revealed, become the vessel that carries it. Be the one who listens when others turn away. Be the comfort when others cast judgment. Be the light that shines when everything else grows dim. For every small act of sincere kindness becomes a pathway for divine love to flow into the world. God is not seeking grand displays. He seeks faithful hearts, hearts that mirror His gentleness, His compassion, and His calm. When you love without expecting anything in return, you carry the very essence of God. And the greatest revelation is this: God's love is not something to pursue, it is something to awaken to. It surrounds you constantly, speaks through people, and moves within the moments that seem ordinary but are filled with the extraordinary. You are never without love. You are never invisible. The evidence of His love is already drawing near to you. Even now, somewhere, God may be stirring a heart to reach out, to speak life, to hold you steady in your weakest moment. You may not know their name yet, but they are coming. Because when God decides to reveal His love, nothing can stop it. And when that moment arrives, when the person God has prepared finally crosses your path, you will feel something shift within your spirit. It will not be mere emotion. It will be divine recognition. Your heart will sense what your eyes cannot yet comprehend, because God never sends confusion wrapped in affection. He sends purpose dressed in peace. The love that comes from Him will never drown you in uncertainty. It will anchor you in calm assurance. It will not compete for your attention. It will align with your faith. For when God moves, His presence brings order, not chaos. His love does not rush. It settles. It builds upon truth, not illusion. You will notice that the one through whom God reveals His love will value silence as much as words. They will listen with sincerity, not to reply, but to understand. No, their patience will teach you that love is not about how loudly someone speaks, but how deeply they care. Their actions will carry consistency, and their loyalty will not fade when life becomes difficult. For God's love does not flee at the first sign of trouble. It stands firm in the storm. It does not depend on convenience. It thrives on commitment. When God's love is flowing through someone, their faithfulness becomes a reflection of His eternal nature. There will be seasons where God uses someone's gentleness to heal the wounds others caused. That's how He works. He uses the same realm that hurt you to heal you. The very place you were betrayed will become the place where He restores your faith in love. The very kind of person who once broke your heart will be replaced by one who cherishes it. Because God is not only a healer, He is a restorer. He will not just mend what was broken, He will make it stronger. When He reveals His love through someone, it is not a repetition of your past. It is the redemption of it. And sometimes that person will enter your life when you least expect it. When you've given up on love altogether, when you've closed your heart and said, "I am done trusting anyone," that's when God steps in, because He wants you to know that love was never the problem. Misplaced trust was. Love is still pure, still powerful, still divine. It's just that you needed to meet love in its true form. The form that God designed, not the one the world distorted. The love that comes from God will not demand that you lose yourself. It will inspire you to become your best self. It will not take from you. It will give to you. It will not dim your light. It will make it shine brighter. You see, God's love is so powerful that it cannot be hidden. It radiates through the one He sends, illuminating every space they enter. You will see it in their humility, in their compassion, in the way they treat others. They will not speak of love, they will live it. And when they touch your life, you will feel something holy about it, because divine love carries a purity that no human effort can manufacture. It humbles your pride. It softens your anger. It makes you want to become better, not for approval, but out of gratitude. That is how you know it's from God. It transforms you without demanding that you change to please another person. It draws out the goodness that was already within you. But hear this truth. Before God sends someone to reveal His love to you, He may first call you to become that person for others. Because love that is not given cannot be fully received. You must learn to be a vessel of divine love before you can recognize it when it arrives. That means speaking kindly when it's easier to criticize, forgiving when it's easier to resent, helping when it's easier to ignore. Every act of selfless love you perform prepares your spirit for the love that is meant for you. God uses your giving to shape your receiving. The heart that gives love without expectation is the heart most ready to receive it in its purest form. And when you love others sincerely, even when they don't deserve it, you are not being weak. You are being divine. Because love is God's greatest expression of strength. It takes power to remain gentle in a cruel world. It takes courage to keep your heart open after being hurt. It takes faith to believe in goodness when disappointment surrounds you. But every time you choose love over bitterness, you are testifying to God's nature. You are declaring that evil may touch you, but it will not define you. Hatred may come near you, but it will not live in you. You are saying to the world, I am guided by God's love, not man's opinion. And those who live by that love will never be without favor, for wherever divine love resides, blessings follow. When your heart becomes a reflection of God's compassion, doors open that no man can close. You will attract peace. You will attract people who honor you. And you will walk under the light of divine favor, because God does not ignore a heart that mirrors His own. When you become a vessel of His love, you become unstoppable, not by force, but by grace. Love is not weakness. It is the purest form of divine power. Sometimes God will even use your enemies to reveal His love. You may ask, how can that be? But understand this: when someone mistreats you and you choose not to respond with hatred, you are witnessing the power of divine restraint. When someone lies about you and you remain calm, you are standing in God's love. When the world tries to pull you into bitterness and you rise above it, that is proof that love has conquered your heart. God uses opposition to show you what real love looks like. Strong, patient, unshaken, rooted in peace. That is when you begin to see that His love is not just an emotion, it is your armor. God's love is not fragile, it is unbreakable. It survives betrayal, endures silence, and outlasts time. It remains when all else fades. It cannot be destroyed because it originates from eternity. And when that eternal love touches your temporary life, everything changes. The things that once mattered begin to lose their grip. You stop chasing approval. You stop fearing rejection because you finally understand that no human can take from you what God has already given to you. Unconditional love flowing endlessly from the source of all creation. And when God reveals His love through someone, it is not meant to replace your faith, it is meant to deepen it. Their presence will not distract you from your devotion, it will remind you of it. They will not take the place of God in your life. They will point you back to Him. True divine love never competes with your spiritual life. It completes it. That is why when God sends the right person, you will feel peace both in your heart and in your soul. You will not have to question if it's real because everything about it will align with truth. You may have waited for years. You may have prayed with tears. But when that love finally arrives, you will see that the waiting was not wasted. It was sacred. God had to prepare your heart, purify your intentions, and strengthen your spirit. Because if He had sent that person earlier, you might have mistaken them for something ordinary. Now you will recognize the extraordinary when it appears. You will look into their eyes and see not just affection, but divine purpose. You will feel that this connection was written long before you ever prayed for it. Because God's timing is always perfect, and His revelations always arrive when your heart is ready, not when your mind is impatient. But even before that moment comes, you can already begin to live in the awareness of divine love. Open your eyes and see how God surrounds you with signs of His care. The sun that rises to greet you each morning, the air that fills your lungs, the stranger who smiles at you. All are reminders that His love never left. When you begin to see life through that lens, gratitude replaces fear. You no longer beg for love. You recognize it everywhere. God's love is not limited to people. It is written into the rhythm of existence. It flows through the laughter of children, the kindness of elders, the stillness of nature. Everywhere you look, if your heart is open, you will find Him. And that awareness changes everything. You begin to treat others differently. You begin to see pain differently. You begin to understand that even heartbreak is a classroom where God teaches you to love more deeply. Every experience becomes sacred. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start saying, "Teach me, God." Because every moment, good or bad, is an opportunity to know His love in a deeper way. The person who understands that never loses peace. They may cry, but they still trust. They may hurt, but they still hope because they know that love is not gone. It is simply preparing to appear in a new form. So today, wherever you are, lift your head and believe this truth. God's love will be revealed through someone in your life. It may come softly, it may come suddenly, but it will come. It may walk in quietly, but it will leave a permanent mark on your heart. That person will not only remind you of what love feels like, they will remind you of who you are, chosen, worthy, and deeply known by God. And when that love finds you, do not run from it. Receive it with humility. Cherish it with gratitude. For through it, God is speaking directly to your soul, saying, "You are not forgotten, you are not alone, my love has found you." There are moments when you will feel that God has forgotten you, that your prayers are bouncing off the walls, that your cries for help are met with silence. But listen closely. God is never absent. He is never unaware. He is preparing someone, molding someone, positioning someone to reveal His love to you in a way that will change your entire perspective of life. You may not see it now, but God has already whispered your name into the heart of another. Somewhere, someone is being moved by the Spirit of God to bless you, to comfort you, to remind you that you are not alone. God's love is not confined to feelings or thoughts. It moves through people, through actions, through compassion that touches the soul when words cannot. When you least expect it, God will send someone who will see your pain when you try to hide it behind a smile. They will feel your heaviness when you remain silent. That's not coincidence. That's divine orchestration. God works through human vessels. He uses ordinary people to express extraordinary love. You might think that the person who shows up in your life came by chance, but nothing in the realm of God happens by chance. Every encounter, every conversation, every moment of kindness is part of a divine plan unfolding with precision. When God decides to reveal His love through someone, He moves mountains, rearranges schedules, and crosses paths that were never supposed to meet, just to show you that His love never left you. Some of you have cried yourself to sleep wondering when God will show up. You've said, "God, if you still love me, give me a sign." And while you were expecting a miracle to fall from the sky, God was preparing a person to walk into your life and remind you that His presence is closer than your breath. It may be through a friend who listens when you thought nobody cared, through a stranger who helps you when you had no strength left, or through a loved one whose words heal wounds you never spoke about. That person is not random. That person is God's messenger, sent not with wings, but with a heart full of compassion. There is someone whose spirit is aligned with yours, whose soul resonates with your pain and hope alike. That person will appear in your life when the time is right, not to replace God, but to reflect Him. For the love that comes from God does not enslave, it liberates. It doesn't manipulate. It heals. It doesn't demand. It gives. When God sends love through someone, that love will make you feel peace, not confusion. It will make you grow stronger, not weaker. It will draw you closer to God, not away from Him. And here's the truth that many forget. Sometimes God reveals His love through unexpected people. The one you least expect may be the one carrying your blessing. The person you overlooked may be the one chosen to lift you up. That's why you must never despise small acts of kindness. Never ignore simple words of encouragement, because God often hides His greatest gifts in humble vessels. He can use the stranger at the market, the neighbor who checks on you, or even the one who once hurt you, because His love is so powerful that it can transform broken relationships into divine testimonies. There will also be times when you are the one God uses. You may not even realize it, but your words, your patience, your compassion might be the very tool God uses to reveal His love to someone else. When you forgive someone who hurt you, when you comfort someone in despair, when you show kindness to those who can't repay you, you are revealing God's love through your life. You become a living channel of divine grace. Every time you love selflessly, you are participating in God's eternal work of healing the world. Do not underestimate the power of being chosen by God to be that vessel. You don't need a title, a stage, or recognition. You just need a willing heart. God's love flows through those who keep their hearts pure and open. If your heart carries bitterness, jealousy, or resentment, His love cannot move freely through you. But when you surrender those burdens to God, He fills you with a love that overflows. And when it overflows, it touches everyone around you. Some of you are wondering why certain people walked out of your life, why those you loved didn't stay. But let me tell you, sometimes God removes people because their presence would block the one He has prepared for you. God doesn't let the wrong people stay when His love is ready to be revealed through the right one. When you hold on to what God is trying to remove, you delay your blessing. But when you let go and trust His timing, the one He sends will enter your life effortlessly, naturally, divinely. You will know it's from God because His peace will come with it. There won't be anxiety. There won't be games. There will be understanding, honesty, respect, and divine harmony. When God's love is revealed through someone, it brings clarity, not confusion. It brings strength, not weakness. It fills your soul, not drains it. You won't have to chase it because what is from God will come with grace. Sometimes God hides His love in the pain that breaks you. The same heart that was shattered will be healed through the touch of someone He sends. He will use another person's kindness to rebuild what life tried to destroy. And when that happens, you will see that every tear had a purpose, every delay had meaning, and every heartbreak was preparation for something divine. God allows pain only to make space for greater love. So do not lose faith when people disappoint you. Do not close your heart because of betrayal or rejection. The enemy wants to convince you that love is dangerous, that people cannot be trusted. But God wants to show you that love, when it comes from Him, is the most powerful force in the universe. It rebuilds faith. It restores hope. It reawakens the soul. The love that comes from God cannot be destroyed because it flows from eternity itself. Open your heart to receive it. Prepare your spirit to recognize it. When God sends someone to reveal His love to you, you will feel it in your soul. Their presence will bring light where there was darkness. Their words will sound like healing. Their care will feel like home. And when it happens, you'll realize it was never random, never chance. It was God Himself reaching through that person, whispering, "I still see you. I still love you. My presence has never left your side." So hold fast to your faith. Guard your heart with purity. Keep your spirit watchful. Because even now, in ways your mind cannot yet grasp, God is scripting a chapter of your life where His love will walk in through someone He has chosen. Someone who reflects His gentleness, His truth, and His light. And when that divine encounter unfolds, you will see that God was never distant. He was quietly orchestrating the moment to display His love through the one meant for you. Have you ever asked yourself a question you were too afraid to face? Have you ever stared at the ceiling late at night, wondering if the one holding your heart is truly the one God intended for you? My friend, nothing is more dangerous than tying your soul to the wrong person. The wrong relationship can drain your spirit, shatter your peace, deceive your mind, and blind you from the destiny God has prepared. That's why I speak with urgency today. Because so many are walking a path built on charm and attraction, yet it ends in heartbreak and confusion. And some of you listening right now, deep down, you already know that your heart has been given to the wrong person. But you need the voice of truth to cut through the fog. And God has brought you here to hear it. Love is powerful, but love misplaced is poisonous. Love given to the wrong heart will not build you, it will break you. It will not lead you toward God, it will pull you away. And yet, so many people cling tightly to relationships that are crushing them because they confuse attachment with destiny. They confuse obsession with love. They confuse temporary passion with eternal purpose. But God has not created you to live in confusion, to waste your days chained to someone who does not value the sacredness of your heart. God has called you to clarity, to strength, to a love that reflects His light, not a darkness that hides in shadows. There are signs when you are in love with the wrong person, and these signs are not always subtle. God has planted warnings in your spirit. He stirs your conscience. He whispers through the uneasiness in your soul. But too often people silence that inner voice. They say, "Maybe I can fix them. Maybe they will change. Maybe things will get better if I just love harder." My friend, when God shows you who someone is, you must believe Him the first time. Ignoring the signs does not change the truth. Love is not meant to be torment. Love is not meant to strip you of your peace. When you are walking with the right person, the path may not always be easy, but the foundation will be solid because it is built with God at the center. When you are with the wrong person, the foundation cracks from the very beginning, and no matter how much paint you put over it, it will eventually crumble. The first sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when being with them pulls you away from God instead of drawing you closer to Him. Let me tell you with all conviction, any relationship that weakens your connection with God is not from Him. If you once prayed with fire, but now you can barely lift your hands because this relationship consumes all your energy, that is not love. If you once walked in purity, but now you compromise your values to keep their approval, that is not love. If you once heard God's voice clearly, but now all you hear is the constant chaos of arguments, guilt, and compromise, that is not love. Real love magnifies God. It sharpens your faith. It does not blur your convictions. It deepens them. If someone is pulling you away from the very one who created you, they are not sent by Him. And yet so many people hold on to relationships that are choking their spirit, believing that love is supposed to hurt. My friend, no. Love is not meant to choke the breath out of your soul. Love, when it is aligned with God, is meant to give life, not to drain it. The second sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when your peace is consistently replaced with fear, anxiety, and doubt. God has given you peace as a gift, a shield for your soul. But the wrong person will rob you of it little by little. They will make you question your worth. They will make you question your place. They will make you feel you are never enough, always one step behind, always on edge. That is not the kind of love God designed. A love that constantly keeps you guessing whether you are valued is not love, it is bondage. If every time you hear their name, your stomach twists in anxiety rather than peace, if every conversation feels like walking on eggshells, if every day is a cycle of being lifted and then dropped, then you are not in love. You are in captivity. Do not confuse the intensity of emotions with the stability of love. True love aligned with God does not leave you trembling in fear of tomorrow. It anchors you in faith for the future. The third sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when you must sacrifice your identity to keep their attention. God has made you in His image, unique, powerful, with a destiny crafted by His hand. But when you are with the wrong person, you slowly lose yourself. You begin to dim your light so they won't feel insecure. You silence your voice so they won't get angry. You bury your dreams so they won't leave. Piece by piece, you sacrifice who you are to keep someone who is not even meant to stay. And in the end, you look in the mirror and you don't even recognize the person staring back at you. My friend, any love that requires you to betray yourself is not from God. God did not form you so you could shrink into the shadows to keep someone else comfortable. God did not design your destiny so it could be thrown away just to hold on to a temporary attachment. If the cost of being loved is losing who God made you to be, then you are paying far too high a price. And the fourth sign that you are in love with the wrong person is when the relationship is built on control instead of respect, manipulation instead of trust, and selfishness instead of sacrifice. When you are constantly being controlled, when every decision is dictated, when you are treated more like a possession than a partner, you are not loved. You are trapped. Love rooted in God is never about domination. It is about mutual honor, about seeing the other person as a soul created by Him. But the wrong person will twist your heart into believing that love must always submit to their will, their temper, their desires. They will use guilt to bind you. They will use anger to silence you. They will use charm to keep you. And yet, all the while, your spirit feels enslaved. Do not confuse possession with passion. Do not confuse manipulation with devotion. If someone loves only when you bend to their control, that is not love. It is bondage dressed in disguise. So many people see these signs, yet they stay. They stay because of fear. Fear of being alone. Fear of starting over. Fear of never finding love again. But let me declare with boldness, it is better to be alone with God than to be chained to the wrong person. It is better to walk in the wilderness with God's presence than to lie in a bed of comfort with someone who leads you away from Him. Loneliness with God is never truly lonely because His Spirit fills the empty spaces. But being bound to the wrong person will leave you lonelier than solitude ever could. God does not want you to live in the misery of a counterfeit love when He has prepared something greater, purer, stronger, and aligned with His purpose. Do not let the world convince you that you are nothing without a partner. You are already whole because God made you whole. Do not let the wrong person make you feel like your value depends on keeping them. You had value before they came, and you will have value long after they leave. God is not withholding love from you. He is protecting you from the wrong kind of love, so that in His time you can experience the right one. But as long as you are clinging to the wrong person, your hands are too full to receive the blessing God is waiting to give you. When God shows you the signs, He is not trying to take something from you. He is trying to save you. He is trying to free you. He is trying to remind you that His plan is greater than your attachment, that His wisdom is higher than your emotions, and that His love for you is deeper than any love a person could ever offer. Trust God's voice when He says, "Let go." Trust God's direction when He tells you the road you are walking is leading you away from Him. Do not silence His warnings just because your heart is entangled. The heart can deceive you, but God never will. So many hearts today are bruised because they have mistaken chemistry for destiny. They thought the sparks were a sign from heaven, when in reality the fire was only smoke blinding their eyes. God does not guide you with confusion. My friend, God does not lead you into turmoil and call it love. When it is from Him, even through trials, there will be clarity. There will be alignment, and there will be a peace that no storm can fully erase. But when it is not from Him, you will spend sleepless nights bargaining, reasoning, excusing, and hoping that the cracks will somehow hold the weight of your soul. But cracks never turn into foundations. They always spread wider until everything collapses. Let me tell you this with fire in my voice. When you are with the wrong person, your spirit will know it even before your mind admits it. God has written His truth into your very being. He has given you an inner alarm, a stirring in your conscience. Every time you feel that heaviness after being around them, every time you sense that distance between you and God when they are near, every time you force yourself to silence what you know is right just to keep them, you are betraying that divine voice inside of you. And I must warn you, the longer you silence God's whisper, the louder the crash will be when the truth finally breaks through. Do not wait for the breaking point. Do not wait until your heart is shattered into fragments. God is not calling you to endure destruction disguised as devotion. He is calling you to stand in His light, to recognize the truth, and to walk away from what was never meant for you. You may feel as if letting go will break you, but holding on to what God is trying to remove will destroy you. And some of you listening to me right now, deep down, you already know you are not where you should be. God has been nudging you, convicting you, warning you, but you have been covering your ears because you fear the cost of obedience. My friend, the cost of obedience is always less than the price of disobedience. Let us be honest with ourselves. So many stay in wrong relationships because of the illusion of time. You think, I have already invested years. If I leave now, all that time will be wasted. But hear me clearly, wasted years are never redeemed by adding more wasted years. Time spent in the wrong place does not become meaningful just because you refuse to walk away. If anything, the longer you hold on, the more years you forfeit that God could have filled with purpose, peace, and His true blessing. The enemy of your soul would love nothing more than to keep you trapped in a counterfeit love. So you never make room for the genuine one God has prepared. Do not let the years behind you chain you from stepping into the years ahead of you. Another powerful truth you must grasp is this: the wrong person often comes wrapped in your deepest desires. They may look like everything you prayed for on the surface, but if you test their spirit, you will see the cracks. This is why you must measure every relationship not by how much it excites your flesh, but by how much it honors God. The wrong person can speak all the right words, but their actions will betray their heart. They can shower you with promises, but when the test of time comes, their character will show whether they are aligned with God or not. Do not be blinded by charm. Charm fades, but truth endures. Ask yourself this question with courage: does this relationship honor God, or does it simply satisfy my loneliness? The answer to that will set you free. Let me speak with compassion now to those who are afraid of loneliness. Loneliness is real and it can be painful. But do not let loneliness trick you into tying your soul to the wrong person. Loneliness in God's presence is a season of preparation. Being with the wrong person is a prison of regret. The silence of solitude may feel heavy, but it will teach you to rely on God's voice. The noise of a toxic relationship will drown out God's voice completely. Do not let the fear of being alone rob you of the peace that God is trying to establish in your life. Remember this: God never leaves you. Even in your solitude, His presence surrounds you. It is better to be single in God's will than married outside of it. It is better to walk alone with God's hand holding yours than to walk with someone who pulls you out of His embrace. And hear this: the wrong person will always distract you from your purpose. God has created you with a calling, a vision, a mission only you can fulfill. But when you are tied to the wrong person, you spend your energy putting out fires in the relationship instead of igniting the fire of your destiny. You spend your time explaining yourself instead of expanding yourself. You spend your prayers begging for peace instead of interceding for purpose. And slowly the dreams God placed in your heart gather dust while you fight to keep alive something that God never breathed life into. If you truly desire to walk in the fullness of God's plan, you must be willing to release what is draining you. No matter how tightly you have held on, the wrong person will also distort your vision of love. They will make you believe that jealousy is passion, that manipulation is devotion, that disrespect is normal, that dishonor is acceptable. And if you stay too long, you will begin to normalize the very things God never intended for you to accept. You will convince yourself that this is all love is meant to be, when in truth, God has something infinitely greater. Do not allow your heart to settle for a counterfeit when the Creator of the universe has designed the real thing. You do not have to beg for real love. You do not have to compromise for real love. You do not have to trade your peace for real love. When love is aligned with God, it will not crush your spirit. It will uplift it. It will not silence your prayers. It will deepen them. It will not weaken your identity. It will strengthen it. And let me speak this into your life. Sometimes the wrong person is not wrong because they are evil, but because they are simply not aligned with the season and destiny God has placed on you. Good people can still be wrong for you. Do not let the fact that someone is kind, attractive, or even well-intentioned blind you from the truth that they are not your assignment. Not every person who enters your life is meant to stay, Some are lessons, not lifetime. Some are temporary companions, not eternal partners. Learn to release with gratitude rather than cling with desperation. If God allowed them to exit your life, it is because He saw what you could not. He saw the road ahead, and He knew that tying yourself to them would derail you from His purpose. And remember this: when you ignore the signs God gives you, the consequences do not vanish. If God shows you that someone is pulling you away from Him, and you stay anyway, the distance between you and God will only grow. If God shows you that your peace is being destroyed, and you stay anyway, your spirit will become weaker and weaker until you cannot recognize His voice anymore. If God shows you that your identity is being stripped, and you stay anyway, you will forget who you were created to be. Do not ignore the signs and then blame God for the outcome. He has already warned you. He has already spoken. The question is not whether God is guiding you. The question is whether you are willing to obey. So I ask you today, who has your heart? Who has your peace? Who has your focus? If the answer is someone who is not leading you closer to God, then you already know the truth. God is not calling you to live in denial. He is not calling you to stitch together a broken thing that was never whole to begin with. He is calling you to trust Him enough to release what is wrong so He can give you what is right. Trust God enough to let go. Trust God enough to wait. Trust God enough to believe that His plan is worth more than your temporary comfort. There is something you must understand, and it is this: the wrong person will always reveal themselves through patterns, not promises. Promises can be spoken in a moment, but patterns reveal the truth over time. Anyone can promise to change. Anyone can swear they will do better. Anyone can say the right words when they fear losing you, but patterns do not lie. If the pattern of their life leads you away from God, it will not suddenly turn into a path that leads you closer to Him. If the pattern of their choices leaves you drained, fearful, and silenced, no promise of "I'll change" will undo the reality that this is not the right soil for your soul. God has given you eyes not only to see words, but to discern actions. Watch the fruit, not the flowers. Flowers bloom for a season, but fruit tells you the health of the tree. And if the fruit is bitter, no amount of wishing will make it sweet. The wrong person will often appeal to your emotions, but the right path will always align with God's truth. Emotions are powerful, yes, but they can deceive. You may feel intoxicated by their presence, but intoxication is not the same as love. You may feel addicted to their attention, but addiction is not the same as commitment. And you may feel you cannot breathe without them, but dependency is not the same as destiny. God never intended for you to live enslaved to another human being. He designed you to be whole in Him so that your love for another person flows out of the abundance of His presence within you, not out of a desperate need to fill your emptiness. If you feel like you cannot survive without them, that is not a sign of love. It is a sign of bondage. And where God's Spirit is, there is freedom, not captivity. Some of you may be asking, but what if I leave and never find someone else? What if this is the only person who will ever love me? Oh, that is the voice of fear, not the voice of God. God has never abandoned His children. God has never withheld what is good when it is aligned with His plan. When you trust Him, He will not leave you empty-handed. When you hold on to the wrong person out of fear, you are silently saying that God is not strong enough to send you the right one. Do not allow fear to make you question the faithfulness of God. He knows how to provide. He knows how to bless. But you cannot receive His best while your heart is still attached to what He never appointed for you. There are times when your blessing is ready, but it cannot reach you because your hands are still gripping what should have been released long ago. Another snare that traps people in wrong relationships is the illusion of potential. You catch glimpses of who that person might become, and you fall in love with that imagined version instead of accepting the truth of who they really are. Remember this, love is not built on who someone could become someday. It is about who they are right now. God does not call you to marry potential, to bind yourself to someone's unfinished possibility. He calls you to discern whether the person before you honors Him as they are. If they refuse to honor God now, what makes you believe they will suddenly wake up tomorrow transformed? Change is not something you can force. Change is a work only God can do. And it cannot be rushed by your tears or secured by your sacrifices. If they are not walking with God now, do not gamble your destiny on the hope of what they might be someday. Do not confuse compassion with commitment. Yes, God calls you to love, to forgive, to show kindness. But loving someone does not mean binding yourself to them for life if they are destroying your spirit. You can pray for someone without pledging your future to them. You can hope for their growth without sacrificing your peace to stay. Too many hearts have been broken because they thought saving someone was their mission, when in truth only God can save a soul. You are not the savior of the person you are with. You are not their healer. You are not their God. Stop trying to do what only God can do and start listening to what God is telling you about where your heart belongs. And here is a sobering truth. The wrong person can cost you not just years, but generations. Because who you choose to bind yourself to will shape not only your life, but the lives of your children and their children after them. The wrong relationship is not just a personal mistake. It becomes a legacy of pain passed down. The battles you refuse to face today will become the burdens your children will have to carry tomorrow. But if you trust God enough to walk away from the wrong person, you are not only protecting yourself, you are protecting the generations yet to come. Do not underestimate the weight of this choice. Who you give your heart to shapes your destiny, and destiny shapes generations. God is calling you to break the cycle of settling so your children can inherit a legacy of strength, not of regret. And let me say this with fire. Sometimes the wrong person is not sent by accident, they are sent as a distraction. The enemy of your soul knows that if he can tie you to the wrong person, he can delay or even derail the mission God has for you. He knows that the wrong relationship can sap your energy, cloud your vision, and silence your prayers. While you are busy wrestling with heartbreak, you are too distracted to rise into your calling. While you are consumed with keeping someone who is draining you, you have no strength left to build what God has placed in your hands. This is why discernment is critical. Not everyone who enters your life is a gift from God. Some are traps meant to detour you. Pray not only for love, but for clarity. Pray not only for companionship, but for discernment. Ask God to reveal whether the person you are with is a divine assignment or a destructive distraction. But here is the hope. God is merciful and His arms are always open. Even if you have wasted years in the wrong relationship, even if your heart has been broken, even if you feel ashamed of the choices you have made, God can restore you. He can heal the scars. He can redeem the time. He can lift you from the ashes of what was wrong and set your feet on the path of what is right. But you must surrender. You must acknowledge what God has been showing you. You must be willing to release the counterfeit so He can give you the authentic. Do not cling to the ashes when God is offering you a crown. Do not dwell in regret when God is offering you redemption. Every step you take in obedience to God brings you closer to the destiny He has prepared. My friend, let me tell you something that may be hard to hear, but it is the truth you must face if you truly want to be free. Sometimes God allows your heart to break in order to save your soul. Sometimes the pain of separation is the very tool He uses to keep you from greater destruction. You may see the ending of a relationship as loss, but God sees it as protection. You may weep over what slipped from your hands, but God knows that what you are crying for is not worthy of the destiny He has placed inside you. Do not call it rejection when in reality it is redirection. Do not call it heartbreak when in reality it is deliverance. God knows what you cannot see, and He removes what you refuse to release. Think of it this way. If you are holding a handful of thorns, bleeding with every grip, yet refusing to let go, how can God place a crown of blessing upon your hands? He cannot fill what is already clenched in pain. He cannot pour new wine into a broken vessel that refuses to be healed. When you cling to the wrong person, you are closing your hands to the right one. And sometimes God in His mercy must pry open your fingers so that you do not destroy yourself in the name of holding on. Do not mistake His mercy for cruelty. Do not mistake His discipline for abandonment. God is not trying to hurt you. He is trying to heal you. Another truth you must never forget is this: love without God's foundation will always collapse under pressure. You may have attraction, you may have passion, you may even have moments of happiness. But if the root is not anchored in God, the storm will uproot it. The winds of life will come, disagreements will come, trials will come. And if God is not at the center, what you built will not stand. Too many people enter relationships hoping their feelings will be enough. But feelings are fragile. They shift like sand. Only God is the rock strong enough to hold two souls together. If your relationship has no room for prayer, no room for reverence, no room for surrender to God, then it is built on sand, and sooner or later it will sink. But let me go deeper. The wrong person does not just steal your peace, they steal your vision. They cloud your eyes so that you no longer see what God placed in your spirit. You once had goals, but now you are distracted. You once had courage, but now you are timid. You once had fire, but now you are drained. The wrong person can dim the brightest flame until you forget it was ever burning. And if you allow them, they will convince you that you never had a purpose beyond serving their needs. That is the most dangerous thing about being tied to the wrong person. You begin to believe the lie that this is all your life will ever be. But God did not create you to live in shadows. He created you for light. He created you for purpose. He created you for victory. And if someone in your life is consistently blinding you to that truth, then you must see them for what they are, not a gift, but a chain. You may ask, but what if I love them too much to let go? Then I must answer you with conviction. Do you love them more than you love God? Because if the answer is yes, then you have made them an idol in your heart. And idols always destroy the one who worships them. God has commanded that nothing should take His place. Not wealth, not status, not power, and certainly not another person. When you love someone more than you love God, you will tolerate what He never intended you to accept. You will justify what He never approved. You will stay in what He has been calling you out of. My friend, do not let your heart dethrone God for the sake of another human being. No matter how strong your emotions may be, they must never outrun your devotion to God. And remember this, the wrong person will never celebrate the fullness of who you are. They will tolerate parts of you, but suppress the rest. They will love the version of you that serves their needs, but resent the version of you that shines too brightly. They will encourage you only when it benefits them, but grow cold when your success outgrows their comfort. That is not love. Love aligned with God rejoices when you flourish. It celebrates when you rise. It prays for your victories and stands beside you in your struggles. If someone cannot handle your growth, they are not equipped for your destiny. And if you shrink yourself just to keep them, you are betraying the very gift God placed inside you. Some of you have been praying for clarity, asking God for a sign, and He is answering you right now through this very message. The unease in your spirit is not random. It is God's alarm. The tears you cry at night are not unnoticed. They are God's way of nudging you toward freedom. The conflict in your soul is not weakness. It is the battle between your will and God's will. And I must warn you, the longer you resist, the louder the pain will become. God does not stop calling you. But when you ignore His call, the road becomes harder, the weight becomes heavier, and the heartbreak becomes deeper. It is always better to obey God early than to learn the lesson late. But here lies the promise. If you obey, if you release, if you trust, God will not only heal what is broken, He will exceed what you thought was possible. He will replace the counterfeit with the genuine. He will restore your peace, renew your strength, and realign your destiny. He will open doors you thought were closed and bring people into your life who will honor Him alongside you. God does not take without giving. He does not empty without refilling. He does not close one chapter without preparing the next. The wrong person is not the end of your story. They are only the obstacle you must overcome to step into the next level of God's plan. Do not let guilt hold you hostage. Some of you feel guilty at the thought of leaving. You fear what others will say. You worry about disappointing family, friends, or even the person themselves. But let me tell you, your first responsibility is not to please people. It is to please God. You are not accountable to the opinions of others. You are accountable to the one who gave you life, the one who shaped you, the one who will judge you. And on that day when you stand before Him, no excuse about "I stayed because I was afraid" will be enough. Choose now to honor Him above all else. Choose now to live in obedience, not in fear. And finally, know this. When you are with the wrong person, your prayers will always feel heavy. But when you are aligned with God's will, your prayers will flow with power. There is a difference between praying for survival and praying with purpose. When you are with the wrong person, your prayers revolve around asking God to fix what keeps breaking. But when you are with the right person, your prayers turn into thanksgiving, vision, and partnership with God. One drains you, the other empowers you. One keeps you stuck in cycles. The other propels you forward into destiny. The choice before you is clear. Will you stay bound to what drains you, or will you step into what God has prepared for you? My friends, let me press this truth deeper into your hearts. Because the decisions we make about who we bind ourselves to will echo for years, for generations, and even into eternity. Many are drawn by the allure of feelings, by the charm of appearances, by the fleeting rush of attraction. But God is not deceived, and He will not let your soul rest if you walk willingly into a trap. Love is sacred because it was God who first placed it in the human heart. Love is not man's invention, it is God's. And when you twist it, when you settle for a counterfeit, when you give your heart to someone who is not leading you closer to God, but instead dragging you further from His light, then you are choosing chains instead of freedom. You cannot build a life of peace on a foundation of compromise with darkness. You cannot plant the seeds of holiness in soil that is poisoned with rebellion. And yet, how many keep clinging to relationships that grieve the heart of God? They tell themselves, maybe things will change. Maybe if I try harder, if I sacrifice more, if I ignore the red flags long enough, this person will become who I need them to be. But God never calls you to sacrifice your soul to rescue someone else's rebellion. God never asks you to trade your peace for someone else's chaos. That is not love. That is bondage. There is a love that leads to life, and there is a love that leads to destruction. The wrong person will never push you higher. They will pull you lower. They will diminish your vision, distract you from your purpose, and weaken your strength in God. The wrong person will make you question your worth, distort your values, and dull your sensitivity to the voice of God. But when you are aligned with the right person, your faith grows stronger, your spirit becomes sharper, your purpose burns brighter, and together you walk in the light of God's blessing. Do not be deceived by the temporary thrill of being wanted by someone who does not honor God, for their desire cannot secure your destiny. Only God can do that. God is calling some of you today to let go of the hand you are holding, to release the grip on a relationship that has already shown you it is not built on truth. You are clinging to a person as if they are your Savior, but salvation belongs to God alone. You are clinging to their attention as if it can define your worth, but your worth has always been declared by God, and no man or woman can alter it. Do not mistake possession for love. Do not mistake passion for purity, and do not mistake comfort for calling. The wrong person can feel right to your flesh and yet be wrong to your spirit. Hear me with all the urgency of heaven. God does not want you entangled in a love that suffocates your calling. God does not want you trapped in a union that keeps you in constant conflict with His Word. He does not want your nights filled with confusion, your days filled with regret, your prayers drowned out by someone's disrespect. God wants you free. He wants you whole. He wants you in alignment with His will, walking with a heart that beats in rhythm with His purpose. The wrong person will fight against that purpose, but the right person will fuel it. Do not think that letting go means you are losing. No, letting go is the moment you choose to win. Because the greatest victories are not always seen in battles fought, but in chains broken. Sometimes the hardest fight is walking away, but in that step of obedience you are telling God, I trust you more than I trust this feeling. I trust you more than I trust this attachment. I trust you to provide better than what I am clinging to right now. And God honors that kind of faith. He honors the one who puts his will above their own desires. Beloved, there is nothing lonelier than being bound to the wrong person. There is nothing heavier than carrying a love that God did not bless. You will smile in public and cry in private. You will pretend to be happy but feel empty inside. That is not the life God has for you. God's design is not misery disguised as love. His design is not compromise disguised as devotion. His design is truth, peace, growth, and holiness. And when you recognize the signs that you are with the wrong person, do not ignore them. Do not explain them away. Do not bury them under excuses. God gave you discernment for a reason. When your peace evaporates, when your joy diminishes, when your spiritual fire grows dim, pay attention. These are not just emotions. They are warnings from the Spirit of God telling you that this path is dangerous. My friends, what God has for you will never require you to lose Him in the process. What God has for you will never demand that you silence your conscience, abandon your values, or sacrifice your calling. What God has for you will align with His truth, not twist it. It will lift you up, not tear you down. It will give you strength, not drain your soul. The wrong person is a weight. The right person is a wing. The wrong person will hold you back, but the right person will help you soar. So I plead with you, stop pretending you don't see the truth. Stop ignoring the quiet voice of God in your spirit. Stop delaying obedience because you are afraid of loneliness. God will never leave you empty when you surrender to Him. If He asks you to walk away, it is only because He has something greater for you. Trust His wisdom, not your emotions. Trust His timing, not your desperation. Trust His plan, not your fears. God is not against love. He is the author of it. But He will not bless a love that destroys your soul. And if you find yourself in such a place today, take courage, because God is giving you the strength to walk out, to stand up, to choose Him over everything else. And when you do, you will discover that the love you were clinging to was never love at all. It was a counterfeit. True love flows from God, and anything that comes from Him will never pull you away from Him. My friends, listen carefully as I draw this to a close. Love is one of the most powerful gifts God has given to humanity. But it was never meant to be misused, twisted, or spent on someone who drags you away from His light. The greatest tragedy is not being alone. The greatest tragedy is being tied to the wrong person while your heart cries out for God. Do not trade your eternal peace for temporary comfort. Do not trade your purpose for a fleeting pleasure. Do not trade the voice of God for the whispers of someone who has no intention of honoring Him. If the signs are before you, if the evidence is clear, if your spirit is restless and God is tugging at your heart, then the choice lies in your hands. God will not force you, but He will warn you. He will not chain you, but He will call you. And when you listen, when you obey, when you trust Him enough to walk away from what is wrong, you are not stepping into emptiness. You are stepping into freedom. You are not losing love. You are making room for the love that God has prepared for you. A love that is pure. A love that strengthens. A love that does not compromise your soul, but aligns with His will. The wrong person will drain your spirit, but the right person in God's timing will pour life into it. The wrong person will close your eyes to God, but the right person will open them wider to His majesty. The wrong person will have you questioning who you are, but the right person will remind you daily of who God says you are. That is the difference between counterfeit and truth, between bondage and blessing, between destruction and destiny. Today, I urge you to make a choice. Choose God above everything else. Allow Him to guide your every step. Allow Him to protect your heart. Allow Him to shape the path that lies ahead. Trust Him enough to release what He never intended for you. And trust Him enough to wait patiently for what He has already prepared. Because when God is the author of your story, it always unfolds more powerfully, more beautifully, and far better than anything you could create yourself. This is your moment to rise in faith, to walk away from what is not meant for you, and to root your heart in His divine plan. For within Him there is no fear, no confusion, no regret, only peace, truth, and an unfailing love that endures forever. My friend, lean in and hear this with your whole heart tonight. You are not here by mistake. You didn't stumble upon these words by random chance. You didn't arrive at this very moment through coincidence. God Himself brought you here, and there's a reason for it. He wants to speak something that could shift the entire direction of your life. God is guiding you towards someone who already carries love for you in their spirit. You may not see it right now. You may not feel it yet. But heaven is aligning your path piece by piece. God is arranging, directing, and shaping your steps toward a relationship that won't just touch your heart. It will reveal that His hand has been covering your life from the very beginning. Some of you listening feel abandoned. You've been broken. You've been rejected. You've been left behind. You've wondered if anyone could ever truly care for you as you are. You've carried the weight of loneliness like a heavy stone on your chest. And in the midnight hour, when no one else saw your tears, you asked, "Does anyone even see me? Does anyone even want me?" And I tell you this with authority. God saw you. God heard you. God cared for you even in that moment. And now He is leading you to someone who already loves you. Not because of what you can offer, not because of your performance, not because of your achievements, but because of who you are in the eyes of God. The world has taught us to chase love, to chase approval, to chase validation. But hear me, when God leads, you don't have to chase. You only have to walk. When God prepares, you don't have to beg. You only have to believe. And when God appoints someone into your life, you will not have to force their love. It will already be there. God is not the author of confusion. When He sends the right person, it will not come with chains of fear, but with the peace of His guidance. So many of you have wasted years running after people who never saw your value. You've poured your heart out to those who trampled on it. You've loved those who could not love you back. But let me tell you something. Rejection is not the end of your story. Rejection is often the redirection of God. Every no you faced was not a punishment, but a protection. Every door that closed was not God abandoning you. It was God saving you from what was not meant to hold your heart. He was preparing you for someone who already carries the love He intends for you. You see, human love can be selfish. It can be conditional. It can be shallow. But the love that God plants in the right person for you, it is steadfast. It is pure. It is lasting. And when you step into that God-ordained connection, you will realize that the delays, the heartbreaks, the waiting were all leading you here. God never makes mistakes. He knows who needs to be in your life, and if you trust His timing, if you trust His direction, He will not disappoint you. Some of you have been questioning the silence of God. You've been asking, why has He not answered yet? Why do I still feel alone? Let me remind you, silence is not absence. Silence is preparation. God is weaving together a story greater than what you can see. And sometimes before He places someone in your life who already loves you, He must first teach you to love yourself as He sees you. He must first heal the wounds of yesterday so that when this love appears, you don't sabotage it with your fears. God is a God of order. He is preparing you as much as He is preparing them. Let me speak directly to your heart now. Do not settle. Do not lower your standards to fit into someone else's story. Do not compromise your worth just to avoid being alone. Because if you force yourself into the wrong relationship, you will miss the one that God has already prepared for you. The right person, the one God is leading you to, will not make you feel less, will not make you doubt your value, will not break your spirit. They will carry a love that reflects the care and thoughtfulness of God Himself. And here is the beauty of it. This person already loves you. Before you meet them, before the introduction, before the crossing of paths, their heart is already inclined towards you. Do you know why? Because God has already placed you in their spirit. He has already whispered your name into their destiny. He has already planted in them a readiness to love the one He will bring. You are not going to have to fight for their affection, because their affection is already aligned with God's design. When God says He is leading you to someone who already loves you, it means you are not walking into manipulation. You are not walking into games. You are not walking into exploitation. You are walking into confirmation, a confirmation that God's hand has been on your journey, a confirmation that His plan for you includes companionship, partnership, and love that will honor Him. But I must caution you, my friend, the enemy will always try to distract you before the blessing. He will always bring counterfeits before the real. He will try to convince you to grasp at what looks good on the surface, but is rotten underneath. And if you are not anchored in the guidance of God, you may confuse temporary attention with lasting love. That is why you must remain in prayer, remain in faith, remain in patience, so that when God presents the person who already loves you, your spirit will recognize them immediately. You don't need to perform to be loved by the one God sends. You don't need to chase. You don't need to beg. Real love, the kind God ordains, meets you where you are, accepts you as you are, and grows with you into all you are called to be. That is the kind of love God is preparing for you. Some of you feel unworthy. You say, "But I've made too many mistakes. I've been too broken. I've been too scarred." Let me tell you something. God does not lead based on your past. He leads based on His plan. He is not limited by your failures. He is not intimidated by your scars. The person He is leading you to is not blinded by your past. They are already prepared to embrace you fully. You are not too broken to be loved. You are not too far gone to be chosen. You are not disqualified from what God has prepared. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Walk with faith, because even now, while you're listening to these words, God is aligning steps. He is orchestrating encounters. He is setting in motion the very path that will bring you to the one who already loves you. And when it happens, you will not have to ask this from God. You will know because peace will rest upon it, because confirmation will be undeniable. Because love will not just be spoken, it will be lived. It will be proven. It will be steadfast. And perhaps right now you don't feel ready. Perhaps you are afraid of being hurt again. That's all right. God is patient. He is working on your heart. He is healing wounds you don't even know are still there. And when the time is right, He will bring this person not to complete you. For God alone is your completeness, but to complement you, to walk beside you, to journey with you as you both fulfill the greater purpose He has written. There is something you must understand about the way God works. He does not throw lives together in chaos. He does not allow His children to wander endlessly without purpose. Every connection, every meeting, every path that crosses another is woven into His design. God is not careless. He is intentional. And if He is leading you to someone who already loves you, then every step of your past Yes, even the painful ones was part of the preparation. Think about this. The tears you shed in solitude, the nights when loneliness pressed upon your chest like a weight too heavy to bear, were not wasted. They were watering the soil of your future. God was softening your heart, shaping your spirit, teaching you empathy so that when love appears, you will not take it for granted. The rejections you faced were not merely losses. They were protections. God was shielding you from hands that were never meant to hold you. And the silence you endured was not neglect. It was training. Training you to listen, to discern, to trust Him above all. God is not sending you just anyone. He is not leading you into another cycle of heartache. He is leading you to someone He has prepared, someone whose heart already beats with love for you, someone whose spirit already resonates with yours even before you meet. This is not the shallow affection of fleeting attraction. It is the deep current of divine design. But here is a truth that many overlook. Before you can recognize the person who already loves you, you must first learn to recognize the hand of God. If your eyes are fixed on your own desires, you will be deceived by appearances. If your ears are tuned only to the noise of the world, you will miss the whisper of God. But if you anchor yourself in Him, if you learn to hear His voice in the quiet, you will see the difference between a counterfeit and the real. God will never lead you to confusion. He will never guide you into destruction. His path may stretch your patience, but it will always protect your heart. And so I must tell you, wait. Do not rush ahead of God. Do not grasp at what seems available just because you are tired of being alone. Loneliness is dangerous because it can make you accept what is less than God's plan. But if you can stand firm in the waiting, if you can trust that God is arranging something greater than what you see, then when the right moment comes, your patience will be rewarded beyond measure. The person who already loves you will not just walk into your life. They will fit into your life as though God carved the space for them from the very beginning. Many of you have prayed, God, send me someone who will love me. And you've wondered why it has not happened yet. Could it be that God has already answered your prayer but is still preparing the introduction? You see, timing is everything. If you meet too soon, you might not be ready. If you meet too late, you may grow weary. But God is perfect in His timing. He knows when both hearts are prepared. He knows the exact season when the crossing of paths will ignite destiny. Some of you doubt this because of what you've been through. You say, but I have been betrayed. I have been left alone too many times. How can love still be possible for me? My friend, God does not operate within the limits of your pain. He operates from the abundance of His power. Your scars do not disqualify you. In fact, your scars are part of the story that makes your love stronger, deeper, more resilient. The one who already loves you is not deterred by your scars. They will see them as evidence of your survival, as proof of the strength God has built within you. Now let me take you deeper. This love that God is preparing for you is not only about companionship, it is about purpose. You see, God never unites people without a reason. He does not bring lives together for mere comfort. He brings them together for destiny. The one He is leading you to will not only love you, they will sharpen you. They will challenge you. They will inspire you to walk more fully in what God has called you to be. And you will do the same for them. Together your union will shine as a testimony of God's faithfulness. This is why you must not compromise. This is why you cannot settle. Because if you tie yourself to the wrong person, you will be pulled away from your destiny. But if you trust God's leading, He will not only give you love, He will give you alignment. He will send you someone whose vision complements yours, whose strength lifts you, whose faith pushes you closer to God. That is the kind of love worth waiting for. Let me remind you again, this person already loves you. Even now, while you wonder if you are forgotten, someone is praying for you. Even now, while you question if love is possible, someone's heart is already stirred by the thought of you. God has planted seeds in their soul, just as He has in yours. And when the moment comes, those seeds will bloom into a love that feels less like discovery and more like recognition. It will feel as though you've known them all along. That is how God works. His connections are not built on chance, but on destiny. Do you not see? You have been carried to this moment by the hand of God. And if He has carried you this far, will He not complete what He has begun? Will He not fulfill the promise He whispered into your soul? Do not let fear drown out His assurance. Do not let impatience rob you of His timing. He is faithful and He is leading you even now. Some of you may be asking, what do I do while I wait? The answer is simple yet profound. Draw closer to God, because the closer you are to Him, the clearer His leading becomes. The more you align your heart with His will, the more ready you will be to recognize the person He has chosen for you. Do not spend your waiting time in despair. Spend it in preparation. Work on your character. Strengthen your faith. Heal from your wounds. Because when the right person appears, you want to be ready to love them in the way God intended. Remember, love is not just about what you receive, it is about what you give. And if you are asking God to lead you to someone who already loves you, then prepare yourself to already love them in return. Let your heart be softened. Let your patience be stretched. Let your faith be deepened so that when destiny arrives, you will embrace it with open arms, not closed fists. How many lives have been wasted chasing what was never meant to last? How many hearts have been broken because people rushed ahead of God? But it does not have to be your story. You can choose to wait. You can choose to trust. You can choose to believe that God has something greater than what you see. And when you make that choice, when you rest your soul in His timing, you will be amazed at what unfolds. Because the truth is, the love that God ordains is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is not dependent on circumstances. It is rooted in His will. And anything rooted in God cannot be shaken. That is the love He is preparing for you. That is the person He is leading you toward. Someone who will not just walk beside you, but will walk with you toward Him. There comes a moment in every life when the silence of waiting feels unbearable. You look around and it seems as though others are finding love, others are being chosen, others are walking hand in hand while you are left behind. And in that quiet ache, doubt whispers, maybe it will never happen for you. Maybe you are destined to be alone. But I declare to you tonight with unwavering conviction, those are not the words of God. Those are the lies of despair. God has not overlooked you. He has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you to loneliness. He is leading you, and His leading is never in vain. When God is guiding your steps, He is not merely thinking of your comfort. He is thinking of your destiny. He is orchestrating something that is bigger than a fleeting companionship. He is shaping a union that will become a reflection of His faithfulness. You see, love from God's hand is not just about filling an empty seat at your table. It is about filling your life with a partner who mirrors His care, His strength, His endurance. This person is not just meant to love you. They are meant to walk with you into the fullness of what God has written for your life. And here is the extraordinary truth. While you are here questioning, while you are here yearning, someone out there is already carrying love for you in their heart. They may not know your face. They may not yet know your name, but they are being prepared by the hand of God. Their story is being written to intersect with yours. Their path is being guided toward your path. And when that intersection happens, it will feel as if the two of you were always meant to find one another. Because you were. Do not underestimate the precision of God's design. He does not simply throw two lives together and hope for the best. He aligns them. He cultivates them. He places within them the strength to love with endurance, the patience to walk through storms, the humility to forgive, the courage to stay when others would leave. That is why the waiting is so important. Because if He gave you this person before the time was right, neither of you would be ready to carry the weight of such love. But when the moment comes, you will both be shaped by God's hand in such a way that your love will not only survive, but thrive. Do not confuse delay with denial. Just because it has not yet happened does not mean it will not. God's delays are not refusals. They are preparation. And while you are waiting, God is teaching you the discipline of trust. Because if you can trust Him in the waiting, you will trust Him in the having. And trust is the foundation of love. The person He is preparing for you is not coming to replace God in your life. They are coming to walk beside you as you both continue to follow Him. Let me speak plainly. You cannot afford to let bitterness poison your heart while you wait. Bitterness blinds you. It makes you suspicious of what God is doing. It convinces you to hold on to the past when God is trying to hand you a future. If you want to be ready for the one who already loves you, you must let go of the ones who could not. Do not carry yesterday's pain into tomorrow's promise. God cannot fill a hand that refuses to release what is broken. Surrender the pain. Surrender the disappointment. Leave it in His hands. Because only then can He place in your life what He has been preparing. And hear me on this. The one God is leading you to will not come into your life as a test, but as a gift. You will not have to wonder if you are enough. You will not have to beg for their loyalty. You will not have to chase their attention. Their love will already be waiting. It will be steady. It will be sure. It will not demand that you change who you are. It will embrace who you are while encouraging you toward who you are becoming. That is the beauty of God's timing. That is the security of God's design. Now let me bring your focus to something deeper. Love is not only about the emotions of two people, it is about the purpose of God working through them. That is why you cannot settle for less than His will. The one He is leading you to will not only know how to hold your hand, but how to hold you in prayer. They will not only walk with you in laughter, but stand with you in battle. They will not only celebrate your victories, but help lift you in your struggles. Because God never sends someone into your life just to fill space. He sends them to strengthen your purpose. And don't be mistaken, this kind of love is rare. It's not shaped by the shallow patterns of this world. It's crafted by the eternal wisdom of God Himself. That's why your gaze must stay fixed on Him, because the enemy will do everything he can to distract you with counterfeits. He'll send imitations that shimmer on the surface, but carry no real depth. He'll whisper that waiting is pointless, that settling for something easy is safer than believing for something holy. But if you choose patience, if you stay rooted in the promises of God, you'll see clearly the difference between fleeting attention and everlasting love. My friend, God Himself is guiding your steps. This isn't wishful thinking. It's divine truth. Each day you walk in faith. Each day you choose trust over impatience. He's aligning your path with someone who won't just appear in your story, but will stay for a lifetime. Someone who won't treat you as an option, but as a purpose. Someone who won't love you for your usefulness, but for your essence. That kind of love isn't man-made, it's heaven-sent. Do not be surprised when the day comes that everything suddenly makes sense. The broken pieces of your past will fall into place. The rejections you endured will be seen as protection. The long nights of prayer will be revealed as preparation. And standing before you will be someone who already loves you. Someone you will recognize not only with your heart but with your spirit. It will be as though God Himself is saying, "This is the one I have prepared for you." And peace will flood your soul. But until that moment, walk faithfully, live fully. Do not put your life on hold while you wait. Continue to grow. Continue to serve. Continue to trust God with every step. Because love is not found in desperation. It is found in destiny. And when God ordains destiny, nothing can stop it. There is a truth that must sink deep into your soul. The love God prepares for you is not fragile, it is not uncertain, and it is not conditional. It is anchored in something greater than human desire. It is anchored in the divine wisdom of God. When God places love in your path, it is not tossed by the winds of circumstance, nor broken by the weight of trials. It is sustained by the one who designed it. That is why you must not measure God's plan by the disappointments of men. Human failure does not limit divine intention. God has not changed His mind about you. What He has promised, He will fulfill. You must begin to see yourself as God sees you. Too many walk through life convinced they are unworthy of love, convinced they are too flawed, too damaged, too forgotten to be chosen. But if you could see yourself through the eyes of God, you would know you are treasured. You are precious. You are worthy of a love that endures. God does not make mistakes, and He did not make a mistake when He made you. The person He is leading you to has already been given eyes to see you in this way, not through the lens of your failures, but through the lens of your worth. But understand this: before God places that person in your life, He often takes time to separate you from those who were never meant to stay. The leaving of people who did not value you was not abandonment. It was divine removal. God cannot bring the right one into your life if you are still clinging to the wrong ones. Every ending you thought would break you is actually clearing space for the new beginning He intends for you. Do not mourn forever what God has removed. Celebrate the space He has created, because it is being prepared for something far greater. And here lies a mystery that too few grasp. The person who already loves you is not waiting to be convinced. They are waiting to be revealed. God is not in the business of forcing love. He is in the business of aligning hearts. That is why you must remain patient. Because the same way you long for someone who will love you deeply, they are longing too. They are praying. They are hoping. They are waiting, just as you are. And in God's perfect timing, the waiting will end and the longing will meet fulfillment. Think of how remarkable this is. Somewhere in this very moment, there is someone whose life is being shaped, whose spirit is being prepared, whose heart is already inclined toward you, and they do not even know it yet. That is the magnitude of God's orchestration. You are not searching in vain. You are being led. And the person who is being led to you is already carrying a love that will feel like home. Now let me speak directly to your fear. Some of you are afraid that when love finally comes, you will ruin it. You fear that your past mistakes will resurface, that your insecurities will rise, that your brokenness will push the right one away. But hear me clearly, when God leads, He also equips. He does not just give you the blessing, He gives you the strength to sustain it. The person He brings into your life will not recoil at your humanity. They will embrace it because they too have been shaped by God's grace. This will not be a love that crumbles at the first storm. This will be a love that weathers storms because it was built by God Himself. Do not let comparison steal your peace. It does not matter how long others have walked hand in hand, how quickly they found their person, or how loudly they parade their happiness. Your journey is not theirs. Your timing is not theirs. Your blessing is not theirs. God is writing a unique story for you, and the timing of it is perfect. Do not measure your life by someone else's clock. God knows exactly when to bring forth the person who already loves you. And His timing will be better than anything you could force for yourself. And understand this, when that person comes, it will not be about perfection. It will be about alignment. You will not need them to complete you because God alone completes you. You will not expect them to heal your wounds because only God heals. Instead, you will walk together as two whole people chosen by God to complement each other. This is why you must continue to grow in Him. Now, the healthier your spirit, the stronger your love will be when it arrives, God. But let me press this point with urgency. Do not sabotage what God is preparing by entertaining what He is not. The enemy knows the power of God-ordained love, and he will send distractions. People who look appealing but cannot endure, people who speak well but do not live well, people who appear to love but cannot commit. Do not let impatience make you settle for a counterfeit. Counterfeit love always costs more than it gives. But the love God ordains, it multiplies, it strengthens, it restores. It is the kind of love that adds and never subtracts. So I tell you, guard your heart, guard your faith, guard your waiting. Because when the time comes, it will all make sense. Every tear will be explained. Every rejection will be justified. Every unanswered question will be resolved. And you will see with your own eyes that God was not silent. He was strategic. He was not withholding. He was preparing. He was not punishing. He was protecting. Can you imagine the day when you finally see the one God has prepared for you? It will not feel like the start of something uncertain. It will feel like the continuation of something eternal. Your spirit will recognize theirs, and theirs will recognize yours. And you will realize that while you were waiting, God was weaving. While you were hoping, God was aligning. While you were praying, God was answering. That is the power of His leading. And this is why you must remain steadfast. Because love that comes from God is not rushed. It is revealed. It is not taken. It is given. It is not demanded. It is discovered. And when you discover it, you will know beyond doubt that it could not have come from anyone but Him. Lift your faith higher tonight. Refuse to believe the lie that you are alone. Refuse to accept the notion that your story is over. God is still writing. He is still moving. He is still guiding. And the person who already loves you is not far. They are in His hands, being prepared just as you are. Trust His hand. Trust His timing. For when it unfolds, you will see the beauty of a plan that could only have been written by God. There are moments when the weight of loneliness presses so heavily upon a soul that it feels as though God has forgotten to write their name into the story of companionship. But my friend, God does not overlook you. God does not abandon you. God is not indifferent to the cries that rise from the secret places of your heart. He who formed the heavens and the earth knows the deepest yearning of your being. And He has already begun weaving together the unseen threads of your life to bring you face to face with someone who already carries a love that reflects His goodness. You see, love does not begin the day two people meet. Love begins in the heart of God, who plants it long before the eyes ever meet or the hands ever touch. That is why I say with absolute certainty, God is leading you to someone who already loves you. The world may try to tell you that love is something you must chase, that you must strive, manipulate, or compromise your worth to find it. But hear this truth. What comes from God cannot be taken by force, nor can it be diminished by delay. The one God has prepared for you does not need to be persuaded to see your value. They already love you with a love that has been nurtured in prayer, in patience, in the quiet chambers of their own soul, where they too have cried out to God. And God, who hears both hearts, has been preparing the day when paths will cross, when prayers will meet in flesh and bone, and when love that was once invisible will become a living reality. Do not mistake waiting for being forgotten. The season of waiting is sacred. It is not wasted. God uses it to mold your heart, to purify your desires, to strengthen your faith, so that when He brings that person into your life, you are ready to receive the gift without fear, without insecurity, without the shadows of your past dictating the joy of your present. Many people miss this truth because they confuse delay with denial. But if God is delaying, it is not because He has no intention of answering. It is because He desires the blessing to arrive at its appointed time, when it will shine brightest and last longest. And let me tell you this, when God says He is leading you to someone who already loves you, it is not just about romance. It is about alignment with His divine will. The person He leads you to will not only love you in word or emotion, but will love you with actions rooted in faith, with sacrifices born out of devotion, with loyalty that cannot be shaken by storms. This is not the shallow affection that fades when seasons change. This is a love born out of the fear of God, a love that understands the sacred responsibility of cherishing what God has entrusted. When such a person loves you, they are not simply loving your smile or your achievements. They are loving the soul God has placed within you. And that is a love that does not fade with time. There will be moments when doubt whispers, "What if I am not worthy of such love?" But let me assure you, if God has written this blessing into your story, then your worth is already settled. You do not earn love by striving. You receive love because God has declared you deserving of it through His mercy and wisdom. Stop rehearsing your past mistakes. Stop condemning yourself with old failures. Stop believing the lies that say no one could truly love you. God has already ordained someone who sees beyond your scars and recognizes the treasure within you. And when God reveals them, you will understand why every disappointment, every heartbreak, every lonely night was necessary. Because all of it was preparing you to value the love He was sending your way. I must tell you this with urgency. Do not sabotage what God is preparing by settling for counterfeits. Too many hearts grow weary in the waiting and grasp at whatever passes by, mistaking attention for love, mistaking passion for commitment, mistaking companionship for destiny. But listen, when love is from God, it does not require you to diminish yourself. It does not require you to compromise your faith. It does not demand that you abandon your dignity. The person God is leading you to will honor you because they honor God. They will protect you because they understand you are a trust from the Almighty. They will cherish you not for what they can take, but for what they can give. That is the difference between human desire and divine design. So lift up your head and walk in faith. When you feel forgotten, remind yourself that God is still writing. When you feel abandoned, remind yourself that God is still guiding. When you feel unlovable, remind yourself that God is still preparing. The promise of God is not empty and His hand is not slow. The one who already loves you is being shaped by the same God who is shaping you. And at the appointed time, your paths will meet, and you will see with your own eyes what your heart has believed all along. That God is faithful and His love never fails. Every story of God's guidance is marked by patience, but every testimony of His provision is marked by joy. Yours will be no different. You will one day look back on this season of uncertainty and thank God for not letting you rush, for not letting you settle, for not letting you give up. You will see that His timing was perfect. His choice was flawless, and His plan was greater than anything you could have orchestrated on your own. God is leading you, and He is leading you well. Trust Him, for the one who already loves you is also trusting Him, waiting for you, praying for you, and longing for the day God unites your lives under His divine plan. And now I tell you with all the weight of truth in my heart, do not doubt what God has already declared over your life. God has written your story with care. He has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you to wander endlessly. He is leading you step by step to someone who will not only stand beside you, but will love you with a love that has been planted in their heart by God Himself. That love will not fade. It will not be shallow. It will not break under pressure. It is anchored in the eternal power of the one who is love itself. Do not let fear steal the beauty of this promise. Do not let impatience push you toward what was never meant for your heart. Do not let the pain of yesterday blind you to the goodness that's still ahead. The hand of God never trembles. His design is perfect. His timing is divine. And when He finally brings you face to face with the one He has chosen for you, you'll realize that every tear, every quiet prayer, every night of waiting carried purpose. It was heaven shaping you to receive what only His wisdom could craft. Hold on tight, my friend. Stand your ground in faith. Keep your heart lifted in trust. For soon you'll look back and declare, God has truly been faithful. God has truly led me well. And in that moment you'll see clearly, it was never chaos, never confusion, but God gently guiding you toward the embrace of someone who already carries your love within them. Because that love was planted by His own hand. And when it finally meets you, it will mirror His endless, holy love. My friend, let me ask you something today. What do you do when life itself seems to corner you with the impossible? What do you do when the doctor shakes his head and says there's no cure left to try? What do you do when your wallet is empty, your heart is weary, your family is breaking apart, and every door you knock on stays shut? What do you do when the weight of life pushes you to your knees and every whisper around you says, "It's over"? I tell you, lift your eyes to heaven, for the same God who scattered the stars and spoke light into being knows the silent cry of your heart, even in the middle of what feels impossible. He hears the prayers you can't put into words. He counts the tears that fall unseen in the darkness. He knows your every longing, your every need, even the ones that seem unreachable. And He alone holds the power to make what seems impossible bow to His will. There is no darkness so deep that God's light cannot pierce through. No wall so high that He cannot bring it down with a single word. No storm so violent that He cannot calm it with His breath. The impossible is not the end of your story. It is where the glory of God begins to shine. It is the place where human strength collapses and divine power rises. Many of you listening today are burdened under the weight of circumstances that you cannot change. You have prayed, you have waited, and you have asked, "Where is the breakthrough? Where is the answer?" Hear me now. Just because you don't see movement doesn't mean God is not working. Just because the ground looks barren doesn't mean the seed is not sprouting underneath. Just because the night feels long doesn't mean the dawn is not on its way. God knows your desire even when the situation looks impossible, and He has not forgotten you. Do you know why God allows you to face the impossible? Because it is in those moments that you discover who He really is. When all human help is gone, when every option fails, when every friend turns away, then you find that God is enough. You may have thought your faith was strong when the path was easy, but faith is not proven in comfort. It is proven in crisis. Faith is not revealed on the mountaintop. It is revealed in the valley. And God knows exactly what He is doing. He knows your heart's desire. He knows the prayers you have whispered in the stillness of the night. He knows the longing that burns inside of you, the need that others cannot see, the dream you have carried for years. And God is saying to you today, do not be afraid, do not give up. I am the God of the impossible. Some of you are listening right now and you have been carrying an unfulfilled desire for years. Maybe it is the desire to see your family restored. Maybe it is the desire to rise out of poverty. Maybe it is the desire to walk in peace when your mind has been tormented. Maybe it is the desire to break free from a chain that has held you for too long. And you say to yourself, this is impossible. But I am here to declare to you what is impossible with men is possible with God. The doctors may not have the cure, but God holds the keys of life and death. The judges may not give you justice, but God is the judge of all the earth, and He does not sleep. The doors of opportunity may be locked to you, but God is the one who opens doors no man can shut. He knows your desire, and He is not limited by the word impossible. The reason many of us faint in the waiting is because we think God has forgotten us. But God does not forget. God does not misplace His people. God does not miscalculate His timing. God does not overlook your prayers. The waiting season is not wasted, lo. It is the season in which God shapes you, molds you, prepares you for what is coming. You think you are standing still, but God is working beneath the surface. You think nothing is changing, but God is aligning circumstances you cannot see. He is moving hearts, shifting atmospheres, removing obstacles, breaking chains. And when the time is right, the very thing you thought could never happen will break forth like a flood. Your desire is not hidden from Him. Your tears are not wasted. Your faith is not in vain. I want you to think about this. When a child cries in the night, the parent hears. Even if the house is filled with noise, the parent recognizes the sound of that child. And if an earthly parent can respond to the cry of their child, how much more will God respond to the cry of His people? Your cries do not go unnoticed. Your prayers do not rise into emptiness. They ascend before the throne of the Almighty, and He bends His ear to listen. The silence of heaven is not the absence of God. It is the preparation of something greater than you imagined. He knows your desire in the impossible situation, and He is not silent forever. Sometimes God allows the situation to grow darker so that when the breakthrough comes, no one can say it was human strength. Sometimes God lets the odds stack against you so that when the victory arrives, everyone will know it was His hand. Sometimes He waits until the last moment so that the glory will belong to Him alone. That is why your impossible situation is not a curse. It is an opportunity for God to show His greatness. You may feel weak, but God is strong. You may feel small, but God is infinite. You may feel forgotten, but God's eyes are always on you. When the world says finished, God says not yet. When the enemy says impossible, God says, watch me work, my friend. Hear me closely. When you look at your life and see the mountain that will not move, when you stare at the river that you cannot cross, when the giant in front of you seems stronger than anything you have ever faced, I want you to remember one thing. God knows. God knows your pain, your hunger, your desire, your prayer. He knows the secret longing of your heart. He knows the very thing you have been afraid to speak aloud. He knows what weighs you down in the night and what steals your peace in the day. And He does not only know, He has already measured it, already written the answer, already carved the pathway that will lead you out of what seems impossible. Many people say, I want God to remove the impossible situation. But beloved, sometimes God does not remove it. He transforms it. Sometimes He does not erase the mountain. He gives you the strength to climb it. Sometimes He does not dry up the river. He builds the bridge that carries you across. Sometimes He does not silence the storm. He anchors your soul so deeply in Him that the storm loses its power to destroy you. This is why you must never judge God by your present circumstance. He is bigger than what you see. He is wiser than what you know, and He knows what is good for you even when you cannot understand why the delay is long or why the road is difficult. His knowledge surpasses the wisdom of all men, and His timing is perfect. Let me tell you, desire is not something that hides from God. Desire is something He Himself placed within you. The very dream that burns in your spirit, the very hunger that drives you to your knees, that very ache in your soul, it was not placed there by accident. God put it there. And if He placed it within you, then He intends to fulfill it in His time and His way. Your desire may look impossible, but the one who gave you breath also gave you purpose. And purpose will never be denied when it is rooted in God. That is why you must never confuse delay with denial. Just because the blessing has not arrived yet does not mean it is not coming. Just because the healing has not manifested yet does not mean it is not on the way. Just because the door is still closed does not mean the key is not in God's hand. The reason some of you are broken right now is because you have been staring at the size of your problem instead of the size of your God. You have been measuring your situation by human ability instead of divine power. You have been listening to the voice of doubt instead of the voice of faith. But I came to tell you today, God is not intimidated by your impossibility. God is not limited by the laws of nature, by the verdict of men, by the reports of experts, or by the limits of time. When He decides to move, nothing can stop Him. When He chooses to open a door, no one can shut it. When He speaks life into a dead situation, even the grave must give way. Impossible is not in the vocabulary of God. And let me say this, God often uses impossibility to reveal His greatness to you. If life were easy, you would never learn to depend on Him. If every prayer were answered instantly, you would never grow in faith. If every mountain melted away at the first sign of struggle, you would never learn perseverance. But God allows the impossible to stretch you, to refine you, to deepen your trust, to strengthen your spirit, and to reveal to you that He is not a small God who works only in the shallow waters. He is the God of the deep, the God of the storm, the God of the wilderness, the God of the midnight hour. He is with you when the road is clear, and He is with you when the path is blocked. He is present when the sun shines, and He is present when the night seems endless. And all the while He knows your desire. Do you know what God is teaching you in the waiting? He is teaching you that your desire must not become your idol. Too often people love the blessing more than the giver. They crave the miracle more than the one who performs it. They want the gift more than they want the presence of God. And so in His mercy, God delays because He wants your heart first. He wants your trust first. He wants you to love Him not only for what He can give, but for who He is. And when He sees that your heart clings to Him more than to the outcome, that your faith rests in Him more than in the desire, that your joy is found in Him more than in the answer, that is when He releases the impossible into your hands. Some of you are asking, why has it taken so long? Let me tell you, time is not the enemy when God holds it. Time is the tool He uses to prepare you, to prepare the blessing, and to prepare the people around you. Some blessings are delayed because God is protecting you. Some are delayed because He is strengthening you. Some are delayed because the blessing itself is not ready yet. If He gave it too soon, it would crush you. If He answered too quickly, you might mishandle it. If He opened the door before you were mature, the very thing you prayed for could destroy you. But when the fullness of time arrives, what looked impossible will unfold in a way that leaves no doubt it was God and God alone. Beloved, I want to stir your faith today. Do not let your impossibility become your identity. Do not label yourself by your struggle. You are not defined by your lack, your sickness, your brokenness, or your failure. You are defined by the God who created you. And that God is faithful. He has not abandoned you. He has not overlooked you. He has not turned His face away from you. He is closer to you in the impossible than you realize. He is whispering to your heart even now, do not be afraid, do not lose hope. I am with you and I know your desire. My friend, there is something you must understand. Oh, the impossible situation you face is not designed to destroy you. It is designed to reveal God's strength in you. The valley you walk through may feel endless. The walls around you may feel suffocating. But God is the one who walks into the fire with you, and He never lets the flames consume you. You may think you are alone, but you are not. You may think your cries vanish into the night, but every whisper of your heart is carried straight to the throne of the Almighty. He knows your desire before you speak it, before you shape it into words, before you even recognize it yourself. He is closer than your very breath, and He has already seen the outcome long before you began the battle. There are moments when God allows the desire to remain unfulfilled for a time. Not because He delights in your struggle, but because He wants to draw you deeper into trust. The truth is this: your relationship with God is not tested when life is comfortable, but when life is unbearable. Anyone can say they trust God when the cupboards are full, when the children are healthy, when the body is strong. But what happens when the cupboards are empty? When sickness enters the home? When strength fades away? That is where trust is refined like fire. That is where faith ceases to be theory and becomes the very foundation you stand on. And when you hold on in those moments, you declare to every power of darkness and every whisper of doubt, I believe God even when I cannot see Him. I believe He knows my desire even when the answer has not yet come. Too often people give up in the waiting. They think silence means absence, but silence is not absence. It is preparation. God is not delaying because He is careless. He is delaying because He is perfect. He is positioning you, aligning circumstances, removing people who would harm you, and building strength in your spirit that you did not know you had. Think of this. A tree planted in shallow soil will collapse when the winds blow. But a tree whose roots have been forced to go deep into the ground will stand no matter what storm comes. And so it is with you. God sometimes withholds the quick answer so that your roots of faith will grow deep, so that when the blessing comes, you will be able to carry it with strength and gratitude, not with pride and weakness. Never forget this. God is not only the God of beginnings, He is the God of completion. He does not start what He cannot finish. If He has placed a desire in your heart, He will bring it to pass in the way that honors Him and fulfills you. Some of you are carrying visions that look dead. You once had a dream, a hope, a fire that burned inside you, but disappointment poured cold water over it, and now you barely dare to believe again. But God specializes in resurrecting what looks finished. He breathes life where men declare death. He restores what time has broken. He lifts up what the world has cast down. And if you would dare to believe again, if you would dare to trust again, you will see that God has not forgotten what He placed inside you. Your desire is alive in His presence, even when it looks buried in your reality. And let me tell you this. Sometimes God answers not by removing the situation, but by transforming you in the middle of it. You may think the desire is only for a change in circumstance, but God is using that very circumstance to shape your character. You pray for the problem to be removed, but God is making you stronger than the problem. You pray for the door to open, but God is building endurance in you so that when the door does open, you will not crumble under the weight of the blessing. Your desire is not forgotten, but God is preparing you to carry it with wisdom and humility. What use is a blessing if you are not ready for it? What use is freedom if you do not know how to walk in it? God will not give you a gift that destroys you. He will only give you a gift that matures you, strengthens you, and brings glory to His name. Some of you are wrestling in the midnight hour saying, God, do you see me? Do you hear me? Do you know how much this means to me? And the answer is yes. He sees, He hears, He knows. But hear me clearly. God does not work according to your clock. He does not bend to your schedule. He is eternal. He knows the exact second when the answer must arrive, and He will never be late. You may feel pressed to the limit, but you will not break because He has measured the weight of your trial, and He knows exactly how much you can carry. You may feel you are at the edge, but that edge is not the end. It is the place where God's hand will lift you. Do not despise the impossible, for the impossible is the place where miracles are born. Do not curse the delay, for the delay is the place where faith matures. Do not run from the struggle, for the struggle is the place where your spirit learns to depend fully on God. You see, your desire is not simply about what you want. It is about who you are becoming. God is not only concerned with giving you the blessing, He is concerned with making you the kind of person who can honor Him with the blessing. And so He watches, He waits, He strengthens, He refines, And when the moment comes, the blessing will not be just an answer to prayer. It will be a testimony that God is faithful, that God sees, that God remembers. My friend, I must tell you this with fire in my soul. When God places you in an impossible situation, it is not to shame you. It is to shape you. The impossible is not God's way of abandoning you. It is His way of revealing Himself to you. For it is only in the furnace that gold is purified. It is only in the wilderness that strength is built. It is only in the midnight hour that faith learns to see in the dark. And God knows your desire. He knows the weight you carry. He knows the dream you nurture in secret. And He has not forgotten you. Do not mistake silence for neglect. Do not confuse waiting for rejection. God's silence is not absence. It is strategy. Just because He has not moved yet does not mean He is idle. Even when the surface looks still, beneath the soil roots are spreading, foundations are being laid, preparations are being made. God works in ways unseen so that when the answer bursts forth, it will come suddenly, powerfully, undeniably. You may feel like your story has reached its final page, but remember, God still holds the pen and the ink has not run dry. What looks impossible is simply the platform where His greatness will be revealed. Let me remind you, God is never confined by the circumstances surrounding you. People are limited by resources, by time, by strength. But God has no limits. He speaks things into existence that have never been seen before. He carves roads through wilderness and makes rivers flow through dry ground. He causes light to burst forth in the darkest night. And if He could create the universe out of nothing, He can rebuild your future from the pieces of what feels broken and lost. You might say, I have no strength left, no resources, no one beside me. But that, my friend, is exactly where the glory of God begins to shine, when nothing remains but Him. Some of you have whispered for years, God, please remember me. Hear this today. He already has. The delay is not His denial. The waiting is not wasted. Your desire has not been forgotten. God heard you the very first time you prayed. From that moment, the answer began its journey toward you. The struggle you face is not meant to destroy you, it's preparing you. It is to prepare you to carry the very thing you ask for. A vessel must be strong enough to hold the oil, or else it will break. And so God strengthens the vessel before He pours out the blessing. That is why you have faced resistance, why you have felt stretched, why the battle has been fierce. It is not because God has rejected you. It is because He is preparing you. And I tell you something more. The very impossibility that frightens you is the same impossibility that terrifies the enemy. Because the enemy knows what will happen when God breaks it open for you. The enemy knows the testimony you will carry, the lives you will touch, the strength you will release, the power of faith you will walk in. That is why he wants you to quit in the waiting. That is why he whispers lies into your mind. That is why he tells you it will never happen. But hear me, the enemy's words are dust. God's words are fire, and God's fire always burns brighter. Do not allow your desire to become a seed of bitterness. Too many let the delay twist their hearts. They say, God has forgotten me, God has overlooked me, God has abandoned me. No, He has not. Do not poison your spirit with unbelief. Hold on to faith even when your hands are trembling. Hold on to hope even when your eyes are filled with tears. For the God who gave breath to your body has not forgotten the cry of your soul. And let me go deeper. Sometimes what you think is the desire of your heart is only a shadow of something greater God wants to give you. You are asking for a small blessing, but God has a larger one in mind. You are asking for survival, but God wants to give you abundance. You are asking for the door in front of you to open, but God wants to lead you into a land you have never seen. This is why He delays, not because He ignores you, but because He intends to exceed you. He intends to give you more than what you dared to imagine. You want the possible, but God wants to show you the impossible. Beloved, faith is not believing that God can do what you think is reasonable. Faith is believing that God can do what men call ridiculous. Faith is believing that the barren can give birth, that the broken can rise again, that the prisoner can walk free, that the rejected can be chosen, that the impossible can become reality. And the moment you choose to believe, even when everything in you screams otherwise, that is the moment God moves. Listen closely, my friend. The very fact that you still have breath in your body is proof that God is not finished with you. If your story were over, you would not still be here. If your destiny had been canceled, your heart would not still be beating. God has preserved you for a reason. He has carried you through nights you thought would end you. He has sustained you in moments when you were too weak to stand. He has shielded you from dangers you never even knew were near. And why? Because He knows the desire of your heart. He knows the purpose of your life, and He is not about to let you drown in what looks impossible. There is power in knowing that God sees what men overlook. Men may dismiss your dreams as foolish, but God gave them to you. Men may mock your faith as unrealistic, but God honors it. Men may laugh at your prayers as hopeless, but God bottles every tear and records every cry. You are not invisible. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. God has been with you in every season. When you walked in joy and when you staggered in sorrow, when you stood in strength and when you fell in weakness, and through it all, He has carried the knowledge of your desire, waiting for the moment to bring it forth in His perfect timing. Do you know what separates those who see the impossible become possible and those who never do? It is persistence in faith. It is the refusal to let go of God even when everything around you screams that it is useless. It is the decision to stand in the ashes and still declare, I believe. It is the courage to say, though the night is long, I will not stop looking for the dawn. It is the resolve to trust that the one who knows the stars by name also knows the longing in your soul. And that kind of faith moves mountains because it is not rooted in circumstances. It is rooted in God. You may say, but I am tired, I am weary, I am broken. And I tell you, yes, you may be. But God is not tired. God is not weary. God is not broken. You are leaning on the one whose strength does not fail, whose wisdom does not falter, whose love does not fade. The weight that crushes you is light to Him. The burden that bends your back is nothing to His mighty hand. Stop trying to carry what only God can carry. Stop trying to fight battles that only God can win. Your desire is not accomplished by striving alone. It is fulfilled by surrender. When you lay it down before Him, when you release it into His care, when you say, God, you know best. That is when peace floods your heart and power flows into your situation. And I tell you something else. Say, God does not answer according to your impatience. He answers according to His wisdom. Sometimes we demand quick answers, but quick answers do not always produce lasting fruit. God is not interested in temporary solutions. He is interested in eternal results. That is why He takes His time. why He works in ways you cannot see, why He allows you to walk through valleys before bringing you to the mountain. He is not only concerned with giving you what you desire, He is concerned with shaping you into the person who can handle it, protect it, and multiply it for His glory. Remember this truth: every great testimony is born in a great test. Without the trial, there is no triumph. Without the struggle, there is no strength. Without the impossible, there is no miracle. You may want the crown, but the crown is only given after the battle. You may want the harvest, but the harvest only comes after the sowing. And in the same way, your desire will be fulfilled, but only after the process has done its work in you. Do not despise the process, for the process is the hand of God preparing you for what you ask for. When you are surrounded by impossibility, when the walls close in on you and every direction seems sealed, that is not the end of your story. That is the stage upon which God shows His greatest power. The human heart often trembles when confronted with circumstances too heavy to bear, but it is in those very moments that God's presence burns brightest. What seems like a dead end to man is only a doorway for God. He has never been bound by what is possible to men. For His word created the heavens and the earth, and His command still sustains them. If He spoke existence out of nothingness, can He not bring life, order, and victory out of your situation? Do not measure your future by the limits of your resources. Do not measure God by the boundaries of human ability. The eyes of flesh will tell you there is no way. But the eyes of faith remind you that God is the way maker, the one who causes rivers to flow in the desert and bread to rain from heaven. Your desires may look foolish in the face of your trials, but remember this. Say, God placed that desire in your heart, and He is able to bring it to pass in His perfect time. Never let the enemy deceive you into believing that God has forgotten you. He has not turned His face from you. He has not closed His ears to your cries. Your tears are counted, your prayers are stored, and your trust will not be in vain. Think of how God works in the hidden places. Seeds germinate underground, unseen by the human eye, yet in due season they burst forth into life. So it is with your impossible desires. They may seem buried, lifeless, invisible, but beneath the soil of your waiting, God is working, preparing, aligning, shaping, and arranging what your eyes cannot yet see. If you can endure the silence, if you can hold on through the waiting, you will live to see the fulfillment of what God promised you. Do not despise the waiting seasons, for they are not wasted. They are wombs where miracles are formed. Many times we think God delays, but He is never late. He is not confined to our calendars, nor is He restricted by our timetables. When He moves at the perfect moment. Not too early to leave it unfinished and not too late to bring despair. If your desire looks impossible today, it is because God is preparing a testimony that will leave no room for doubt. When He answers, no one will be able to say it was your strength, your wisdom, or your strategy. It will be known by all that it was the hand of God. The danger in impossible situations is not the situation itself. It is the temptation to give up hope, to stop praying, to believe the lie that God has abandoned you. That is why the enemy fights your faith so fiercely. He knows that if you keep believing, if you keep trusting, if you keep calling on God's name, then the impossible must bow to the will of the Almighty. Hold firm, therefore, refuse to let despair rob you of your confidence in God. Stand tall in faith even when the storm rages. The night may be long, but God has promised that dawn will come. Remember, God has a history of stepping into impossible places. Did He not part the Red Sea for a people with no escape? Did He not cause water to gush from a rock in a barren desert? Did He not close the mouths of lions and quench the fury of fire for those who trusted Him? And if God did it, then He can do it again. His power has not diminished. His authority has not weakened. His promises have not expired. The same God who moved in ages past is moving in your life today. So lift your head even in the valley of impossibility. Speak to your heart. Command it not to faint. Tell your soul that God is still on the throne, still ruling, still orchestrating, still delivering. Do not silence your desire, for it is the seed of what God intends to do. Your impossible desire is not a burden. It is an invitation to witness the greatness of God. He chose you to carry it, so that when it comes to pass, you will testify of His power to all who see. And let me tell you something, God loves the impossible, for it is in the impossible that His glory shines the brightest. If man could solve it, if human hands could fix it, then it would not show the power of God. But when the door is locked, when the way is blocked, when the path is dark, and when hope is gone, that is when God shows up with light, with deliverance, with power, and with victory. Therefore, do not despise your impossible season. Embrace it, for it is the very soil where God will plant His miracle. Your situation is not too far gone. Your dream is not too big. Your desire is not too outrageous. With God, nothing is impossible. And when He moves, He will move in such a way that you will weep with awe. You will fall to your knees in gratitude, and you will declare with trembling lips that God has done what no man could ever do. When you walk through the fire of impossibility, do not fear, for God is with you. When the waters of uncertainty rise against you, do not be afraid, for God holds them back with His command. The strength of man will fail, the counsel of the wise will falter, and the wealth of the powerful will crumble. But the word of God stands forever. Your situation may appear unmovable, but God is not limited by appearances. He sees beyond the visible. He works beyond the natural. He moves beyond the reach of human understanding. Where you see walls, God sees open doors. Where you see a closed chapter, God sees the unfolding of a greater story. So often we confuse impossibility with finality. We think that because we cannot see a way, there must be no way. But God does not require your eyes to see before He acts. He does not ask your mind to understand before He performs. He is not waiting for human approval to release His power. God is independent, sovereign, absolute, and limitless. What He wills, He does. What He speaks comes to pass. And what He has determined for your life, no force of darkness, no opposition of men, no chain of circumstance can stop. In your impossible desire lies a hidden truth. It is not there by accident. The longing you carry in your spirit is not random. It is planted by God to draw you into deeper dependence on Him. If you could fulfill it by your own strength, you would have no need to call upon His name. If you could reach it by your own wisdom, you would have no reason to bow in prayer. But when the desire outweighs your ability, when the dream exceeds your reach, when the mountain towers higher than your strength, then you are positioned for God to reveal His glory. And understand this, God is not only aware of your desire, He is shaping it, purifying it, and aligning it with His will. Sometimes He allows the impossible to remain just long enough to refine your heart, to strip away pride, to break self-reliance, and to anchor you more firmly in His power. God does not deny your desires to punish you. He delays to prepare you. He does not withhold because he is unkind. He waits because his timing will be perfect. You may think you are waiting on God, but often God is waiting on you to grow, to trust, to surrender, to mature. Think of Abraham, who carried a promise for years before he saw its fulfillment. Think of Moses, who wandered in the wilderness before leading his people into freedom. Think of Joseph, who dreamed of greatness but endured betrayal, slavery, and prison before rising to power. In each of these, God placed a desire that looked impossible, but in time he brought it to pass in a way that magnified his power. Your life is no different. If God has allowed you to carry an impossible desire, he has already prepared the miracle that will fulfill it. Do not let the silence of God deceive you into thinking he is absent. God's silence is not his abandonment. It is often his preparation. He is weaving threads you cannot see. He is moving hearts you cannot touch. He is arranging circumstances you cannot influence. And when the appointed time arrives, everything will fall into place so swiftly, so perfectly, that you will know it was orchestrated by his hand alone. Lift your faith higher than your fears. Refuse to let the size of your problem dictate the strength of your prayers. Do not pray according to what you see. Pray according to what God can do. For he can bring water out of stone, light out of darkness, abundance out of lack, and life out of death. When you ask, do not ask small. Do not shrink your desire to fit your human reasoning. Ask boldly, for God delights in showing his greatness. Ask faithfully, for he rewards those who trust him fully. Ask persistently, for delay is not denial, and the waiting is never wasted. The impossible is not a barrier to God. It is a stage for his glory. And when he fulfills your desire, it will not only bless you, but it will bless everyone who sees it. People will look at your life and say, "This is the hand of God." Your testimony will become a beacon for others walking through their own impossibilities. You will be a living reminder that with God, nothing is beyond reach. So today, hold fast to your desire. Do not bury it under fear. Do not silence it with doubt. Do not hand it over to despair. Place it in the hands of God and trust that he who knows your heart also holds your future. He will not fail you. He cannot fail you. For God is faithful, and his faithfulness endures forever. And so, my friend, when you find yourself staring into the impossible, do not tremble as though you are alone. For you are not alone. God is with you. God knows the cry of your heart, the longing you dare not even whisper, the desire that feels too great to hope for. He knows the burden you carry, the dream that feels buried, the prayer that seems unanswered. And God is not blind to your tears, nor deaf to your prayers, nor distant from your pain. He is nearer than your breath, closer than your thoughts, and stronger than the storm that surrounds you. The truth you must never forget is this: impossibility is not the end. It is the doorway for God's glory to be revealed. Where you see dead ends, God sees new beginnings. Where you see failure, God sees the soil of victory. Where you see darkness, God is already preparing light. Your story is not finished. Your desire is not wasted, and your future is not forgotten. God has written it, and his hand cannot be erased. So rise up in faith. Refuse to let the weight of impossibility crush your hope. Stand firm even when everything shakes. Raise your voice in prayer even when heaven seems silent. Keep believing even when your eyes can't see a single sign. Because in God's perfect timing, every impossibility will bend to his will. And when it unfolds, it won't just fill your heart with joy, it will stand as a testimony to the world that nothing is too hard for God. Hold this truth close to your heart. The desire that lives inside your impossible situation is not a mistake. It is a divine promise of what God is preparing to fulfill. Trust Him, wait for Him, cling to Him. For the day will come when you will look back, your lips trembling and your heart overflowing with joy, and say, God saw my desire, and He has done what no one else could ever do. Have you ever lain awake in the stillness of the night, your thoughts spinning with fear about what tomorrow may bring? Wondering how the bills will be paid, how the sickness will be healed, how the door will open, or how the storm will finally pass? Have you ever felt your chest grow tight with worry, your mind tangled in endless questions, your strength slowly drained by the weight of what you cannot control? My friend, hear me now with truth and power burning in my spirit. You do not need to worry any longer because God has already worked it out for you. The battle that keeps you awake at night has already been decided in heaven's court. The fight that looks impossible has already been won by the one who reigns over all. The tears you've cried in silence have already been counted, and before your prayer ever left your lips, God had already written the answer. You've been carrying a weight that God never intended for you to bear. And tonight, I say to you, let it go, for God has already taken care of it. Worry steals your peace. It drains your joy. It steals your strength before the real battle has even begun. Worry shackles your heart in chains of fear, convincing you that you are alone, that no one hears, that no one cares. But I tell you today, you are not alone. God has gone before you. God has walked into tomorrow long before you stepped into it. God has already cleared the path you are trembling to walk on. You may see darkness, but God has already lit the way. You may see a closed door, but God has already turned the key. You may hear the voices of doubt, but God has already spoken a word of victory. Why do you tremble at shadows when the light has already shone? Why do you bow to fear when God has already given you the promise of triumph? Think of how many times you worried about something only to look back later and realize it never came to pass the way you feared. Think of how many hours you wasted in dread only to discover that God had already arranged a way out, a solution, a blessing hidden in the very place you feared. Worry is faith in the power of the problem, but trust is faith in the power of God. Which one will you give your heart to tonight? Will you let fear sit on the throne of your mind, or will you let God reign as the master of your destiny? You cannot serve both. You cannot bow to worry and claim to believe in God's power at the same time. Either God has worked it or He has not. And if you believe He has, then why torment yourself with the what-ifs? Why lose today's joy over tomorrow's unknown when tomorrow's answer is already written by the hand of God? I tell you with deep conviction, your problem is not your problem. Your real problem is your doubt in the one who has already solved it. You keep asking, but what if this doesn't work out? What if I fail? What if I'm rejected? What if the sickness grows worse? What if I lose everything? But have you ever stopped to ask, what if God has all my breakthrough? What if the rejection is actually protection? What if the failure is actually redirection? What if the door that slammed shut was never meant for me, and God is preparing something far greater? You see, worry narrows your vision to the problem, but faith lifts your eyes to see God's hand already moving in ways you cannot yet perceive. While you are pacing the floor in fear, God is arranging people, opportunities, and outcomes that you could never orchestrate on your own. While you are biting your nails in anxiety, God is whispering to the winds, commanding them to shift in your favor. While you are crying in despair, God is weaving the very threads of your pain into a tapestry of purpose. I tell you, every time you choose to worry, you are choosing to insult the sovereignty of God. Every time you let anxiety take control, you are saying that the Creator of heaven and earth is not capable of handling your situation. And is He not capable? Is the one who hung the stars in the heavens and set the oceans and their boundaries suddenly too weak to carry your burden? Is the one who formed you in the secret place, who numbered every hair on your head, who breathed life into your lungs, suddenly indifferent to your cries? My friend, do not let the enemy deceive you. God has not abandoned you. God has not forgotten you. God is not late. He is never late. He has already worked it out. Look at the mountains of your life. They look immovable, but God says they will crumble. Look at the storm that rages against you. It looks overwhelming, but God says peace is already declared. Look at the enemies who rise up against you. They look powerful, but God says they are already defeated. The path may look blocked, but God has already built a road through the wilderness. The well may look dry, but God has already spoken water into the desert. The night may look endless, but God has already commanded the morning to rise. Do you not see the worry in your heart is a lie? Because God has already written a different ending. I want you to grasp this with your whole being. The battle is not yours, it is God's. The weight is not yours, it is God's. The future is not yours to control, it is God's to unfold. You cannot add a single hour to your life by worrying. You cannot change a single outcome by fretting. You cannot bend reality by twisting yourself in knots of fear. But you can destroy your peace. You can poison your spirit. You can blind yourself to the blessings that are already being poured out. And that is exactly why worry is so dangerous. It distracts you from seeing what God is already doing. It blinds you from recognizing the answer that is already in motion. It keeps you chained to fear while God is calling you to freedom. Hear me now, every sleepless night you've endured, God has seen. Every tear that has rolled down your face in secret, God has counted. Every whispered prayer you thought went unheard, God has already answered. You think you are waiting on God, but many times it is God waiting on you to release the worry, to release the fear, to let go of the outcome, and to trust that He has already completed the work on your behalf. God does not operate on your panic. He operates on His plan, and His plan has never failed. Not once in all of history has God's purpose been defeated by the schemes of men, by the weapons of the enemy, or by the fears of the anxious. If His plan has never failed, then why should yours be any different? When you were formed, God already wrote the story of your life. Before you faced the storm, God already designed the rainbow. Before you entered the valley, God already carved the path out. Before the problem showed up, God already designed the solution. And before you even knew what to pray, God had already sent the answer. That is why you can live without worry. Because you are not walking blindly into chaos. You are walking into a future already authored by the hand of God. And if the author of life has written a script, then every page, even the painful ones, are part of a greater story that ends in victory. Do you realize what worry does to you? It makes you live twice through the same storm. Once in your imagination and then again in reality. And most of the time, reality never comes close to the nightmare you built in your mind. Worry magnifies the shadows, but it never changes the truth. And the truth is this: God has already set boundaries around your struggle. He has already measured the weight of your burden and promised not to give you more than you can bear. He has already written the end from the beginning, and your worry cannot. You are rehearsing defeat. But when you cling to faith, you are rehearsing victory before it arrives. God has already worked it. And when He works, no one can reverse it. Think about the strength of God for a moment. The mountains rise and fall at His command. The rivers carve their paths because He spoke it to be so. The sun rises faithfully because He ordered it. And yet you tremble as if your life is too complex for His wisdom. You shake as if your need is too great for His provision. You fear as if your problem could possibly outweigh His power. No, my friend, if God can command the galaxies to hold their place, He can certainly handle the weight of your tomorrow. If God can provide for the birds of the air and clothe the flowers of the field, He has already provided for you. Your fear may tell you it is uncertain, but God says it is already secured. Your doubt may whisper, it is impossible, but God says it is already done. Worry feeds on the lie that you are abandoned, but you are not abandoned. God has walked every step with you, even the ones where you felt utterly alone. When you felt abandoned by people, when you were misunderstood by family, when you stood in the crowd but felt unseen, God was watching. He was guiding. He was orchestrating. He was working things in ways that your eyes could not see. Do not let the silence of God fool you into thinking He is absent. The silence of God often means He is working on something far greater behind the curtain of your life. You may not hear His voice in the storm, but the storm itself is already under His authority. You may not see His hand in the wilderness, but the very wilderness is under His control. You think the waiting is wasted, but the waiting is where God builds the strength in you to carry the blessing He has prepared. You think the delay is denial, but the delay is often protection. You think the silence is rejection, but the silence is the soil where God is planting something that will bloom in its appointed time. Worry resists the silence, but faith embraces it. Worry screams for answers, but faith trusts that the answer is already sealed in the hands of God. And I tell you, when the appointed time comes, nothing and no one will be able to stop what God has prepared for you. Let me speak this clearly, or Papa. Your future is not in the hands of chance, it is in the hands of God. The economy is not your provider, God is. Your employer is not your master, God is. The sickness in your body does not control your destiny, God does. The betrayal of people does not define your outcome, God defines it. So why should you let worry chain you to the false belief that your life is at the mercy of circumstances? You are not at the mercy of chance. You are in the grip of God's will. And if you are in His grip, nothing can snatch you out. The reason you must let go of worry is not just because it is heavy, but because it is useless. Worry has never healed a sickness. Worry has never paid a bill. Worry has never opened a door. Worry has never restored a broken heart. All worry has ever done is rob you of the strength to endure until God's provision arrives. Worry eats away at the very energy you need to see the answer when it comes. Worry blinds you to opportunities that are standing right in front of you. Worry makes you doubt when you should be declaring. Worry keeps you on the ground when God is calling you to soar. Why would you serve such a cruel master when you could walk in the peace of God? Peace does not come when the storm ends. Peace comes when you realize that the storm is already under God's control. Peace does not come when the provision is in your hand. Peace comes when you trust that God has already released it in His time. Peace does not come when the enemy is gone. Peace comes when you understand that the enemy is already defeated by the power of God. And once you know that, once you truly grasp that worry loses its grip, fear loses its hold, anxiety loses its teeth, because you are no longer living in reaction to the storm. You are living in response to the God who commands it. Listen closely. Some of you are so consumed with worry that you cannot even enjoy the blessings God has already given you. You are surrounded by answers you once prayed for, but your eyes are fixed on the next problem. You asked God for a job and He gave it to you, but now you are consumed with fear of losing it. You asked God for provision and He supplied it, but now you worry if it will last. You asked God for strength and He strengthened you, but now you doubt whether you can make it through the next valley. Worry blinds you to the blessings you are already standing in. And if you cannot recognize today's miracle, how will you ever receive for you to rise up and declare that your life is not ruled by fear, but by faith? The time has come for you to trust the God who has never failed. The time has come for you to silence the voices in your head that tell you it will not work, and to lift your voice in praise to the God who has already worked it out. You cannot keep entertaining fear and expect to walk in freedom. You cannot keep feeding doubt and expect to live in peace. You must starve your worry and feed your faith. You must stop rehearsing the disaster and start rehearsing the promises of God. God has promised to sustain you. God has promised to guide you. God has promised to protect you. God has promised to provide for you. God has promised to never abandon you. And if God has promised, then it is already settled. Worry questions what God has already answered. Worry argues with what God has already declared. Worry resists what God has already done. But faith bows before God and says, I believe it even if I cannot see it. I trust it even if I cannot feel it. I know it is finished even if I cannot yet touch it. Tonight, I want you to let this truth burn into your spirit. Nothing you are facing today has caught God by surprise. Not the sickness, not the betrayal, not the financial strain, not the heartbreak. God knew it before you arrived at this moment. And He has already worked the outcome for your good. What you see as a problem, God may be using as a preparation. What you see as a closed door, God may be using as redirection. What you see as a loss, God may be using as protection. You do not see the full picture yet, but God does. And when the picture is complete, you will look back and say, now I understand why I had to go through that. Now I see why it didn't work out my way. Now I see why the delay was necessary. God was working all along. Some of you are standing at a crossroads in your life, paralyzed by worry because you are afraid to make the wrong move. You fear the path ahead will collapse beneath your feet. You fear the decision you make will destroy everything you have built. But hear me well, God is already in tomorrow. God has already inspected the ground you are about to walk on. God has already gone before you and marked the way. When you walk with faith, you are not stepping into the unknown. You are stepping into what God has already prepared. Worry says, what if I fail? Faith says, God has already established my steps. Worry says, what if I lose? Faith says, God has already secured my portion. Worry says, what if this destroys me? Faith says, God has already ordained that all things work together for my good. You may feel as though the world is against you. People may plot against you. Voices may rise to condemn you. Enemies may sharpen their weapons to strike at you. But do you think God is unaware? Do you think the one who sees the heart of every man cannot see their schemes? God has already disarmed them. God has already turned their curse into a blessing. God has already written the downfall of every plan formed against you. While you are trembling at their threats, God has already declared their defeat. Do not waste your energy fearing what others may do to you, because no one can undo what God has already spoken over your life. Worry thrives in the soil of the unknown. It whispers, "You do not know what will happen, but God has already written your days. God has already measured your years. God has already numbered your breaths." You may not know what tomorrow holds, but you know who holds tomorrow. The unknown may terrify you, but it is not unknown to God. And if it is not unknown to God, why should it paralyze you? Your mind may not understand the plan, but your heart can rest in the assurance that God has already secured it. Worry resists the mystery, but faith embraces it, because faith trusts that even in mystery, God's hand is still moving. Let me tell you something important. Sometimes worry comes because you are staring too long at the problem. You are magnifying it in your sight, feeding it with your attention, letting it grow larger and larger until it swallows your peace. But have you turned your eyes to God? The more you look at the problem, the bigger it becomes. The more you look at God, the smaller the problem becomes. Worry grows when you fixate on what is against you. Faith grows when you fixate on the one who is for you. You cannot look at both at the same time. You must decide which direction you will fix your gaze. Will you stare at the storm, or will you lift your eyes to the one who commands the winds? Worry also comes because you are carrying what was never meant for you. You are holding responsibility for outcomes that belong to God alone. You are trying to solve problems that only God can solve. You are trying to open doors that only God can open. You are trying to heal wounds that only God can heal. And no wonder you feel crushed beneath the weight. You were never designed to be God. You were designed to trust God. You were never created to control every outcome. You were created to surrender to the one who holds every outcome in his hands. Letting go is not giving up. It is placing it in the hands of the one who has already finished the work. Understand this. Your worry does not impress God, and it does not make him move any faster. God is not stirred by your fear. He is moved by your faith. Faith is not proven by how loudly you speak in the light, but by how firmly you stand when darkness surrounds you. Faith is believing that even when no path is visible, God has already opened one. Faith is trusting that even when heaven seems silent, God has already spoken his answer. Faith is stepping forward when everything inside you wants to turn back, because you know God has already gone before you. There is something powerful that happens when you finally let go of worry. Your mind becomes clear. Your heart becomes light, and suddenly you begin to see what God has been doing all along. Worry blinds, but trust opens your eyes. Worry paralyzes, but trust sets your feet in motion. Worry silences your voice, but trust fills your mouth with praise. And when you live in trust, you no longer wait in fear for tomorrow. You rest in peace, knowing that tomorrow is already secured. Think of the seasons of your life. The seed does not worry when it is buried in the soil. It trusts that its time will come. The tree does not worry when winter strips its branches bare. It trusts that spring will return. The river does not worry when the rocks block its way. It trusts that the water will carve a new path. So why do you, made in the image of God, worry when your life enters a season of silence or loss or delay? If the creation trusts the Creator, should you not do the same? God has already determined the season of your breakthrough. God has already commanded your harvest. God has already appointed your time of renewal. The seed may wait in darkness, but its future is secure. And so is yours. Some of you are holding on to memories of failure and using them as fuel for worry. You say, I tried before and it didn't work. I prayed before and nothing changed. I hoped before and I was disappointed. But do you not know that God is not limited by your past? The failure you fear so much is not the end. It was the preparation. The disappointment you carry is not the verdict. It was the foundation. God does not waste your pain. God does not waste your losses. God does not waste your tears. What you see as wasted years, God sees as training ground. What you see as brokenness, God sees as the soil where strength is being born. Do not let the failures of yesterday write the story of tomorrow. God has already written tomorrow, and it is greater than the pain of your past. I tell you with conviction, every obstacle you face has already been measured by God. Not one trial has escaped His eye. Not one struggle has been allowed outside of His knowledge. If you face it, it is because God has already provided the strength to endure it. If you encounter it, it is because God has already written the way through it. If it has come to your door, it is because God has already ordained that you will overcome it. The presence of the trial does not mean God has abandoned you. It means God has trusted you with a challenge that will reveal His glory through you. You must rise above the illusion of control. Worry thrives in the hearts of those who think they can manage everything, fix everything, and predict everything. But life will prove you wrong again and again. Control is an illusion. The only true control belongs to God. And when you finally release the need to control every detail, when you finally hand the pen back to the author, when you finally say, God, you have already worked it. I trust you. Then and only then will peace flood your heart like a river. There are moments in life when the weight of uncertainty presses so heavily upon you that even your breath feels labored. When each step forward feels like walking into a fog that grows thicker instead of clearing. In those moments, the temptation of worry screams the loudest. It tells you that you must find your own way, that you must struggle in your own strength, that if you do not hold everything together, it will all collapse. But do you not see that this very pressure is what God uses to push you closer to Him? The fog maybe confuses you, God sees with absolute clarity. What intimidates you, God has already subdued. What feels like chaos in your hands is already order in His. The danger of worry is that it convinces you to trust in your own sight rather than in God's vision. Your sight is limited. Your vision is narrow. Your understanding is fragile. You see the wall and assume there is no passage, but God sees the door hidden within the wall. You see the storm clouds and assume destruction is coming, but God sees the rain that will water your next harvest. You see the valley and assume it is your grave, but God sees the path that leads to your next mountain. When you worry, you put your faith in your own limited vision. But when you trust, you put your faith in God's limitless vision. And His vision is never clouded. I tell you the truth, worry does not only rob you of peace, it robs you of obedience. When worry governs your heart, you hesitate to act where God has already commanded. You delay when God says move. You remain silent when God says speak. You cling tightly when God says release. Worry makes you a prisoner of hesitation. But God is calling you to act, to move, to trust, even when you cannot yet see the outcome. The blessing often waits on the other side of your obedience. But if worry paralyzes you, you may miss what God has already placed within reach. Let me tell you something you may not have considered. Sometimes the very thing you're worrying about is the thing God has already marked as the instrument of your elevation. The opposition you dread is the very stage where God will reveal your strength. The burden you carry is the very weight that will train you for your destiny. The closed door you cry about is the very barrier redirecting you to the greater door that is waiting just ahead. If you only look at the surface, you will see reasons to worry. But if you look with the eyes of faith, you will see reasons to trust. Because behind every challenge is the hand of God shaping, molding, and guiding. Worry thrives in secrecy. It grows when you keep it locked inside, when you allow it to echo endlessly in the chambers of your mind. But the moment you lift your voice and declare that God is greater, that God is sovereign, that God has already worked it out, the power of worry begins to break. Your words have weight. Your declarations shift the atmosphere. When you speak of your fear, you strengthen it. But when you speak of God, you weaken fear and feed faith. That is why the enemy wants to keep your mouth closed, wants to keep your thoughts consumed, wants to silence your declarations. But you must resist. You must declare with boldness that God is already at work, that the outcome is already in His hands, that nothing formed against you shall prevail, because God has already set the boundary of victory. My friend, if you could see what God has already aligned for you, you would stop worrying this very moment. If you could see the doors He has already prepared, if you could see the people He has already assigned to help you, if you could see the opportunities already moving in your direction, you would not waste another breath in fear. Worry blinds you to that reality, but trust brings it into view. Trust does not require you to see the full picture, only to believe that God already holds it. You do not need to know how every detail will unfold because God has already written the script. All you need to do is take the next step in faith. Understand this. Worry is heavy because it belongs to tomorrow. You are carrying the weight of days you have not yet reached. But God never asked you to carry tomorrow. He asked you to trust Him with tomorrow. He asked you to live today with faith that tomorrow is already secured. Each day has enough challenges of its own. Why borrow the troubles of days not yet lived? Why let the shadows of the future darken the light of today? God is already there. God is already handling it. God is already weaving together the outcome. Leave tomorrow in His hands and you will find the peace to live fully in today. There is also something sacred about surrender. Worry is the refusal to surrender. It is the attempt to hold in your hands what only belongs in God's. But the moment you release it, the moment you say, God, I trust you with this, I trust you with the outcome, I trust you with what I cannot see, something miraculous happens inside you. The chains of fear begin to fall. The heaviness of anxiety begins to lift. The torment of endless questions begins to fade. And in its place, peace settles like a gentle river flowing through your spirit. That peace is not weakness. It is power. Because when you live in that peace, you live unshaken, unafraid, unmoved by circumstances. You become anchored not in what you see, but in who God is. Do not confuse peace with passivity. Trusting God does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what you can with courage and leaving what you cannot to God. Worry drains your energy and leaves you powerless. Trust empowers you to act boldly, to move with confidence, to walk in strength because you know you are not walking alone. Worry says, I must hold it all together. Trust says, God is holding me together. And when you live in that truth, you are unstoppable. Tonight I want you to think about the countless times in your life when you worried, when you feared the worst, when you thought it was over. And yet, here you are. You survived storms you thought would kill you. You overcame obstacles you thought would bury you. You endured nights you thought would never end. You lived through fears that consumed you. And here you stand. What does that tell you? It tells you that God has already carried you further than you could have carried yourself. It tells you that God has already been faithful, and His faithfulness has not expired. If He carried you through before, He will carry you through again. If He worked it out before, He has already worked it out this time too. Worry is the thief of your peace, but peace is the gift of God to the heart that trusts Him. When you allow your mind to become a battlefield of doubt, fear, and constant questioning of tomorrow, you hand over your joy to something that was never meant to rule over you. God has already written your story. He has already secured your provision. He has already marked the hour of your victory. Why would you carry the heavy load of anxiety when the Almighty God has already carried it for you? Why would you let your nights be restless when the one who never sleeps has promised to guard your life? Every time you let worry creep in, you are declaring to yourself that God might not come through. But hear this with all the conviction of my soul. God has never failed. From the beginning of time, He has upheld His word, and He will not fail you. The sky above you, the ground beneath you, the air in your lungs, all testify that God is faithful. Look at how He paints the heavens each morning with the rising sun, and yet you think He will forget to arrange the details of your life. Look at how He commands the oceans to stay within their borders, and yet you fear He cannot set boundaries around your troubles. God has worked it out long before you even thought to worry about it. You see, worry blinds you from seeing the evidence of God's hand already moving. While you sit restless, God is orchestrating the connections, the opportunities, the healing, and the breakthroughs that you cannot see yet. Worry is the enemy's attempt to distract you from the unseen hand of God moving on your behalf. But faith tells you to stand still and believe that what you cannot see is greater than what you can see. Faith tells you to trust the unseen script that God has already written for your good. God did not design your life for worry. He designed it for trust. Trust is the language of the soul that knows God is in control. Trust says, I don't know how, but I know who. Trust lifts the heavy burden and places it at the feet of the Almighty. Trust says, God, I will not lose sleep because you neither slumber nor sleep. God, I will not fear because you are my shield. God, I will not let despair drown me because you are the lifter of my head. Think of this. Every time you faced what seemed impossible, you are here today because God brought you through. There were moments you thought you couldn't go on, but you did. Not by your strength, but because God worked it out. There were seasons when the door seemed closed, yet God opened a greater one. There were valleys where you thought you would remain, but God lifted you to higher ground. If He has done it before, why do you doubt that He will do it again? The same God who sustained you yesterday is the God who has already secured your tomorrow. Do you know why worry has such power over people? Because it thrives on the illusion of control. Worry whispers that if you think long enough, stress hard enough, you can somehow manipulate the outcome. But no matter how much you worry, you cannot add a single moment to your life. No matter how much you stress, you cannot rearrange the plans of God. The Almighty has already spoken His word over your life, and His word will not return void. His decree is greater than your doubt. His plan is stronger than your fear. So what must you do? You must surrender worry and embrace the peace that comes from knowing God is ahead of you, behind you, and within you. You must learn to lift your eyes above the chaos of the moment and see that God has already declared the end from the beginning. When you put your trust in God, worry loses its grip. When you rest in His promises, anxiety finds no place to dwell. When you lean into His strength, fear crumbles beneath the weight of His authority. Child of God, hear this truth. You are not abandoned. You are not forgotten. You are not left to fend for yourself. The Creator of the heavens and the earth is your guardian, your provider, your sustainer. He has already written a future where your needs are supplied, your battles are won, and your life is covered by His mercy. Do not waste today carrying tomorrow's burdens. Tomorrow is already in God's hands, and His hands do not fail. Lift your voice in gratitude instead of worry. Thank God not only for what He has done, but for what He has already secured in your future. Gratitude is the weapon that silences worry. Gratitude opens your eyes to see that God's goodness is already surrounding you. When you thank God in advance, you are declaring, "I believe it is already done." That declaration shakes the chains of fear and places your soul in the safe arms of faith. And let me remind you of something powerful. Worry cannot change your destiny, but trust in God can transform your reality. Worry cannot move mountains, but faith in God makes the mountain tremble. Worry drains you, but trust in God renews you. When you let go of worry and cling to God, you are choosing the life He designed for you. A life not of fear, but of confidence in His sovereignty. Then let me bring this word to its closing with the same fire and assurance that has carried it from the beginning. My friend, you were not created to live in the prison of worry. You were created to walk in the freedom of trust. Worry weakens you, but God strengthens you. Worry binds you, but God has already loosed your chains. Worry looks at the storm, but trust looks at the one who commands the storm to be still. So tonight, right where you are, make a decision in your heart. No more worry. Say it with conviction. No more worry, because God has already worked it for me. No more sleepless nights wondering if provision will come, because God has already written the check of mercy and sent it ahead of me. No more fear of tomorrow, because tomorrow belongs to God, and He has already filled it with His promises. No more doubt about my future, because my future is sealed in the hands of the Almighty. Lift your eyes and stand tall. Let the calm of God flow through you like an endless river that never ceases. Hold fast to this truth. Your story isn't ruled by luck, but held securely in the hands of God. The same voice that called light out of darkness has already spoken victory into your life. The same hands that shaped the mountains have already prepared the answers you've been praying for. The same power that sustains the universe is the power now sustaining you. Step away from anxiety and step into trust. Step away from fear and step into peace. Step away from doubt and walk boldly in faith. Let your heart proclaim in every sunrise, in every night, and through every storm, God has already made a way for me. And when this truth lives deep in your spirit, nothing can shake you. Nothing can break you. Nothing can hold you down. For the Lord has gone before you, walks beside you, and will complete every work He began in you. So take courage, take peace, take rest. It is already done. God has settled it, and that is more than enough. This October, I proclaim to you with the authority of God's Word and the burning conviction within my spirit, your life is about to shift. Not by chance, not by coincidence, not through human plans, but by the mighty hand of God. You are entering into a month unlike any other. This is not an ordinary change of dates. This is a divine encounter. This month has been marked by heaven itself. In this October, you are about to receive a blessing so vast, so unmistakable, so powerful, that you will lift your hands in awe and declare, "Only God could have done this." I am speaking to the one who has grown weary in the waiting. You have wept behind closed doors. You have questioned God's silence in the darkest hours. You have carried a burden too heavy for others to see. But listen to me. God has seen every tear. God has heard every cry. And God has been working behind the scenes. The promise you thought was delayed is about to appear right on time in His perfect plan. This October, the waiting ends. This October, the blessing begins. This October, the power of God will meet your situation, and nothing in your life will ever be the same. Do you know what happens when God decides to bless you? No power in hell can stop it. No enemy in your family can block it. No doubt in your mind can cancel it. For when God speaks, it must come to pass. This October, God is speaking blessing, breakthrough, and open doors over your life. And I tell you, get ready, because you are about to walk into a season that will silence your enemies and astonish your friends. God is about to prove Himself mighty on your behalf. Many of you have been through a valley so dark you thought you would not survive. You have been through betrayal, through storms, through nights of uncertainty. Some of you have felt abandoned, overlooked, forgotten. But this October, God is turning the page. This month is the month where He says, "Enough." This month is the month where He says, "Now is the time." This month is the month where He says, "Watch me lift you higher than you've ever been." The tears you cried in September will water the harvest you reap in October. The struggles you endured were not in vain. They were preparing you for the blessing that is now coming to meet you. You see, God does not bless according to man's schedule. God blesses according to His perfect design. Some of you thought the blessing should have come years ago, but had it come then, you would not have been ready to handle it. Some of you thought your chance had passed, but God was reserving it for such a time as this. This October, the timing is right. The season is ready. Your spirit is prepared. God is saying, now is the moment. Now is the hour. Now is the month where I show you my power. I want you to understand that this blessing is not small. This is not something you can explain away. This is not something that will blend into the ordinary days of your life. No, this is a major blessing. This is the kind of blessing that shifts your destiny. This is the kind of blessing that sets you apart. This is the kind of blessing that makes others stand back in awe. When God blesses you this October, even those who doubted, you will have to admit that the hand of God is upon you. Even those who plotted against you will have to confess that God Himself has lifted you up. You may say, "But I have failed too many times. I have made too many mistakes. I am not qualified for such a blessing." And I tell you, none of us are qualified. None of us can earn it. None of us deserve it. But that is the power of God's blessing. It comes not because of your worthiness, but because of His mercy. It comes not because of your strength, but because of His favor. And this October, that favor is resting on you. That mercy is surrounding you. That blessing is chasing you down. Lift up your head. Don't walk into this month with the heaviness of yesterday. Don't carry the failures of your past into the promise of your future. This October is not chained to September. God is doing a new thing, and it will spring forth quickly. The moment you believe it, the moment you receive it, the moment you step into it, you will begin to see His hand moving in ways you never imagined. The blessing of God is not just coming, it is here. The door is not just opening, it is swinging wide. The breakthrough is not just promised, it is being delivered. This October, expect the unexpected. Expect sudden shifts. Expect open doors. Expect good news to come to your house. Expect healing to flood your body. Expect restoration to hit your family. Expect opportunities to arise where there were only obstacles. Expect favor to flow where there was only failure. Expect God to show Himself mighty in your life. For He has declared that this is your month of blessing. This October, the blessing of God will not come as a whisper, but as a roar. It will not slip quietly into your life. It will arrive with power, with evidence, with a shift that cannot be denied. God is not just in the business of giving you a small token. He is in the business of transforming your entire reality. This is the God who parts seas, who moves mountains, who breathes life into dust. And when He decides to bless you, that blessing cannot be stopped, delayed, or diminished. This October, prepare yourself, because God is about to show you that He still reigns, that He still moves, that He still provides, and that His word never fails. I want you to see this clearly. The blessing that is coming in October will not just touch your hands. It will touch your heart, your mind, your family, your future. This is not just financial provision, though for some finances will be restored. This is not just health, though some will rise up healed in their bodies. This is not just opportunity, though doors will open that no man can shut. This is wholeness. This is restoration. This is the power of God showing up in every corner of your life. When God blesses, He blesses completely. When God gives, He gives abundantly. When God pours out, He does not pour in drops, but in rivers that overflow. This October, you are standing under the downpour of God's abundance. But hear me, before the blessing manifests, God always prepares the vessel. The reason you walked through fire was not because God abandoned you, but because He was shaping you. The reason you endured storms was not because He forgot you, but because He was strengthening you. Do you not see? Every trial you went through was God carving out space within you so that when the blessing arrives, you would be ready to carry it. The pain you felt was not wasted. It was preparation. The tears you cried were not unnoticed. They were watering the soil for the harvest you are about to reap. This October, you are not just receiving a blessing, you are stepping into the very reason you endured the storm. Some of you have been in a hidden season. God pulled you away from the spotlight. He allowed doors to close. He allowed people to walk away. He even allowed silence to cover your prayers, and you thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. God was hiding you not to harm you, but to preserve you. Like a seed buried in the soil, you were hidden so that you could take root. And now this October, you will rise. You will sprout. You will bear fruit, and everyone will know that it was God who caused your growth. You will not have to explain yourself. You will not have to prove yourself. The blessing that comes will speak louder than your words. This October is not a month for fear. It is a month for faith. God has already ordered your steps. God has already appointed the blessing. God has already written the outcome. Your role now is to believe, to trust, to expect. For faith is not passive, it is active. It is waking up every day saying, God is moving in my life right now. It is walking into the unknown with confidence that God has already gone ahead of you. It is speaking what you cannot yet see because you trust the one who promised it. This October, if you will believe, you will see the glory of God manifest in ways that will astonish you. And let me tell you this, when God blesses you in October, it will not be just for you. It will overflow. It will touch the lives of those around you. It will become a testimony. Your blessing will feed someone else's faith. Your breakthrough will ignite hope in someone who is still waiting. God never blesses you for you alone. He blesses you so that His greatness can be displayed, so that others will look at your life and say, surely the hand of God is upon them. You are about to become a living example of God's goodness. There will be people who will not understand why you are suddenly elevated. They will question why you are favored. They will whisper about how someone like you could walk into such blessing. But what they do not know is that while they were talking, you were praying. While they were doubting, you were believing. While they were mocking, you were enduring. And God saw it all. And this October, He is about to reward what was done in secret with a blessing that will be visible to all. You must also know that with blessing comes responsibility. God does not pour into a vessel that will waste what is given. He blesses those who will steward it with wisdom. This October, when the blessing comes, handle it with humility. Remember that it came not by your might, not by your strength, not by your intelligence, but by the hand of God. Do not grow arrogant. Do not forget where you came from. Do not withhold from others what God has freely given to you. Use the blessing to lift others, to bring hope, to reflect the glory of God. For if God can trust you with this blessing, greater blessings will continue to flow. Do not think small this month. Do not limit what God can do. Do not say maybe just a little, maybe just enough to get by. No, this is a major blessing. This is not survival. This is overflow. This is not scraping by. This is abundance. Open your mind to the vastness of God's ability. Open your spirit to the greatness of His provision. For God is not limited by what you see. He is not bound by what others say. He is not restricted by the circumstances around you. He is the God who creates rivers in deserts, who makes a way where there is none, who calls things that are not as though they are. And this October, He is about to do the impossible in your life. Think about this. One touch of God's favor can do more than years of labor. One word from God can shift what decades of effort could not. One moment of His intervention can catapult you from the back to the front, from overlooked to chosen, from broken to whole. And this October, God is releasing that one moment into your life. Do not measure His blessing by your ability. Measure it by His power. Do not measure His promise by your resources. Measure it by His unlimited supply. For when God blesses, He does exceedingly above all you could ask or imagine. This October, walk with expectancy. Wake up each day declaring, today could be the day God shows up in my life in a way I have never seen before. Speak life over your circumstances. Speak blessing over your family. Speak abundance over your finances. Speak healing over your body. Speak peace over your mind. Do not let the enemy steal your expectation. Do not let fear rob your faith. Hold fast to the promise that this month is not ordinary. It is ordained. And hear me clearly. The blessing that is coming is not fragile. It cannot be snatched by jealous hands. It cannot be stolen by envious eyes. It cannot be destroyed by the enemy's schemes. For what God blesses, no man can curse. For what God establishes, no force can tear down. You are secure in His plan. You are covered by His hand. You are shielded by His presence. And this October, you are walking into blessing that is sealed, protected, and guaranteed by the authority of God Himself. This October, I want you to stand firm and realize that the blessing of God is not fragile, not temporary, not uncertain. It is unshakable. It is rooted in His eternal power. When God decides to elevate you, no authority on earth can demote you. When God decides to open a door, no one has the ability to close it. When God pours out His blessing, it is not seasonal. It is sustaining. This month, what you are about to receive will not fade away like a passing cloud. It will anchor you, establish you, and propel you into a new chapter of destiny that will outlive October and carry into the rest of your life. Understand this. The blessing of God is not simply about things you can touch or hold. It is about transformation that begins deep within. God does not just give you wealth. He gives you wisdom to handle it. God does not just give you opportunities. He gives you courage to walk through them. God does not just give you peace. He gives you strength to protect it. When God blesses, He blesses in layers. And this October, those layers will unfold in your life like a river that keeps flowing, like a sunrise that keeps rising higher and higher. Some of you have lived in the shadows of fear, in the bondage of doubt, in the chains of anxiety. But God is breaking those limitations this month. The blessing He is releasing is not only external, it is internal. He is blessing your mind with clarity, your heart with peace, your spirit with confidence. You will not walk into this blessing with hesitation. You will step into it boldly, because God has already equipped you to handle it. The blessing is not coming to overwhelm you, but to establish you, not to crush you, but to crown you. Let me remind you, God is a God of seasons. He determines when the rain will fall and when the harvest will spring forth. Some seasons are for sowing, others are for reaping. For many of you, the last months and even years have been sowing seasons. You sowed in tears, in patience, in silence, in obedience. And now October is your reaping season. The seed that looked buried is about to rise. The prayers that looked unanswered are about to be fulfilled. The efforts that looked unseen are about to be rewarded. For God does not forget the labor of your faith, and He does not ignore the cries of the righteous. This October, prepare yourself for surprises. The blessing that is coming will not always arrive in the form you expect. Some of you think it will come through one path, but God is about to show you another. Some of you are looking in one direction, but God is sending it from another. Do not box Him in. Do not limit Him to your imagination. God has 1,000 ways to bless you where you see none. He can use a stranger. He can use an enemy. He can use what once hurt you to now help you. He can turn what was meant for your harm into the very vehicle of your blessing. So in October, open your eyes wide, because the blessing may come from the place you least expect. And let me declare this to you. This blessing will come suddenly. It will not creep in slowly. It will not delay when the hour strikes. It will break forth like light in the darkness, like thunder in the silence, like a breakthrough you could never have planned. God works suddenly. He waits until the moment looks impossible, then He shows His power. He waits until people think you're finished, then He lifts you. He waits until the world counts you out, then He counts you in this October. Be ready, because the blessing of God will arrive suddenly, and when it comes, it will change everything in an instant. Do not mistake silence for absence. Some of you have thought God has been quiet. You prayed and felt no answer. You waited and saw no sign. But let me tell you, when God seems silent, He is not inactive. He is working behind the scenes, aligning the pieces, setting the stage, arranging the connections. His silence is strategy. His timing is precision. And this October, what He has been preparing in the silence will be revealed in the light. You will see that God was never late. He was always on time. And hear this clearly: your blessing will not be contaminated by the schemes of your enemies. People may plot, they may plan, they may whisper, they may try to sabotage. But when God decides to bless you, every plan of the enemy backfires. Every scheme is exposed. Every trap becomes a stepping stone. This October, the very thing that was designed to block you will push you forward. The very opposition you face will highlight the greatness of God in your life. When He blesses you, the opposition only becomes evidence that His hand is on you. This is also the month where God is shifting identities. Some of you have been labeled by your past. People have called you failures, weak, unworthy, forgotten. They have judged you by mistakes, by shortcomings, by seasons of struggle. But God is about to rewrite your name. He is about to remove the old labels and give you a new identity. You will no longer be known by where you have been, but by where God is taking you. This October, when the blessing arrives, the narrative of your life will change. People will no longer whisper, "Look at all they've lost," but instead declare, "Look at what God has restored to them." They will no longer say, "Look at their pain," but rather, "Look at their breakthrough." And remember this truth: God's blessing is never confined to a single lifetime. When He blesses, the impact stretches across generations. What you receive in this October will not end with you. It will pour into your children, your family, and the generations yet to come. It will shatter old patterns that once chained your lineage. It will build new foundations that will outlive your years. The blessing of God is eternal in its reach. It creates legacy. And this October, God is sowing divine seeds in your life, seeds that will bear fruit long after this season fades. So lift up your head, straighten your back, walk with boldness. This October, you are not walking into defeat. You are walking into destiny. You are not walking into sorrow. You are walking into joy. You are not walking into emptiness. You are walking into abundance. God Himself is going before you. His hand is upon you. His blessing is assigned to you, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will be able to stop it. This October, I declare to you that the blessing of God is not something fragile, temporary, or fleeting. It is permanent. It is powerful, and it is purposeful. God is not blessing you just to make you feel good for a moment. He is blessing you to shift the entire trajectory of your life. He is blessing you to establish His greatness in you, to elevate you in ways you could not elevate yourself, and to prove to the world that when His hand is upon someone, no power on earth can diminish them. This is not a month of survival. It is a month of revival. This is not a month of barely getting by. It is a month of stepping into overflow. I want you to hear me clearly. The blessing of God is never accidental. It is intentional. It is timed. It is precise. God does not scatter blessings randomly. He releases them at the moment when they will make the greatest impact. This October is that moment. For some of you, this is the month where years of sowing will suddenly spring forth into harvest. For others, this is the month where prayers long whispered in the darkness will finally be answered in the light. For some, this blessing will break chains that have held you for generations. And for others, it will open doors you did not even know existed. But for all, this October will be a testimony that God remembers, God rewards, and God restores. Let me remind you of something. The blessing of God does not always come the way you expect. Some of you are expecting it to come neatly wrapped in the box of your imagination. But God is far greater than your imagination. He will send blessing through unexpected people, unexpected paths, unexpected timing. You may be waiting for Him to move in one direction, and He will surprise you by sending it from another. That is because God wants you to know, without question, it was not man who lifted you. It was not luck that blessed you. It was not coincidence that shifted your life. It was God and God alone. This October, He will make it so clear that no one else can take the credit for what He is about to do in you. And let me say this with fire in my heart. The blessing of October is not coming because of your perfection, but because of God's mercy. You may say, I am unworthy, I have failed too many times. And I tell you, yes, you have failed, but God is faithful. Yes, you are unworthy, but God is merciful. His blessing does not flow because of your worth. It flows because of His goodness. Do not disqualify yourself. Do not count yourself out. Do not let guilt or shame convince you that you are too far gone. This October, the mercy of God is overtaking you, and His mercy is greater than your mistakes. This is also a month where God is going to silence the voices of the enemy in your life. Some of you have been tormented by words spoken against you. Lies have been spread. Doubts have been cast. People have declared that you would not rise, that you would not succeed, that you would not survive. But this October, God is about to put those voices to shame. When His blessing comes upon you, their words will crumble. Their accusations will be proven false. Their judgments will be overturned. God Himself will defend you by the evidence of the blessing on your life. And listen carefully. The blessing of God is not just material, it is spiritual. This October, some of you will experience peace you have never known before. Anxiety that once ruled your nights will be broken. Fear that once controlled your steps will vanish. Doubt that once clouded your vision will clear. God's blessing is not just about what is in your hand. It is about what is in your heart. He is blessing your spirit with boldness, your mind with clarity, your soul with peace. He is equipping you inwardly so that when the outward blessing arrives, you will have the strength to carry it. This October is also a month of divine reversals. Where you were once the borrower, you will become the lender. Where you were once rejected, you will be chosen. Where doors were once shut in your face, they will now open wide. Where you were once last, you will be placed first. God delights in turning the tables, in flipping the script, in reversing the plans of the enemy. And in this season, He is about to rewrite your story in front of those who thought they had the final word. Do not underestimate the timing of God. Some of you have said, "Why did it take so long? Why didn't this happen earlier?" And I tell you, had it come earlier, you would not have been ready. The blessing is great and preparation was required. Every delay was not denial. It was designed. God was strengthening you, humbling you, teaching you, protecting you. He was shaping your character so that when the blessing comes, it will not destroy you. You are ready now in a way you were not before. That is why October is your month. That is why the blessing is coming now and not then. Trust His timing, for His timing is perfect. This is also a month where hidden things will be revealed. God is not only blessing you, He is exposing what was kept from you. Secrets will come to light. True intentions will be revealed. People who pretended to be for you will be shown for who they truly are. And though this may hurt at first, it will clear the way for the blessing to flow unhindered. God is removing distractions, cutting off dead weight, pulling away those who cannot go where you are going. This October, you will not only receive blessing, you will receive clarity. And clarity itself is a blessing. And do not forget, when God blesses you, He blesses you to become a blessing. The overflow in your life is meant to pour into others. The abundance you walk in is meant to lift those who are still struggling. God does not give you blessing to hoard, but to share, to reflect His generosity to the world around you. This October, when the blessing arrives, do not close your hand. Keep it open. Keep it generous. For the more you release, the more God will refill. The more you pour out, the more He will pour in. A blessing is never meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you. So I tell you, be expectant, be bold, be ready. This October is not just another month. It is a prophetic season. It is a divine turning point. It is a time appointed by God to reveal His power, His provision, and His presence in your life in ways you have never known before. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt. Do not let fear rob you of this moment. Stand tall, lift your voice, declare your faith, and prepare your heart. The blessing is coming, and it is coming now. This October, the hand of God is about to rewrite your story in a way that no man can erase. You may have lived under labels others placed on you. Failure, forgotten, unworthy, too late. But the blessing of God shatters those labels. When He decides to bless you, every false name you carried falls to the ground and a new identity is placed upon you. No longer will you be known by what you lost. You will be known by what God gave you. No longer will you be remembered for your pain. You will be remembered for the breakthrough that followed. This October, God is declaring a new chapter over your life, and it is one of honor, of abundance, and of favor. Do not underestimate the blessing that is coming. It is not a small adjustment. It is a complete shift. It will not just affect one corner of your life, it will ripple into every part of your being. The peace of God will calm your restless nights. The strength of God will renew your weary spirit. The wisdom of God will guide your decisions. The favor of God will open doors. This blessing is not partial, it is whole. God never does His work halfway. When He blesses fully, deeply, and completely. This October, He is preparing to touch everything concerning you. And understand this, the blessing of God will not always come in the way you imagine, but it will always come in the way you need. Some of you are looking for wealth, but what God is bringing is wisdom, because wisdom will sustain wealth. Some of you are asking for position, but God is granting you preparation because preparation will secure your position. Some of you are praying for the ending of a storm, but God is giving you strength in the storm because that strength will carry you into the blessing on the other side. This October, do not limit your expectation to one form. Trust that however God delivers the blessing, it will be exactly what you need for this season. This month is also a month of divine acceleration. What once took years will take weeks. What once took months will take days. When God places His blessing upon your life, time itself bends to His will. Opportunities will come faster than you imagined. Progress will be swifter than you thought possible. Connections will happen suddenly. Growth will be visible quickly. You may have spent years waiting, but God does not need years to bless. He needs only a moment, and when that moment arrives, it redeems the years that felt wasted. This October, God is redeeming lost time with a blessing that will make up for everything you thought you missed. But do not miss this. The blessing of God always requires preparation of the heart. If He gives too much to a heart unprepared, that blessing can become a burden. That is why He has been refining you. That is why He has been pruning you. That is why He has been stripping away pride, fear, and doubt. Because when the blessing arrives, you must carry it with humility, with wisdom, and with faith. This October, make sure your heart is open, surrendered, and ready. God is not looking for perfect vessels. He is looking for surrendered ones. And let me speak with boldness. The blessing coming this October will not be able to be hidden. Some blessings you can keep private. But this one will be so large, so undeniable that everyone around you will see it. People will look at your life and be forced to acknowledge that it was the hand of God. Even those who doubted you, mocked you, or abandoned you will see the evidence. And though some may envy you, they cannot stop it. For what God does in your life is untouchable by human hands. This blessing will be your testimony, and your testimony will silence every tongue that rose against you. This is also a month of restoration. God is not just bringing something new, He is restoring what you thought was lost. Relationships that were broken will find peace. Joy that was stolen will return. Strength that was drained will be renewed. Opportunities that slipped away will circle back in greater measure. God is the God who restores. And when He restores, He never gives back less than what was lost. He always gives more. This October, expect restoration that exceeds your imagination. Do not forget the blessing of God is not fragile against opposition. Yes, the enemy will try to resist it. Yes, challenges may arise. Yes, difficulties may come. But none of these can stop what God has decreed. The blessing is shielded by His authority, and His authority cannot be challenged. If God says you are blessed, then no curse can touch you. If God says the door is open, then no hand can close it. If God says the way is made, then no obstacle can block it. This October, rest in the assurance that your blessing is divinely protected. Listen closely, because this is a truth you must carry in your spirit. There will be moments when God's blessing demands that you take a step of fearless faith. He will sometimes open doors that seem far too big for your strength. He will position you in places that make you tremble a little. He will call you into seasons that stretch every part of who you are. But that's the beauty of how God moves. He gives you more than you can manage on your own, so that your only choice is to lean fully on Him. So this October, don't retreat when the blessing looks too overwhelming. Step into it, because as you move, God will give you everything you need. Now hear this. This month is not just another page on the calendar. October is sacred ground. It is a divine appointment in time. God has chosen it. God has marked it. God has anointed it. Walk through these days with holy awareness. Protect your heart. Stay rooted in prayer. Speak words of life, not despair. Speak faith, not doubt. Keep your eyes fixed on the one who writes your story, for He is the source behind every miracle about to unfold. And as you journey through this month, declare with boldness, "This is my time, my season, my moment where God Himself has spoken blessing over my life." My friend, let me ask you something that might stir the deepest part of your soul tonight. Have you ever looked around and thought, how did I end up here? How did someone like me, overlooked, wounded, imperfect, find myself standing in a place of honor I never believed I could reach? Let me tell you, it wasn't your resume, your influence, your strength, your wit, or your qualifications that brought you there. It was God and only God who lifted you. Because when He chooses to raise you, He will place you in a position that no man's approval can grant and no enemy's attack can destroy. You may not fit the world's criteria, but God will seat you in places that cause the wise, the wealthy, and the powerful to ask, how did they get there? There will be seasons where you feel too small for the assignment, too weak for the battle, too undeserving for the blessing. But hear me clearly, God specializes in taking the ones who seem disqualified and raising them to heights where no human effort could ever take them. If you think you need to be the strongest, the smartest, the most talented, or the most polished, you are mistaken. God looks at the humble heart, the surrendered spirit, the one who depends fully on Him, and He says, that is the one I will lift. When God chooses to elevate you, no opinion, no criticism, no record of your past can keep you chained down. You see, people will often tell you that you are not good enough. They will whisper behind your back, she doesn't deserve that, he's not qualified for that, they are not capable of carrying that responsibility. But the truth is, God does not promote you based on human qualifications. He promotes you based on His divine plan. He promotes you based on what He has spoken over your life before you were even born. And when God speaks, no man can reverse it. You may not have the degree. You may not have the wealth. You may not have the perfect background, but when God decides to lift you, He will bypass the very things you thought were obstacles and use them as stepping stones for your elevation. Think about how life has tried to keep you small. Every time you took a step forward, something came to push you 2 steps back. Every time you thought you were finally moving ahead, opposition rose up like a flood. And yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still pressing forward. Why? Because God has His hand on you, because God has been preparing you for something greater than your present situation. And when the right moment comes, God will launch you into a place so far beyond your qualifications that even your enemies will be forced to admit that it had nothing to do with you. It was all God. The world loves to keep score. They measure your worth by your achievements, your bank account, your title, your appearance, your background. But God does not look at the outer qualifications. He looks at the heart. And when your heart is aligned with Him, when your spirit is surrendered to Him, He will put you in positions that make no sense to the human mind. He will open doors that should never have opened. He will cause people who never thought about you to favor you. He will make opportunities chase you down, and He will set you on high places, not because you qualified, but because you trusted. Do you know why God does this? Because He wants the world to see His power at work. If you had the qualifications, if you had the connections, if you had the resources, then people would give you the credit. But when you had nothing, when you came from nothing, when you were rejected and overlooked and yet you still rose, people will know it was God. And that is exactly what He wants. God wants His glory revealed in your life. He wants your story to be so impossible, so unlikely, so unexpected, that everyone around you will have to acknowledge that only God could have done it. Some of you have been overlooked for years. You've been faithful, you've worked hard, you've prayed, you've waited, and still doors have closed in your face. But I declare to you today, do not be discouraged, because when God opens the right door, you will not need to knock twice. When God chooses to lift you, you will not have to beg for acceptance. You will not have to prove yourself to anyone. You will walk into that place, and even the people who thought you did not belong will have no choice but to respect the hand of God on your life. There is coming a moment when God will take the very things that disqualified you and use them as the foundation for your blessing. The pain you endured, the rejection you faced, the struggles you went through, God will use all of it to show that His power is greater than your weakness. The world said you weren't enough, but God says, with me you are more than enough. The world said you would fail, but God says, I will make you stand. The world said you were not worthy, but God says, I have chosen you, and that is enough. Do not let your lack intimidate you. Do not let your past shame you. Do not let your insecurities silence you, because God is not finished with you. He is not done writing your story, and the next chapter is not going to look like the last. The next season of your life is going to shock everyone who thought they had you figured out. You will walk into positions you did not apply for. You will inherit blessings you did not work for. You will receive honor you did not seek, because God Himself is about to lift you into a place you never qualified for. But hear this, my friend, when God lifts you, it will not be for your glory, it will be for His. He is not elevating you so you can boast in your own strength. He is elevating you so that when people look at your life, they will see His fingerprints. They will see His power. They will see His faithfulness. And they will know that God is still in the business of taking the least likely and making them a testimony of His greatness. Some of you are worried right now, wondering how it's going to happen. You look at your situation and you say, I don't see a way. I don't see how I could ever get there. I don't see how I could ever qualify for that position, for that blessing, for that breakthrough. But let me tell you, you don't have to see the way. God is the way. You don't have to qualify yourself. God is the one who qualifies you. He does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And if He has chosen you, no one can cancel what He has ordained. When God lifts you, He will silence every voice that spoke against you. When God lifts you, He will shut the mouths of those who said you could not make it. When God lifts you, He will prove every doubter wrong. And you won't have to fight for it. You won't have to argue for it. You won't have to force it. God Himself will place you where you belong. And once He places you there, no one can remove you. Do not underestimate what God is about to do in your life. Do not measure your future by your present. Do not think small when God is preparing to do something great. You may feel unworthy, but God says you are chosen. You may feel inadequate, but God says you are enough. You may feel unqualified, but God says, I will qualify you. And when God says it, nothing in this world can stop it. Listen closely, because what I am about to tell you has the power to shift the way you see your entire life. Many of you have been walking under the heavy weight of comparison, believing that because you do not have what others have, because you did not come from the right family, because you do not carry the same credentials, that somehow you are disqualified from the greatness that God has promised. But I declare to you right now, God has never measured you by human standards. He has never required you to meet the world's qualifications in order to fulfill His plans. God alone is the one who lifts. God alone is the one who promotes. God alone is the one who places a crown of honor on the head of the humble. And when He decides to lift you, no boardroom, no committee, no critic, no gatekeeper, and no enemy will be able to keep you from the place He has reserved for you. You see, the reason God often chooses those who seem the least likely is because He delights in confounding the wisdom of the world. When people look at you and see weakness, God sees a vessel through which His strength can be revealed. When others say you do not belong, God says, I will place you where no one else could have imagined. And when you are lifted into that place, everyone watching will know it was not the work of man, but the hand of God. That is why you must stop discounting yourself. Stop saying, I can't. Stop saying, I don't have enough. Stop saying, I'm not qualified. Because the truth is, God's qualification is greater than all of man's requirements. Think of how many times you thought you missed your chance. Think of how many doors closed in your face. You thought it was rejection, but it was protection. You thought you were being held back, but you were being prepared. Because the place where God intends to take you is not just any place. It is not just another opportunity, another promotion, another step forward. No, it is a place you never even dreamed you would step into. A place so high, so unexpected, so beyond your reach, that only God could have carried you there. And when you arrive, you will not boast about your skill. You will boast about the faithfulness of God. Do not underestimate the power of God's timing. There is a season for waiting, and there is a season for rising. You may feel stuck right now as though you have been passed over, as though others keep leaping ahead while you are left behind. But do not mistake delay for denial. God has not forgotten you, and God has not overlooked you. At the appointed time, when it serves His purpose, when it brings Him the greatest glory, He will lift you up with such force that no one will be able to deny it. And it will happen suddenly, without warning, without explanation, without a chance for your enemies to prepare. One moment you will feel overlooked, and the next you will be standing in a place that generations before you could not even imagine. And let me tell you why God does this. Because He wants to display His power in vessels that the world thought were unusable. That means He will use your brokenness. He will use your scar. He will use your history. He will use the very things people thought disqualified you, and He will turn them into testimonies that magnify His greatness. Do not despise your past. Do not resent your struggle. Do not be ashamed of where you came from, because all of it is working together to prepare you for the place you never qualified for. What you thought would destroy you is the very thing God will use to position you. What you thought was the end is only the beginning of the platform God is building for you. When God lifts you, it will not be subtle. It will not be hidden. It will not be quiet. He will lift you in such a way that others will have to look and see that His power is undeniable. And some of the very people who tried to keep you down will be forced to watch as God raises you higher. Not because of revenge, but because God's glory will not be contained. They will see and they will know that God's hand is on your life. And even those who once mocked you will have to acknowledge that it was God who carried you to that place. So many live their lives striving to prove their worth. They exhaust themselves trying to be noticed, trying to be chosen, trying to be approved. But let me speak truth into your spirit. You do not have to chase recognition when God has already chosen you. You do not have to fight for a seat at the table when God is preparing a table for you. You do not have to compete with others when God has reserved a place that only you can fill. And when He lifts you, it will be clear that it was not man's approval that put you there. It was the sovereign hand of God. Now let me press deeper into your heart. When God lifts you into a place you never qualified for, it will come with responsibility. Do not take lightly the honor of being elevated by His hand. It is not so you can flaunt your blessing, but so you can steward it with humility and obedience. The place God is taking you is not just about your comfort. It is about your calling. He is not raising you simply to make you look great. He is raising you so that His greatness can flow through you to impact others. So when you are lifted, do not forget the one who lifted you. Do not forget the days of struggle. Do not forget the nights of tears. Do not forget the prayers whispered in the dark when no one else was listening. Because those were the moments that shaped you for the place He is about to give you. And here is a truth that will humble every soul. When God lifts you, it will not always be because of what you have done, but because of who He is. His mercy, His power, His plan. Those are the reasons you will rise. It is not earned. It is not purchased. It is not bargained for. It is a gift. And that is why pride has no place in the heart of the lifted. Because everything you have, everything you will step into, everything you will inherit, it is not because you qualified. It is because God decided to favor you. You may be asking, why me? Why would God choose to lift someone like me? And the answer is simple. Because He is God. Because He chooses whom He wills. Because He delights in showing His strength through vessels that seem unworthy. Because He wants your story to be a testimony that will inspire others to trust Him. And so He looks at you, the one who feels small, the one who feels forgotten, the one who feels inadequate. And He says, I will lift you. Do not resist it. Do not doubt it. Do not talk yourself out of it, because when God speaks, it is settled. When He decides, it is final. And when He lifts, nothing in heaven or on earth can stop it. Your job is to remain faithful, to remain humble, to remain surrendered. Let Him prepare you in the waiting. Let Him strengthen you in the quiet. Let Him mold your character in the hidden place. Because when the moment comes, when the season shifts, when the door swings open, you will need the strength of that preparation to stand where He places you. I tell you again, God is about to lift you into a place you never qualified for. And when it happens, it will not only change your life, it will ripple through generations. Your children will see it. Your family will witness it. Your community will talk about it. Because the glory of God cannot be contained within your own story. It will overflow into the lives of others. That is the kind of lifting He is about to do. Let your heart be still for a moment and listen, because the word I bring to you now carries weight for your destiny. Too many people live their lives believing they have to be perfect before they can be elevated. They think they need every qualification, every approval, every credential, every endorsement. But let me tell you this with the authority of conviction. When God chooses to lift you, He does not ask the permission of man. He does not consult your critics. He does not review your past mistakes. He does not check with the gatekeepers of this world. God lifts whom He chooses. And when He places His hand upon you, the very rules that seemed unshakable begin to bend in your favor. Doors that were locked suddenly swing open. Paths that were blocked suddenly clear. Walls that stood tall suddenly crumble at your feet. Because when God lifts, He rewrites the story of your life in a way no human system can control. The world teaches you to climb ladders, to compete, to push, to strive, to hustle for positions that others are fighting for. But hear me, God does not need ladders. He does not need man-made systems of promotion. He does not need human platforms. When God lifts you, He bypasses the natural order and places you directly into the seat He has chosen for you. That is why your elevation will never make sense to those who measure worth by worldly standards. They will look at you and ask, how did this one get here? They don't meet the requirements. They don't have the pedigree. They don't have the raw. And the answer will echo through eternity. It was God. You may be in a season right now where you feel buried. Everything looks dark. Everything feels heavy and no one sees the work God is doing within you. But let me remind you, being buried and being planted look the same at first glance. One leads to death, the other leads to growth. And some of you are not buried. You are planted. God has placed you in the soil of preparation. He has hidden you in obscurity so that your roots can grow deep, so that when He lifts you into the light, you will not wither under the weight of success. Do not despise your hidden season. It is in the hidden place that God prepares the vessel He intends to elevate. And when He lifts you, you will know that the darkness was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to strengthen you. Understand this truth. God's lifting is not ordinary. When He raises you, He does it in such a way that the spotlight shines not on you, but on Him. You may feel like the least likely candidate, but God delights in using the least likely because it magnifies His greatness. He could have chosen the mighty, but He chooses the meek. He could have chosen the powerful, but He chooses the humble. He could have chosen the celebrated, but He chooses the overlooked. Why? Because when He lifts you, no one can confuse His power with your performance. Everyone will see that it was His hand, not your own, that carried you there. And let me give you this wisdom. When God lifts you, the very people who thought you were unworthy will witness your rising. But do not let bitterness poison your heart. The elevation of God is not about proving your enemies wrong. It is about proving God right. It is about showing that His word never fails, that His plan cannot be overturned, that His favor is greater than man's rejection. So, when you rise, rise with grace. When you step into that place you never qualified for, walk with humility. Let your success be a testimony, not a weapon. Let your blessing be a light that points others back to the God who gave it. Some of you believe your past has written you out of God's plan. You replay the wrong turns, the disappointments, the missed chances, and convince yourself that your destiny has been lost forever. But hear me, God never checks your history to decide your future. He is the master of time, the one who speaks the end from the very beginning. He already saw every stumble, every failure, every fall before He ever decided to lift you up. And still He declares, I will raise you. Your mistakes don't disqualify you from His promotion. In truth, they often become the very stage where His mercy and power shine brightest. Don't be fooled into thinking that God's elevation must make sense by human logic. Many times His ways will shatter logic completely. He can take a shepherd and seat him among kings. He can lift a prisoner to govern nations. He can raise an orphan to guide generations. God does not rely on human systems to confirm His chosen ones. He does not need a diploma, a title, a certificate, or an endorsement. When He chooses you, He validates you Himself. And when His hand rests upon you, no man can revoke what He has ordained. And hear me on this. The lifting of God is not always upward in the way the world thinks. Sometimes it is inward. Sometimes it is about lifting your spirit out of despair, lifting your mind out of confusion, lifting your heart out of fear. Sometimes the place you never qualified for is not a position, but a peace you could never earn. It is not a title, but a freedom you could never purchase. It is not a promotion, but a restoration you never thought possible. God lifts not only to honor you, but to heal you. He raises you not only to exalt you, but to restore the parts of you that life tried to crush. And when He does lift you into positions of influence, do not forget that influence is not just for yourself. The place God is taking you carries purpose beyond your own comfort. It is about those who will be blessed through your obedience. It is about the voices you will amplify, the hands you will strengthen, the lives you will touch. That is why God's lifting cannot be selfish. It cannot be about pride. It must be about purpose. When God raises you, He is raising a vessel through which His will can flow into the earth. So walk with courage, because your life is not bound by the qualifications of men. Walk with faith, because the one who holds your destiny cannot fail. Walk with expectancy, because the season of lifting is nearer than you think. And when it comes, it will come suddenly. You will not have time to explain it, to prepare for it, or to justify it. You will simply find yourself standing in a place you never qualified for, and your only response will be awe at the greatness of God. Do not shrink back when that moment arrives. Do not tell yourself you are unworthy of standing there. Do not sabotage yourself with small thinking. God did not bring you this far to leave you timid and fearful. He lifted you so you could shine. He lifted you so His power could be revealed. He lifted you so the world would know that He alone is God, and that He alone decides who rises and who falls. There is something I must speak into your spirit today. Something that may shake you free from the chains of doubt that have held you captive. You have been told that you are not good enough, not strong enough, not wise enough, not worthy enough. You have been made to feel like an outsider in places where others walk with ease. But listen to me now. God delights in placing the outsider on the inside. God delights in raising the forgotten to the forefront. God delights in turning the rejected stone into the chief cornerstone. And when He lifts you, He will not simply lift you slightly higher. He will place you in a position so unexpected, so beyond your human merit, that even those who opposed you will have no choice but to declare this was the doing of God. Some of you have been living beneath your potential because you have accepted the labels that people have put on you. They have called you unworthy, incapable, unqualified, and you have begun to believe them. But let me tell you with fire in my voice, the labels of man do not define the destiny of God. You are not created to live confined by their judgments. You are not designed to shrink under their expectations. You are not chosen to remain small in the shadow of other people's opinions. God Himself has spoken over you, and His word carries more power than every voice of opposition combined. When God chooses to lift you, He is not limited by where you were born, how you were raised, what education you received, or what mistakes you have made. He is not bound by your failures. He is not restricted by your lack. He is not hindered by your shortcomings. In fact, it is often in those very shortcomings that His glory shines the brightest. Because when you rise into that place you never qualified for, no one will say it was because of your credentials. They will say it was because of your God. And let me remind you, there is a reason why God lifts His people into places they do not deserve by human standards. It is so that all eyes will be directed upward, not outward. If you could explain it, if you could calculate it, if you could trace it back to your own effort, then people would glorify you. But when the evidence points in no other direction but toward God, then He alone receives the glory. That is why He has chosen you, the one others overlook, the one who feels inadequate, the one who carries scars. He is about to lift you so that His power may be displayed through you. Some of you are sitting in silence right now, wondering why the doors have not yet opened, why the opportunities have not come, why you have been delayed while others seem to run ahead. Let me tell you, delay does not mean denial. Delay means preparation. God has been equipping you in the dark, strengthening your spirit, refining your character, testing your faith. He has been preparing you for a level of responsibility that you could not have handled if He had lifted you too soon. But now the season is shifting. Now the time is drawing near. Now the hidden place is about to give way to the elevated place. And when it does, you will rise not only with blessing, but with wisdom, not only with honor, but with endurance, not only with promotion, but with purpose. Do not misunderstand this. When God lifts you, it is not only for your sake, it is for the sake of others who will be impacted by your elevation. Your family, your community, even generations yet unborn will feel the ripple effect of the place God is about to carry you into. You think it is only about you receiving honor, but God's vision is greater. He is raising you so that through your life, others may see the reality of His power and the certainty of His promises. That is why you must not despise the process. Every tear you cried, every battle you fought, every valley you walked through, it was not wasted. It was molding you into someone who can stand when lifted, because elevation without foundation leads to collapse. But God has been digging deep within you, laying a foundation so strong that when He raises you up, you will not fall. You will stand, and you will stand as a witness of His power. And let me speak to your doubt for a moment. I know there are voices in your mind telling you, you don't deserve it. You're not ready. You're not capable. But those voices do not come from God. God does not speak in discouragement. God does not speak in limitation. God does not speak in defeat. His word says, I will lift you in due season. His word says, I will honor those who honor me. His word says, I will make you the head and not the tail, above and not beneath. And when God says it, it overrides every lie, every doubt, every fear. Prepare yourself, because the lifting of God comes suddenly. You may be in the valley today and on the mountain tomorrow. You may be in obscurity this morning and in prominence by evening. That is how swiftly God can shift your story. And when He does, you will realize that all the nights of waiting, all the years of being overlooked, all the seasons of feeling forgotten were only setting the stage for the moment of your rising. And when it happens, remember this: humility must clothe you. Do not let pride corrupt the blessing. Do not let arrogance poison the promotion. Walk with gratitude, because you know better than anyone that you never qualified for where you now stand. Let your elevation be your testimony, not your trophy. Let your success be your witness, not your weapon. Let your blessing be your service, not your selfishness. Because God lifts you not for you to shine alone, but for His light to shine through you. My friend, there are moments in life when everything within you screams that you are unqualified, unworthy, and unequipped. You look at the mountain before you and your heart whispers, I cannot climb this. I cannot stand there. Yet it is in those very moments when God reaches down with His mighty hand, lifts you up, and places you in a position you could have never reached on your own. When God decides to elevate you, it will not be by your RA Summa, your connections, or your qualifications. It will be by His power alone. God will lift you into a place where no degree could have taken you, no influence could have secured for you, and no human hand could have carried you. You see, man looks at what is on the surface, but God looks at the heart. Man disqualifies you because of your past, but God qualifies you because of your faith. People may see every reason why you should not rise, but God sees every reason why He Himself will cause you to rise. And when He moves, no force on earth and no power of darkness can stop what He has ordained. If God says you are chosen, you are chosen. If God says you are lifted, you are lifted. Think about it. Every prophet, every servant, every person God has ever used mightily was placed in positions they did not qualify for by human standards. They were ordinary, overlooked, rejected by people, but handpicked by God. That is why you must never measure your destiny by the standards of men. Men may limit you, but God has no limits. Men may shut doors, but God owns the keys. Men may say you cannot enter, but when God speaks, He will part seas, break barriers, and bring you into a land you did not build, and a harvest you did not plant. You might feel small today. You might feel like you don't have enough resources, enough experience, or enough influence. But let me tell you, with every conviction of my soul, when God decides to elevate you, none of that matters. God's power will overshadow your lack. His strength will cover your weakness. His wisdom will outweigh your inexperience. And His favor will break every wall that stands against you. God can take someone with nothing and make them the very vessel that shakes nations. Listen closely. God does not need you to have the qualifications. He only needs you to have the faith. Because faith is the currency of heaven. Faith is what draws the hand of God into your situation. Faith says, God, I cannot, but you can. Faith says, I am not enough, but you are more than enough. Faith says, I don't deserve it, but I will walk boldly because you have chosen me. And when you walk in faith, you align yourself with the very power that causes God to move you from the back to the front, from overlooked to chosen, from rejected to appointed. You may have been disqualified by people. They may have told you, you are not talented enough, you are not smart enough, you are not worthy enough. But God's voice is louder than theirs. God's voice silences the critics. God's voice confuses the naysayers. God's voice opens doors that no man thought possible. And when God speaks a word over your life, every tongue that rose against you will be silenced. Every weapon that was formed against you will fail. And every plan that was designed to keep you small will collapse under the weight of His glory. You see, elevation from God is not about status. It is about purpose. God does not lift you so you can boast. God does not exalt you so you can flaunt. God lifts you so that His light can shine through you in places others thought you could never reach. God positions you so that His name is glorified through your story. When you walk into rooms you did not qualify for, it will not be about your name. It will be about His name. People will look at you and say, how did they get here? And the only answer will be, God did it. That is the beauty of God's power. He writes stories that no human could write. He arranges paths that no human could design. He places crowns on heads that the world would never choose. And He takes delight in lifting those who have been overlooked, rejected, and dismissed. Because when He does, the world has no choice but to acknowledge that it was God who raised you. Do not think for a moment that your background disqualifies you. Do not think that your failures disqualify you. Do not think that your weaknesses disqualify you. In fact, those very things are what God will use to display His greatness. Because when He lifts you, it will be undeniable that it was not your doing, it was His doing. And when it is God's doing, it is permanent. No man can undo what God has established. So hold your head high today. Lift your eyes to the heavens. Stop disqualifying yourself in your own mind. Stop replaying the voices of doubt. Stop comparing yourself to those around you. Because the truth is, you are already chosen. You are already appointed. You are already set apart for something greater than your qualifications. God Himself has marked you for elevation. And when the appointed time comes, He will lift you into a place where your only response will be to fall on your knees in awe and declare, God, only you could have done this. My friend, hear this with every fiber of your being. When God lifts you, it will not be by accident and it will not be by chance, and it will be by divine appointment. The very places you thought were impossible will become your dwelling ground. The very tables you thought you would never sit at will become the places where God sets you as a testimony of His greatness. The very rooms where your name was never spoken will begin to echo with honor because God Himself placed you there. Don't let the whispers of doubt convince you that you are undeserving. Don't let the voices of others make you retreat in fear. You were never created to live trapped beneath their opinions. You were never designed to chase after human approval. You were destined to be lifted by the hand of God. And when He raises you, no force in heaven or on earth can pull you down. So step forward with confidence. Step forward with faith. Walk knowing your foundation is not built on your own merits. It is built upon the promises of God. You do not move by your own strength. You are upheld by His mighty power. You do not shine from your own brilliance. You radiate the light that only comes from Him. And when the moment arrives where you are placed in a position you never imagined possible, remember this truth. It was never about what you could accomplish. It has always been about what God could accomplish through you. To Him alone be all glory, all honor, and all praise. Have you ever prayed for so long with such intensity and desperation that you started to wonder if heaven was even listening? Have you cried into the dark, your tears soaking the pillow, your voice shaking as you whispered, pleaded, begged for God to move? And in that silence, a thought crept in. Did God forget me? Has He turned His face away? My friend, hear me clearly today with the fire of God's truth stirring in my spirit. God has not forgotten you. He has not abandoned you. He has not ignored a single prayer you've prayed. The answer you've been waiting for is closer than it has ever been. Sometimes when we pray, the heavens seem sealed, as if our words can't break through. Sometimes the waiting feels endless, the silence unbearable, and we start to believe our prayers have vanished into the void. But hear me, the silence of God is never the absence of God. When you think nothing is happening, God is moving. When you think your words have disappeared into the void, God has collected every syllable, every tear, every cry, and He has written them into His plan for your life. There is no wasted prayer when it is lifted to God. There is no forgotten request when it is entrusted to Him. Right now, at this very moment, unseen to your natural eye, God is orchestrating the pieces, arranging the details, shifting circumstances, aligning people, and preparing doors that will swing open in your favor. You prayed for it, you asked for it, you cried for it, and God is about to show you the harvest of those prayers. But hear me carefully, God never gives you what you ask for until He has prepared you to handle it. You have been in the waiting season not because God said no, but because God said not yet. I am preparing you. That delay was not denial. That silence was not rejection. It was God shaping your character, strengthening your faith, teaching you patience, stretching your spirit so that when the blessing comes, you will not squander it. You see, some of you have been praying for abundance, but God was first teaching you how to be faithful with little. Some of you have been praying for doors of influence, but God was first teaching you humility in the hidden places. Some of you have been praying for love, but God was first teaching you how to stand strong when you felt alone. Do you understand? The waiting room was your classroom. The silence was your training ground. And now God is saying, you are ready. What you have prayed for, I am about to release. I want you to lift your eyes for a moment and see beyond your current circumstance. What looks like nothing today is about to become everything tomorrow. That job you prayed for, that opportunity you begged for, that healing you wept for, that breakthrough you could hardly imagine, God has already placed it in motion. It may not look like much right now. The sky may still seem cloudy. The doors may still look locked. The season may still feel barren. But God works in the unseen before He manifests in the seen. Just as a seed takes root underground before it breaks through the soil, your prayer has already taken root in the unseen realm. You may not see it sprouting yet, but the roots are deep. The soil is rich, and in due time it will break forth. God is about to give you everything you prayed for, and it will happen suddenly, in ways you did not expect, and at a moment when you least anticipated it. But I must tell you something with absolute urgency. When God moves, you must be ready. God does not give to the half-hearted. He does not release His best to those who treat prayer as a casual game. If you truly believe God is about to give you what you prayed for, then prepare yourself as though it has already been delivered. Walk with the posture of faith. Speak with the authority of one who already holds the promise. Live with the discipline of one entrusted with God's favor. Too many people pray and then live as if nothing is coming. But faith does not sit back and doubt. Faith stands up and prepares. If you prayed for provision, act like the door's about to open. If you prayed for strength, walk as though the power is already in your bones. If you prayed for healing, live as though restoration is on its way. That is the language God responds to. Faith is the key that unlocks the storehouse of heaven. Do not be deceived by the enemy who whispers that your prayer was useless. Do not let doubt poison the soil of your expectation. The devil wants you to give up one day before your answer arrives. He wants you to stop believing when you are inches away from breakthrough and not. But God sent me to tell you, hold on. Your answer is closer than your next breath. God is faithful to His word. God does not lie. God does not tease His children. If He placed a prayer in your heart, it was because He intended to answer it in His time. Your tears have been counted. Your cries have been recorded. Your prayers have been stored up like incense before His throne, and the hour of release is drawing near. God is about to give you everything you prayed for. Not because you deserve it, not because you earned it, but because He is faithful and He delights in blessing His children who trust Him. Think of the farmer who plants a seed. He does not stand over the soil and demand immediate fruit. He does not curse the ground when the first week passes without sprouts. He knows that something is happening beneath the surface beyond his sight. He waters the soil, he tends the ground, he waits with expectation, and in time, the seed breaks through. That is what your prayer life is like. You planted the seed in faith. You watered it with tears. You nurtured it with patience, and now the harvest is near. God is saying the time of waiting is over. The seed is about to break through. The answer is about to be seen. My friend, do not stop praying now. Do not stop believing now. Do not give up in this final hour. You are on the edge of the very thing you cried for. God is about to give you everything you prayed for. He is about to open doors that no man can shut. He is about to restore what the enemy tried to steal. He is about to turn your mourning into dancing, your ashes into beauty, your sorrow into joy. The very thing you thought was dead, God is breathing life into again. The very place you thought was barren, God is about to make fruitful. The very prayer you thought was ignored, God is about to answer with power. Lift up your head, strengthen your faith, and prepare your heart. The hour is near, the blessing is coming, the answer is here. There comes a moment in every life where the weight of unanswered prayers presses so heavily upon the heart that doubt begins to creep in. You ask, why is God silent? Why does God not move when I cry out? And yet, my friend, the silence of God is not a punishment, it is preparation. When God holds back, it is not because He has closed His ears to you, it is because He is arranging something greater than you imagined. God never denies His faithful servants. He only delays so that when the answer comes, it shakes the heavens with its glory. That is why your waiting has been so long. That is why your nights have been sleepless. That is why your heart has ached. It was not in vain. Every second of waiting has been an investment into a greater future. God has heard you, and God is about to pour into your life the very thing you prayed for with tears, with longing, with faith. Look around you. Look at the battles you have already survived. Look at the storms that should have destroyed you, but instead strengthened you. Look at the burdens that nearly broke you. Yet here you stand, still believing, still praying, still holding on to God. Do you think that was by accident? No. It was proof that God has been with you every step of the way. If He carried you through what tried to destroy you, how much more will He carry you into what you prayed for? God has not kept you alive just to leave you empty. God has not carried you through trials just to abandon you on the threshold of breakthrough. No, my friend, God has preserved you for this very moment, for the blessing that is now rushing toward you. What you prayed for is about to meet you in due season, and that season is upon you now. Too often people mistake delay for rejection, but I say again, delay is divine protection. God sometimes withholds what you ask for because He knows the weight of it would crush you before you were ready. He knows the dangers that lie hidden in the timing. He knows that if He gave it too soon, you would not have the wisdom to sustain it. That is why He has been shaping you in the shadows, building strength in your spirit, planting discipline in your daily life, refining your heart to carry what is coming. So instead of asking, "Why hasn't God answered me?" start declaring, "God is preparing me." Because when the answer comes, it will not be fragile. It will not be temporary. It will not be small. It will be strong, permanent, and abundant, pressed down, shaken together, and overflowing into your life. Now let me speak plainly. Many of you have prayed not only for survival, but for abundance. You have asked God to enlarge your territory, to bless your work, to bring prosperity into your life. But understand this, God does not bless laziness, and He does not reward doubt. If you prayed for increase, then rise up with diligence. If you prayed for opportunity, prepare yourself with excellence. If you prayed for provision, align your life with discipline. God responds to faith in action. Prayer without preparation is empty words. But when your faith takes shape in your living, when your words are backed by your steps, then God begins to release the floodgates of heaven. So I ask you, are you ready for what you prayed for? Have you ordered your life in expectation? Because God is not sending you scraps. He is sending you abundance. He is not giving you crumbs. He is preparing a feast. And you must be ready to sit at the table. There is a divine law at work, a principle God has woven into the fabric of creation. You reap what you sow, and prayer is the seed. Some of you have been sowing prayers for years, maybe decades. You thought the ground swallowed them up. You thought time had buried them. But hear me, God has not forgotten. Every prayer you sowed has been germinating in the soil of heaven, waiting for its appointed season. And now that season is drawing near. Do not mistake the long wait as abandonment. It is proof that the roots are deep. The longer the seed remains in the ground, the stronger the harvest will be. God is about to give you not just what you prayed for, but greater than what you imagined. For God always multiplies the seed of faith. But let me warn you, when God answers, He does so in His way, not yours. Do not box Him in. Do not dictate the method. God may not open the door you knocked on, but He will open a better one down the hall. God may not heal the way you expected, but He will restore in a way that makes you whole. God may not send the opportunity through the person you thought would help, but He will raise up someone unexpected who holds the key. When you pray, you release control. You surrender your will to the higher wisdom of God. So when the answer comes, it may surprise you. It may humble you. It may even break you free from the plans you clung to, but it will always be greater than what you dared to imagine. God is about to give you everything you prayed for. But hear this, He will also test whether you are willing to give Him the glory. Many people cry out for blessing, but when it arrives, they forget the one who gave it. They clutch the gift and abandon the giver. Do not let that be your story. The blessing is not meant to pull you away from God. It is meant to draw you closer. The provision is not meant to inflate your pride. It is meant to magnify God's faithfulness. When your prayer is answered, lift your hands higher. When your need is met, bow your heart deeper. When the door opens, walk through it with gratitude, not arrogance. God is not giving you what you prayed for so that you may boast in yourself. He is giving it so that His greatness will shine through your life. Do not ever forget your answered prayer is not just about you. It is about God revealing His power to the world through you. And I must say this with urgency. There is a danger in doubt. Doubt is the thief of destiny. Many of you prayed, but then poisoned your own prayers with unbelief. You asked God for provision, but spoke words of scarcity. You prayed for healing, but lived in fear of sickness. You prayed for breakthrough, but doubted it would ever come. My friend, your tongue can either water the seed of prayer or scorch it with fire. If you truly believe God is about to give you what you prayed for, then speak with faith. Declare it with boldness. Stop rehearsing failure and start proclaiming victory. Stop magnifying your problems and start magnifying your God. Faith is not pretending the mountain is small. Faith is declaring that God is bigger than the mountain. Faith is not denying the storm. Faith is proclaiming that God is greater than the storm. Align your mouth with your prayer. Align your words with your faith and watch God move. I tell you again with the deepest conviction of my soul, God is about to give you everything you prayed for. Some of you will receive restoration in your family. Some will see opportunities open that have been locked for years. Some will rise from the pit of despair into a place of abundance. Some will step out of loneliness into companionship. Some will see healing where doctors said there was none. Some will see debts erased, businesses flourish, doors swing wide, and destinies unfold. And all of it will be because God is faithful, not because of your strength, not because of your perfection, but because God honors faith. God rewards persistence, and God delights in answering the cries of His people. There are moments in life when you can almost feel the atmosphere shift around you, when the weight of delay begins to lift, and you sense that something is about to break open. That is where many of you are right now. You have walked through the valley. You have endured the drought. And now the wind of God's promise is beginning to stir the air. You may not see it with your eyes yet, but your spirit knows. Deep within you there is a whisper from God declaring, the time is near, the waiting is over. What you prayed for is on its way. That is not imagination. That is revelation. God plants that knowing inside you before the blessing arrives, so that when it does, you recognize it was His hand and not chance that brought it forth. Do not underestimate the power of the unseen. Just because you cannot see it does not mean God is not working. The greatest miracles of God always begin hidden, shielded from the natural eye until the appointed time. Think about the sunrise. It begins long before the first ray pierces the horizon. The sky is dark, the earth is still, yet already the light is pushing back the night. In the same way, your prayer has already set something in motion. Though your world still looks dark, though the night still lingers, the dawn is approaching. And when God's light breaks forth, it does not ask permission. It does not wait for circumstances to align. It overwhelms the darkness in a single moment. God is about to bring that sudden shift into your life, the kind that no one can explain but everyone can see. Many of you have prayed with such intensity that your heart is weary and you wonder, will the answer ever come? Hear me, your weariness is proof that the fight has been real, but it is also proof that the finish line is near. You do not grow this weary at the beginning of the race. You grow weary when the finish line is just ahead. And God says to you today, do not stop running, do not stop believing, do not stop pressing forward. Your prayer is about to meet its answer. What you thought was impossible is about to manifest because nothing is too hard for God. No door is too heavy for Him to open. No heart is too hard for Him to soften. No mountain is too tall for Him to move. You may not have the strength to push anymore, but God does not need your strength. He only needs your faith. I must speak to those of you who have faced disappointment. You prayed once before, and the answer did not come in the way you hoped. You trusted, and the outcome broke your heart. And now when you pray, a shadow of fear hangs over your words. You wonder if it is even worth believing again. My friend, listen carefully. Disappointment is not the final chapter. What looked like rejection was redirection. God did not deny you. He shielded you from something you could not see. His wisdom is greater than your desire, and His plan is higher than your understanding. If God closed one door, it is because He was preparing a better one. If He withheld one blessing, it is because He was arranging a greater blessing. Do not let disappointment harden your heart. God is not finished with you. He is about to answer you in a way that erases every shadow of past sorrow. You will look back one day and say, now I understand why God delayed. Now I see why He said no. It was because He had something far better. Some of you have prayed not only for yourselves, but for your children, for your family, for the generations that will follow you. You have cried to God for protection, for guidance, for provision over those you love. And you wonder if your prayers will outlive your days. Let me assure you, God is eternal. And the prayers you speak do not die with you. They carry forward like arrows into the future, striking the hearts and lives of those you prayed for long after your voice has fallen silent. Do not think for a moment that your prayers for your family are wasted. God is already weaving them into the lives of your children and your children's children. Generations will rise and walk in blessings you prayed down. Even if they never knew the sound of your voice, such is the faithfulness of God. He not only answers you, He answers through you for the ones who come after you. I tell you also, there is a reason why the battle became so fierce right before now. The enemy always fights hardest when he knows the answer is near. When your prayers were first spoken, the resistance was light. But as your blessing drew closer, as the heavens prepared to release what you asked for, the storms grew stronger, the pressure more intense, the attacks more personal. That is no accident. It is proof that you are on the verge of breakthrough. The enemy knows he cannot stop God, so he tries to stop you from believing. But if you will hold firm in faith, if you will refuse to let go of God's promise, you will step into the very thing you fought so hard for. The battle has been heavy because the blessing will be great. The struggle has been fierce because the answer will be abundant. God is about to give you what you prayed for, and the enemy will be powerless to stop it. And let me speak directly to your faith. Do not be timid in what you expect from God. Too often we pray small prayers because we are afraid to believe for more. But God is not limited by your imagination. God is not restrained by your reasoning. God does not measure His generosity by your limitations. When you pray, you are not speaking to mere flesh and blood. You are speaking to the one whose voice called galaxies into existence. You are appealing to the Creator who carved the mountains, scattered the stars, and commanded the seas to rest where they stand. So do not come to Him with timid requests when He has already declared that He is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all you could ever ask or imagine. If you've prayed for provision, believe for abundance. If you've prayed for strength, expect divine power. If you've prayed for healing, trust for total restoration. If you've prayed for a single open door, believe for a whole pathway that no man can close. For our God delights in exceeding your faith, because through that overflow, His glory is revealed. But never forget this truth: every answered prayer carries a purpose. God doesn't pour blessings into your life for selfish gain. He responds so that His goodness can flow through you to others. When He provides, it's to make you a channel of provision. When He heals, it's to make your life a living testimony of His power. When He opens doors, it is so you may lift others through those doors with you. Your answered prayer is not meant to stop with you. It is meant to flow through you. That is how God's kingdom expands, not by isolated blessings, but by rivers of answered prayers that overflow into the lives of others. Do not hoard what God gives you. Become a channel, become a vessel, become a witness that when people see your life, they cannot deny the hand of God. My friend, when God begins to move in your life, He moves suddenly. You may wait for months or even years, but when the appointed hour strikes, the shift happens in a single breath. One day you are in the wilderness. The next you are standing in the land of promise. One night you are weeping, and by morning your laughter has returned. One moment the door looks sealed shut, and the next moment it swings wide with favor you could not manufacture on your own. That is how God works. His timing is not measured by your clock, nor restrained by your calendar. When His moment comes, no force on earth or in the heavens can delay it. What you prayed for will not arrive one day too late. It will not come one moment too soon. It will arrive at the exact second God has ordained. And when it does, you will see how perfect His timing always was. But let me ask you, will you recognize the answer when it arrives? Too many people pray for rain, but complain when the clouds form. They ask God for strength, but resist the trials that build it. They ask for growth, but avoid the discomfort that shapes it. Do not miss the answer because you expected it to come in another form. God may not deliver what you asked for in the package you imagined. He may send provision through unexpected means. He may bring restoration through a path you never considered. He may fulfill your prayer in a way that humbles your pride, but exalts His glory. Do not reject the answer because it offends your expectation. Remember, God's wisdom is higher than yours. His ways are not your ways. When the answer comes, it will be exactly what you need, even if it is not what you envisioned. And hear me now. When God gives you what you prayed for, it will not only satisfy your need, it will exceed it. God never gives in fragment. He does not give you half a blessing. He does not place crumbs on your table and leave you begging for more. When He moves in fullness. If you prayed for peace, He will bring peace that guards your entire being. If you prayed for provision, He will bring abundance that silences fear. If you prayed for strength, He will fill you with power that carries you beyond the storm. This is the nature of God. He does not just answer prayers, He magnifies them until the answer declares His greatness to the world. But I must tell you, this is not a season to shrink back in fear. This is not a season to second-guess God. The blessing that is coming requires courage to receive. Sometimes we grow so comfortable in waiting that we resist stepping into the very thing we asked for. You prayed for open doors. Now you must walk through them. You prayed for opportunity. Now you must rise to meet it. You prayed for blessing. Now you must steward it with responsibility. Do not be afraid of answered prayer. It may stretch you. It may challenge you. It may require more faith than you thought you had. But God would not give it to you if He had not already prepared you to carry it. Do not shrink back. Step forward boldly, knowing that if God entrusted you with it, He will sustain you in it. And let me speak to those who feel unworthy. You have prayed, but deep down you whisper, "Why would God answer me? Why would God bless someone like me?" My friend, God's faithfulness is not measured by your perfection. It is measured by His promise. If you were perfect, you would not need to pray. If you had it all together, you would not need to depend on Him. God answers because He delights in showing mercy. God fulfills because He delights in proving His power. Do not disqualify yourself from blessing because of your flaws. Do not silence your own prayers with shame. If God put the prayer in your heart, it was because He intended to answer it. Stand tall, lift your head. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are not abandoned. God is about to answer you. Not because you are flawless, but because He is faithful. And when that answer comes, it will silence every voice that doubted you. Those who mocked your faith, those who ridiculed your prayers, those who said you were wasting your time, they will watch as God vindicates you. Not by your might, not by your strength, but by His hand. He will prepare a table for you in the very presence of those who doubted, not to shame them, but to glorify Himself. They will see the evidence of God in your life, and they will know that it was not luck, not chance, not coincidence. It was God. That is why you cannot stop now. That is why you cannot let doubt win, because when the answer comes, it will not only bless you, it will become a testimony to everyone around you that God is real, God is faithful, and God is powerful. Do not be surprised if God answers bigger than you ask. You may have prayed for just enough to survive, but God is preparing more than enough to thrive. You may have prayed for a single door, but God is preparing a hallway of opportunities. You may have prayed for relief, but God is preparing restoration. He is not limited by your request. He is not confined to your imagination. He answers according to His abundance, not your scarcity. So lift your prayers higher. Expand your expectation. Believe for greater. For God is not giving you scraps. He is pouring out fullness. What you prayed for is only the beginning of what He intends to release. And do not forget this: every answered prayer comes with a test of stewardship. Will you honor God with what He has given, or will you let the blessing distract you from the one who blessed you? Too many cry out in desperation and then fall silent in abundance. They seek God in drought and forget Him in harvest. Do not let your answered prayer become your downfall. If God increases you, let gratitude increase in you. If He provides for you, let generosity flow from you. If He opens a door, walk through it with humility, giving Him glory every step. The blessing is not meant to pull you away from God. It is meant to anchor you deeper in Him. Answered prayer is not just a gift, it is a responsibility. It is a call to live with greater faith, greater devotion, greater surrender to God. There are moments when the silence of God feels deafening, when you kneel and pray and heaven seems still. Yet I tell you with all the fire that burns in my soul, this silence is not the absence of God. It is the preparation of God. The ground beneath your feet is shifting, though you cannot see it. The doors you thought were shut forever are creaking in their hinges, though you cannot hear it. The hand of God is already moving in places hidden from your eyes, setting into motion blessings you dared to pray for, aligning circumstances you thought impossible, and preparing hearts that will favor you when the hour comes. The waiting was never wasted. The tears were never unseen. The prayers were never ignored. God has heard every word, and He has stored them like treasures to be released at the appointed moment. You see, too often we mistake the delay of God for denial. But delay is not denial, it is development. It is the strengthening of your faith, the building of your endurance, the refining of your spirit. If God gave you everything the moment you asked, your heart might not be ready to carry it. Your character might not be strong enough to sustain it, and your spirit might not be deep enough to steward it. But when God delays, He is not withholding. He is preparing. He is shaping you into the vessel that can hold the abundance He is about to pour. And I tell you now, there is a fullness on the way, a pouring that will not trickle, but overflow. A blessing that will not barely satisfy, but exceed your need until your cup runs over. God is about to give you everything you prayed for, but not because you deserve it. Not because you earned it, but because He is faithful to His word, faithful to His promises, and faithful to His children. God has sworn by Himself that His word will not return empty. And if He has declared a blessing over you, nothing in heaven or on earth can revoke it. Your enemies cannot stop it. Your past cannot cancel it. Your failures cannot erase it. When God says yes, no man can say no. When God opens a door, no power can shut it. When God appoints a season, nothing can delay it. And your season is now drawing near. But let me speak plainly to your soul. You must not give up before the breakthrough comes. Too many walk away in the last hour, abandoning the harvest when the field is ripe, letting go of the rope just before the blessing arrives. Do not be counted among them. Hold on. Keep believing. Keep trusting. The night is almost over and the dawn is about to break. God is a God of timing, and His timing is perfect. He has aligned your prayers with His plan, your desire with His will, your need with His abundance. You may not see it, but faith is the evidence of what you cannot yet see. Stand on that evidence, for it is stronger than what your eyes can behold. Think of the countless times in your life when you thought it was the end, but God made a way. When you thought you had lost it all, but God restored you. When you thought the door was forever closed, but God opened another. Those moments were not accidents. They were reminders that God is in control, and He has never failed you. And if He has never failed you, why would He start now? If He sustained you then, He will bless you now. If He carried you before, He will lift you higher today. God is about to release into your hands the very things you cried out for in the midnight hour. The things you whispered when no one else was listening. The things you begged for with trembling lips and weary eyes. He has bottled your tears, and He is about to exchange them for joy. He has heard your groans, and He is about to turn them into laughter. He has seen your sacrifice, and He is about to reward you openly. That is the nature of God. He is not unjust. He is not forgetful. He is not blind. He remembers. He rewards. He restores. But understand this: when God blesses, it is not for you alone. He blesses so that His glory may be revealed through you. He blesses so that others may look at your life and see the goodness of God. He blesses so that you may become a testimony, a living witness of His power. And if you dare to carry this blessing with humility, if you dare to walk in it with gratitude, if you dare to use it for the good of others, then God will multiply it beyond measure. What you thought was the answer to a single prayer will become a fountain that blesses many. So lift your head, strengthen your heart, and set your eyes on God, for your time has come. The world may not know it, the people around you may not see it, but heaven has already decreed it. The blessing has already been written into your destiny. The promise has already been signed with the seal of God, and soon it will break forth into the visible. Do not measure God's promise by your circumstance, for circumstances shift, but God remains. Do not measure His plan by your limitations, for His power has no limits. Do not measure His faithfulness by your feelings, for feelings fade. But God's word endures forever. And when it comes, and it will come, you will know without a doubt that it was not by your strength, not by your wisdom, not by your power, but by the hand of Almighty God. You will know that your prayers did not echo into emptiness, but reached the throne of the one who governs all things. And in that moment when the answer is in your hands, when the blessing is on your life, when the doors swing wide open before you, you will remember the waiting, and you will understand why it had to be this way. Now I tell you again with the weight of heaven on these words, God is about to give you everything you prayed for. Not some of it, not part of it, but all of it in His time, in His way, in His measure. Get ready. Prepare your heart. Make room for the blessing. Because when God moves, He does not move halfway. He moves completely, abundantly, overwhelmingly. The chapter you are about to step into will make the pain of the last chapter worth it. The joy you are about to hold will make the tears you shed fade into memory. The fulfillment you are about to taste will silence every doubt you ever had. When you walk with God, you walk with certainty, even when the path beneath your feet looks uncertain. You may not see the map, but you can trust the one who holds it. You may not know how the next step will unfold, but you can trust the one who orders your steps. You may not understand the silence, the delay, the unanswered questions, but you can trust the one who sees the end from the beginning. And right now, in this very moment, God is closer than you think, working in ways beyond your imagination, ready to deliver the very things you prayed for. Do not let the storms of life convince you otherwise. The storm is not proof of God's absence. It is proof of God's presence, because the storm is often the stage upon which His power is revealed. When the winds rage and the waves rise, that is when you discover the strength of the one who sustains you. And the greater the storm, the greater the testimony of God's deliverance. If your struggle has been fierce, if your trial has been long, then rejoice, for the magnitude of your struggle is a sign of the magnitude of the blessing on the way. The enemy does not fight what has no value. The adversity you face is confirmation that something precious is being birthed in your life. Hold to this truth. God does not forget the cry of His children. He hears you when you whisper in the night. He sees you when your heart aches in silence. He knows the weight you carry even when you cannot put it into words. And though it may seem as if nothing is happening, I assure you everything is happening. Heaven is moving in response to your faith. God is aligning people, positioning resources, orchestrating events. What looks like chaos to you is order in His hands. What feels like delay to you is precision in His timing. What appears like rejection is often redirection to something greater. There is coming a day when the very things that troubled you will serve as the foundation of your victory. The prayers you prayed in pain will become the songs you sing in joy. The nights you spent weeping will give birth to mornings of laughter. The valley you walk through will lead to the mountaintop of triumph. For God never wastes suffering. He never discards tears. He never overlooks faith. He gathers it all and transforms it into something far greater than what you asked for. That is the mystery of God, that He gives not only what we request, but often more than we imagine. And I say to you now, prepare yourself, for when God is about to release His blessing, it requires room in your heart, room in your mind, and room in your life to receive it. Some of you are still clinging to old things, holding on to past hurts, carrying unnecessary weights that leave no space for the new. You must let them go, because the blessing God is bringing cannot fit into the containers of yesterday. Do not try to pour new oil into old vessels. Do not hold on to what He has already asked you to release. Trust that what He has ahead is greater than what lies behind. You may wonder, why would God take me through so much before giving me what I prayed for? And the answer is this: preparation precedes possession. God will not place a treasure into unprepared hands. Just as a farmer tills the soil before planting seed, God tills the soil of your heart before planting blessing. Every trial, every disappointment, every delay has been part of the tilling, part of the shaping, part of the refining. It may not have been pleasant, but it was necessary. And now that the soil has been broken, the seed of blessing is about to spring forth. Remember this also: God's blessings are not only for your comfort, but for your calling. He blesses you so that you may rise into purpose. He answers your prayers so that your life may bear witness to His greatness. If you prayed for provision, He will supply, but not only to meet your need. He will supply so that you may help others. If you prayed for healing, He will restore, but not only for your relief. He will restore so that your testimony will lift others. If you prayed for guidance, He will lead, but not only to take you forward. He will lead so that you can bring others with you. God's blessings are always bigger than you, because His plan always stretches beyond one life. Do not think that your waiting has been wasted time. What you thought was stagnation was actually incubation. Just as a seed lies unseen beneath the soil before it bursts forth into life, your prayers have been germinating in the unseen, waiting for the appointed season to break forth. The hidden does not mean the absent. The delay does not mean the denied. It means growth is taking place where you cannot see. And when the season is right, what was once hidden will manifest openly, and no one will be able to deny that it was the hand of God. I urge you, do not grow weary. You are closer than you think. The finish line is nearer than your eyes can see. Every step you take in faith, even when you feel weak, is bringing you into alignment with God's promise. The breakthrough is not somewhere far off in the distance. It is already forming around you. The answer is already traveling toward you. The blessing is already written into your story. God is not preparing the blessing alone. He is preparing you to meet it. Then hear me now as I speak with every ounce of conviction that burns within me. Do not lose hope. Do not let your heart faint, for the hour you have prayed for is drawing near. The heavens are not deaf, the earth is not still, and your prayers have not vanished into silence. God has been listening all along, and He has been writing your answer into the very fabric of your destiny. Every moment of pain was not in vain. Every sacrifice was not forgotten. Every tear has been gathered, and every word you lifted has reached His throne. Lift your eyes from the weight of the struggle and fix them on the greatness of God. He who created the stars does not fail His people. He who breathes life into every living thing does not overlook the cries of His children. He who commands the seas and sets the boundaries of the earth is more than able to command your blessing and set the boundaries of your victory. God is getting ready to release everything you've been believing for. Not a glimpse of it, not just a portion, but the complete, overflowing answer that only He can provide. And when it arrives, it will be so unmistakably divine that you'll know deep within your soul it wasn't your effort, it wasn't your intellect, it wasn't your strength, it was the mighty hand of God at work. You will be left speechless, standing in awe, your voice rising in praise, your heart bursting with gratitude, your life radiating the evidence of God's faithfulness. So get ready, make room in your heart, widen your faith, because the blessing coming your way will exceed every prayer you ever whispered. The season of waiting was only the threshold, and now the door is swinging wide open. God is on the move. God is responding. And He's about to place in your hands everything you've been believing for. There comes a sacred point in every heart's journey when everything grows still, when the noise fades, the soul hushes, and a single question rises from deep within. Am I walking beside the one God truly chose for me? That question is not light, my friend. It is not one to be ignored or dismissed, because the person you unite your life with will shape the altitude of your spirit. They will influence your peace or your turmoil, your blessings or your battles, your destiny or your detour. And I say this with unwavering certainty: God does not toy with your life. He does not leave you wandering in confusion or hand you over to someone who will dim the light He Himself placed within you. No, when you are in love with the right person, there are divine signs that cannot be hidden, truths that cannot be erased, confirmations that echo from heaven to your heart until you know deep down that this bond is not by chance. It is written by the hand of God. You see, people may deceive you, feelings may fluctuate, emotions may mislead you, but the voice of God has a steadiness that no storm can silence. And when you open your eyes, not just with desire, but with discernment, you will begin to recognize when you are standing before the right soul, the one chosen for you, the one whose presence does not pull you away from God, but draws you nearer to Him. That is the first truth I must declare. Love is not proven merely by butterflies in the stomach or fleeting excitement in the veins. No, love is proven by whether it strengthens your walk with God. For if love drags you into shadows, it is not love. If it makes you compromise your values, it is not love. If it blinds you to righteousness and pulls you into temptation, it is not love. But if it makes you kneel more often, pray more sincerely, live more purposefully, and give thanks to God more consistently, then you may very well be touching the garment of something divine. There is a dangerous lie in the world today, a lie that tells you love is just about chemistry, about charm, about how someone makes you feel in the moment. But I tell you, feelings will lie to you. Charm will fade. Beauty will wither. But the hand of God will not falter. And if you are wise enough, humble enough, and prayerful enough, to wait on God's confirmation, you will discover that there are signs, sacred signs, that mark when you are in the presence of the right person. These signs are not cheap tricks. They are not empty superstitions. They are the fingerprints of God upon your relationship, the whispers of heaven guiding you so you do not waste your years chasing illusions. I want you to think about this with me. How many hearts are broken today because people mistook passion for purpose? How many souls are wandering in regret because they mistook lust for love? How many have walked down the aisle blinded by excitement only to wake up later shackled by disillusionment? Do not be deceived, my friend. What God ordains, He sustains. And what is born only of your flesh will wither under the weight of life. So when you are with the right person, there will be strength beyond the surface, something that even time cannot erode. And if you will listen closely, if you will quiet the noise of the world and tune your spirit to God, you will know when love is not just an emotion, but a divine confirmation. The first sign is peace. I do not mean the shallow calm that comes and goes. I mean the deep anchoring peace that seeps into your soul when you are with them. Have you ever noticed that the wrong person can excite you, yet leave you restless? While the right person may not always dazzle you, but they steady you. When you are with the right one, there is a serenity that does not come from them alone, but from God speaking through them into your life. You stop striving, you stop pretending, you stop forcing. There is no chaos, no constant drama, no knowing unease. Instead, there is quiet assurance, as though God Himself is whispering, "This is safe, this is right, this is good." That kind of peace cannot be manufactured. That kind of peace is not found in empty promises or sweet words. That kind of peace is divine. And if you do not feel it, if instead you feel constant turmoil, then no matter how much you want to force it, you must have the courage to accept that God may be telling you this is not the one. The second sign is growth. God does not bring someone into your life just to keep you comfortable. He brings them to sharpen you, to lift you, to challenge you, to help you become the fullest version of who He designed you to be. The right person does not pull you away from your potential. They provoke it. They do not dim your light. They fan it into greater flame. They do not mock your dreams. They nurture them. They remind you of them when you forget. And they walk beside you as you pursue them. And here is the truth. When you are with the right person, you do not feel smaller. You do not feel weaker. You do not feel diminished. You feel like God is using their presence to expand you, to stretch you, to grow you. And that growth may be uncomfortable at times, but it will always be holy, always constructive, always aligned with the higher calling God placed upon your life. The third sign is endurance. Life is not a straight road. It is filled with valleys and storms, detours and delays. And if your love is only strong when the sun shines, it is not love. If your bond only holds when everything is easy, it is not from God. But when you are with the right person, your connection weathers the tempests. You may argue, yes, but you reconcile with grace. You may stumble, but you rise together. You may face loss, scarcity, pressure, but instead of crumbling, you cling tighter to each other and to God. The right person does not abandon you at the first sign of difficulty. They do not flee when the waters rise. They stand with you because they are bound to you not just by affection, but by a divine covenant. And I tell you, that kind of endurance is not man-made. It is not the product of willpower alone. It is a sign that God Himself is the third strand in the cord of your relationship, holding you together when everything else tries to pull you apart. And then there is the fourth sign, alignment. This is perhaps the most overlooked, yet the most powerful. When you are in love with the right person, your values, your vision, your direction align under the will of God. You may not be identical. You may not agree on every detail, but the foundation of your lives points the same way. If you long to honor God and they long to honor God, if you desire integrity and they desire integrity, if you walk toward purpose and they walk toward purpose, then your steps fall in rhythm. But if one of you is walking toward light and the other toward darkness, sooner or later the road will split. So alignment is not about whether you like the same music or the same food. Alignment is about whether your souls share the same compass, whether your spirits are tuned to the same frequency of obedience to God. When they are, you do not have to drag each other. You move in harmony. That, my friend, is a divine sign. But let me pause here and tell you something important. These signs are not to be taken lightly. They are not suggestions to consider only when it is convenient. They are warnings and assurances, straight from the wisdom of God. And if you ignore them, if you harden your heart because you prefer to chase fleeting passion, then you will pay the price in years of regret. God speaks not to control you, but to protect you. He shows you these signs because He loves you too much to let you stumble into ruin. And if you are humble enough to submit your love life to Him, He will guard you from heartbreak. He will lead you to the right one, and He will bless you with a relationship that glorifies Him. Think of it this way. When you choose without God, you gamble. But when you choose with God, you are guided. And guidance is priceless. Because love is not just about today, it is about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and every day until the end of your life. You do not want someone who only excites you now but exhausts you later. You want someone who inspires you today and will still be standing beside you decades from now. Their hand in yours, their heart aligned with yours, their faith lifting yours. That is what it means to be with the right person. And that is why you must let God lead. Do not let the world rush you. Do not let loneliness trick you. Do not let pressure push you. Wait on God. For when the right person enters your life, the signs will be undeniable. Peace will steady you. Growth will shape you. Endurance will sustain you. Alignment will guide you. And when all these come together, you will know. Not because your heart is infatuated, but because your spirit is confirmed. And when your spirit is confirmed, you will walk in love without fear, without doubt, without confusion. Because you will know this is not just a relationship. This is a divine appointment. When God is the foundation of your love, no storm can destroy it, no doubt can corrode it, and no enemy can uproot it. For what God plants, He protects, and what He blesses, He sustains. And I want you to understand something that will change how you see love forever. The right person is not simply someone who makes you happy. They are someone who makes you holy. Happiness is fleeting. It comes and goes like the wind. But holiness, the purity of walking in alignment with God, that is eternal. So when you look into the eyes of the one you love, you must ask yourself, does this bond make me a better servant of God? Do they lift me closer to Him, or do they pull me further away? Do they guard my soul, or do they tempt my weakness? Because love that is not centered on God is not love at all. It is illusion. It is a mirage in the desert, promising refreshment, but leaving you thirstier than before. The right person will guard your dignity, not exploit it. They will respect the boundaries God has set, not trample them in pursuit of selfish desire. They will see the value of your soul before the value of your body, because they know the soul is eternal while beauty fades with the passing of time. And you will know deep in the quiet chambers of your heart that this is different from the shallow attention of the world. For when God is present in your love, you will feel dignity where the world feels disgrace. You will feel clarity where the world feels confusion. And you will feel purpose where the world feels aimlessness. That is the mark of a relationship that has God's fingerprints upon it. Now let me tell you something that may cut deep but must be said with love. Many people confuse desperation for destiny. Loneliness becomes so heavy that they grab the first hand that reaches out, mistaking proximity for providence. But God never rushes. God never panics. God never pressures you into the wrong arms. If you feel like you must compromise your values just to be loved, then it is not from God. If you must beg for respect, it is not from God. If you must silence your convictions to keep their attention, it is not from God. For the love ordained by God will never demand you to betray Him to keep it alive. Instead, it will thrive precisely because you honor Him together. Do not let the impatience of your flesh rob you of the masterpiece God is preparing. When He brings the right person into your life, their presence will not bring confusion but clarity. They will not weaken your faith but strengthen it. They will not silence your prayers but join them. And here is the truth you must hold on to. If the relationship you are in constantly forces you to doubt, to compromise, to sin, then no matter how sweet it looks, it is poison to your soul. But if the relationship makes you fall on your knees in gratitude, if it makes you guard your integrity more fiercely, if it makes you thank God even in ordinary moments, then you are standing on holy ground. The right person will also be tested with you. Many people think love is proven only in good times. But God shows you the truth of someone's heart when life turns heavy. When the storms of life rage, the wrong one runs, but the right one stays. When resources are scarce, the wrong one complains, but the right one finds gratitude. When challenges arise, the wrong one blames you, but the right one supports you. For true love is not proven in the sunshine, but in the storm. Not in the plenty, but in the famine. Not in the laughter, but in the tears. And if God has placed the right one in your life, you will see them stand beside you, not because it is easy, but because it is ordained. Let me remind you, love is a divine trust. God places someone in your life not for you to abuse, neglect, or manipulate, but to protect, honor, and cherish. The right person will never treat your heart as a toy or your emotions as a game. They will handle your soul with reverence because they know God is watching. And you too must do the same. For love is not one-sided. It is a sacred partnership under the eyes of God. If you want to know whether you are in love with the right person, ask yourself, do I treat them as a gift from God? Do I guard their dignity as I guard my own? Do I encourage them to walk closer to Him? Because love that does not honor God is not worthy of the name. When two souls align under God's direction, something remarkable happens. Their union becomes more than companionship. It becomes ministry. Their home becomes a sanctuary of peace. Their words become tools of encouragement. Their struggles become opportunities to witness God's faithfulness. Together they shine as a light in a world drowning in darkness. Love was never meant to be only about pleasure. It was designed for purpose. The world will try to convince you that love is defined by what you receive, but God reminds you that true love is revealed by what you give. The world measures love through passion, yet God measures it through patience. The world celebrates excitement, but God honors endurance. The right person, then, is not the one who excites your body for a fleeting moment, but the one who protects your spirit for a lifetime. And here lies the wonder of divine love. When you are with the one God has ordained, every ordinary moment becomes holy. A simple talk feels like healing. A quiet pause feels like rest. And a single look across the room feels like a promise kept by heaven itself. It is not grand gestures that prove it, but the consistent presence of God flowing through even the ordinary moments. And in those moments, you will find yourself saying, "Thank you, God, this is right, this is blessed." That is how you know. Be careful, my friend, not to confuse temporary attraction with eternal confirmation. The wrong person can shine bright for a season, but their light fades and it leaves you stumbling in the dark. But the right person, even if the world overlooks them, will be like a steady flame that never dies out. God Himself will breathe on that bond, and it will endure. That is why you must pray not for the most charming person, not for the wealthiest, not for the most beautiful, but for the one whom God has approved. For only His approval secures your future. Do not be swayed by the shallow definitions of love promoted by the world. The world glamorizes lust and calls it love. The world praises infatuation and calls it destiny. The world glorifies possession and calls it romance. But God calls love something much higher, much purer, much stronger. It is about peace, growth, endurance, and alignment under His will. And when you are with the right person, you will not have to wonder endlessly. God will confirm it. He will settle your spirit. He will remove the confusion. He will plant such a deep assurance in you that no voice of doubt can uproot it. When you stand before God asking Him to guide your heart, you must realize that love is not only about companionship, it is about stewardship. God is entrusting you with another soul, another life, another heart that beats under His command. The right person is not someone you claim as property. They are someone you serve as a sacred trust from God. And when God gives you that trust, He watches carefully how you handle it. Do you nurture it, or do you neglect it? Do you protect it, or do you play with it? The way you treat love becomes a testimony of how much you honor God. Because if you cannot treat His blessing with reverence, then you cannot expect Him to multiply it. The right person will not only stand with you in the easy seasons, but also reveal the strength of their soul when you walk through fire. And you will see how God uses trials not to break you, but to prove to you that this bond is real. The storms do not destroy love. Blessed by God, they refine it. The hardships do not crush it, they fortify it. Every challenge becomes a furnace where your devotion is tested, and if the person remains, if they hold you when the world shakes, then you know that God Himself is binding you together. This is why love without God is fragile. It shatters under the weight of life. But love with God is unbreakable because it is not merely two people holding on to each other. It is two people being held together by Him. Now listen closely. The right person will not idolize you, nor will you idolize them. They will not demand that you place them above God, and you will not place them above Him either. Because when you love someone more than you love God, the relationship will eventually collapse under the imbalance. True love keeps God first. And when God is first, love flows in order. Pure, steady, unwavering. This is why so many relationships fail. People put another human being in the place only God deserves, expecting them to satisfy a need only He can fill. But when two people both put God at the center, they stop demanding perfection from each other and they begin offering grace. They stop expecting their partner to heal them and they begin healing together in God's presence. That is the mark of a love that will endure. And hear me when I say this, the right person will never compete with God for your attention. They will never resent your devotion to prayer. They will never mock your obedience. They will never pull you away from worship. Instead, they will join you in it. They will walk with you to God's presence, not distract you from it. If someone is jealous of your time with God, they are not for you. If someone laughs at your conviction, they are not for you. If someone tries to replace God in your heart, they are not for you. For the right one will always strengthen your devotion, not weaken it. The presence of the right person will also teach you something profound about patience. Love that is ordained by God does not rush. It does not pressure. It does not demand shortcuts. It knows that anything real can withstand time. The wrong person will push you into haste because they know what they offer cannot endure examination. But the right person will walk with you at God's pace, even if it takes longer than you imagined. They will not force a timeline out of fear. They will trust God's timing out of faith. And that kind of patience is evidence of love's purity. For lust is impatient, but love waits. Infatuation is reckless, but love is careful. Selfish desire takes, but God-ordained love gives. And let me remind you, when God is writing your love story, He does not just prepare the other person, He prepares you. Sometimes the delay is not because the right person is far, but because you are not yet ready to carry the responsibility of that kind of blessing. The right person is not simply a gift, they are also a test. God will not hand them to you if you are still careless with your own soul, if you are still reckless with your commitments, if you are still living without discipline. So before you ask whether you have found the right person, ask whether you have become the right person. For God will not place His treasure in hands that cannot protect it. And here is a truth that should pierce your heart. The right person is not always the easiest to love, but they are the one worth loving. There will be moments when they challenge you, moments when they correct you, moments when they reveal the flaws you would rather hide. And that is not to wound you, but to help you grow. For God uses the right one not to flatter your ego, but to sharpen your spirit. They will hold up a mirror to you, and though it may sting at times, it will save you from destruction. Do not confuse discomfort with incompatibility. Sometimes the very friction you feel is God using them to refine you. The love blossom will also be marked by honor. The right person will speak of you with respect whether you are in the room or not. They will not tear you down in anger. They will not shame you before others. They will not treat your name carelessly, for they understand that to dishonor you is to dishonor the God who joined you. And you will do the same for them. That mutual honor creates an atmosphere where trust thrives, where wounds heal quickly, where forgiveness flows easily. Without honor, love suffocates. With honor, love breathes. And when love breathes, it lasts. Let us be clear about one more thing. The right person will not distract you from your mission in life. They will amplify it. They will not strip you of your calling. They will remind you of it. They will not hold you back. They will push you forward. And in turn, you will do the same for them. This is how you know it is from God. When your union does not shrink your purpose, but multiplies it. For God never unites two people just for comfort. He unites them for a greater cause. When your love serves a purpose beyond your own desires, when it becomes a force for goodness, when it leaves behind a legacy of righteousness, then you can be certain that God Himself is the architect of your union. But if you truly desire that kind of love, you must have courage. Courage to wait, courage to walk away from the wrong one, courage to trust God even when you do not understand His timing. Many have missed the blessing of the right person because they settled for what was available instead of waiting for what was ordained. They chose quickly out of fear rather than patiently out of faith. And years later they carry the weight of regret. Do not let that be your story. Trust God enough to believe that He knows who is right for you, and that when the time is perfect, He will reveal it. There is something sacred in the way God weaves two lives together when it is His will. It is not coincidence, and it is not luck. It is not chance. It is divine orchestration. God does not simply place the right person into your path to soothe your loneliness. He places them there because together you will reflect His glory in ways you could never achieve apart. That is why the right person feels like more than a companion. They feel like a destiny shaper, someone who pulls you into alignment with the greater purpose God designed for your life. And you will know this not just by how they make you feel, but by how your very spirit responds in their presence. The right one will never require you to abandon your faith to hold on to them. Instead, they will deepen your devotion to God, and you must be wise enough to discern the difference. For there are many who will speak sweet words, but their actions lead you away from prayer. Many will promise love, but they stir chaos in your soul. Many will look right in the eyes of people, but before God they are not right for you. Do not be blinded by appearances. Do not be deceived by charm. The right person is not proven by outward display, but by inward fruit, the fruit of peace, patience, kindness, humility, and steadfastness in the ways of God. And here is what you must hold on to. The right person is not perfect, but they are purposeful. They will have flaws as you do, but those flaws will not corrupt the bond because God will use even your differences as instruments of growth. Too often people discard relationships at the first sign of imperfection, forgetting that God never promised perfection. He promised partnership. The right one will not be flawless, but their flaws will not destroy you. Instead, together you will learn forgiveness, patience, and humility. In this way, God shapes both of you to resemble more of His wisdom and less of your selfishness. When you are with the right person, you will also notice that God brings confirmation not only through feelings, but through circumstances. Doors open with ease, obstacles dissolve without force, and opportunities align as though the universe itself bows to God's command. It is not that the path is free of challenges, but there will be a rhythm, a flow, a divine order that reminds you this is no accident. With the wrong person, everything feels forced, heavy, out of sync. But with the right one, even the battles feel worth fighting because you know God is with you in the struggle. The love God ordains also has a language of sacrifice. The right person will be willing to put aside their pride for the sake of peace, their comfort for the sake of your will, bending their desires for the sake of God's will. And you too will find joy in sacrifice for them. This is not because you are weak, but because you are strong enough to put love above ego. When two hearts are both willing to sacrifice under God's guidance, then their bond cannot be shaken, because it is not built on selfishness, but on surrender to Him. Consider this also. The right person will guard your destiny as much as they guard your heart. They will not tolerate you living beneath your potential. They will not let you waste your talents, bury your gifts, or abandon your calling. They will push you forward when you feel like giving up. They will remind you of who you are when you forget. They will fight for your dreams as though they were their own. Why? Because God placed them in your life, not just to share your love, but to share your purpose. And when your destinies intertwine like that, you will know this is no ordinary love. This is divine. And my beloved, never underestimate the power of prayer in discerning love. If you are unsure, fall on your knees and ask God to show you. Ask Him to open your eyes, to close the wrong doors, to give you clarity that no human could manipulate. For when God gives you clarity, it cannot be confused. He may speak through your spirit, through circumstances, through the wisdom of those who love Him. And when He confirms it, there will be no need for constant guessing, no endless anxiety, no desperate searching for signs in every little thing. The peace of God will settle upon you, and you will know. But prayer does not only reveal the right person, it also sustains the relationship once you have found them. Prayer will be the anchor that keeps you steady when disagreements arise, when life becomes heavy, when confusion tries to creep in. The right one will not only allow you to pray, but will join you in prayer because they know that a relationship without God is like a house without a foundation. It may stand for a season, but it will collapse when the storm comes. But when prayer is the heartbeat of your love, no storm can destroy what God Himself has sealed. Do not overlook the subtle signs of God's blessing. The wrong one will leave you drained, anxious, and questioning your worth. The right one will leave you renewed, encouraged, and reminded of God's faithfulness. With the wrong one, you will feel like you are losing yourself to keep them. With the right one, you will find more of yourself than ever before because they see you the way God sees you. And when you experience that, you will know you have stepped into something divine. The right person will not merely love who you are today, they will believe in who you can become tomorrow. They will not cling to your past mistakes. They will walk with you into the future God has prepared. And you will do the same for them. That kind of love does not come from human strength. It comes from God. And when it does, you will realize that love is not about completing each other. It is about complementing each other. Two different souls molded together for a shared purpose in God's design. My friends, when God sets His hand upon your life and brings another into your path, it is not by accident. It is not by the careless turns of fate. It is by His divine design. Love that is rooted in God's will is not shallow. It does not waver with the winds of time, nor does it collapse under the weight of trials. It stands tall because it is anchored in something greater than human desire. It is anchored in God Himself. And when you recognize that you are standing in a love that God has ordained, your soul cannot help but testify that this love is more than emotion. It is more than chemistry. It is more than attraction. It is a divine signpost pointing you toward the destiny God has prepared for you. One of the clearest ways you know that you are walking with the right person is when your relationship keeps drawing you nearer to God rather than pulling you away. Do not mistake mere comfort or fleeting happiness as confirmation. A love given by God will sharpen your spirit. It will ignite your faith. It will cause you to pray more fervently, to believe more boldly, to walk more righteously. If you find yourself falling in love with someone and suddenly your devotion to God deepens, your discipline grows stronger, and your heart leans more toward holiness, then hear me clearly, that is not ordinary. It is God at work, showing you that this bond is aligned with His plan. But listen carefully. God does not simply give you someone who makes you feel good. He gives you someone who makes you become good. The right person in your life will not only comfort you in your weaknesses, they will challenge you toward your strengths. They will not feed your pride. They will nurture your humility. They will not encourage you to wander from God's light. They will walk hand in hand with you toward it. This is why discernment is so critical. Not every relationship that feels warm is from God, and not every person who speaks kindly is sent by Him. But when God Himself has authored the story, you will see evidence. Not in words alone, but in the fruit that grows from the relationship. Let me tell you, true love from God carries peace as its companion. Not the shallow peace of silence, not the fragile peace of avoidance, but the deep, steady peace that flows from God's own Spirit. When you are with the right person, even in the face of storms, even when conflict arises, even when disagreements shake the ground, there remains a quiet assurance within your heart that you are standing where God has placed you. It is a peace that says, "This is safe, this is pure, this is of God." That kind of peace is not man-made. It cannot be fabricated. It cannot be manipulated. It is the peace that comes only when you are standing in alignment with the will of the Almighty. And yet, let us not ignore the reality. Love ordained by God is not without its trials. In fact, those trials are often the very proof of its strength. The right person will not make your path free of obstacles, but they will make sure you are not walking it alone. Together you will stand in prayer. Together you will fight through hardship. Together you will endure the test of time. And every test you pass will not only strengthen your bond with one another, it will strengthen your bond with God. For love that is tried and purified by hardship is a love that no storm can break, because its roots go deeper than the soil of this world. They are rooted in the eternal. Another sign that God has placed the right person in your life is when you see growth, not only growth in affection, but growth in purpose. With the wrong person, your vision narrows, your dreams shrink, and your faith withers. But with the right person, your spirit expands, your hope rises, and your dreams find wings. Suddenly, you feel the courage to pursue what God has placed in your heart. Suddenly, you no longer doubt your worth or your calling. Why? Because God uses this person as a mirror to reflect back to you what He has always seen in you. And when someone sees you as God sees you, they do not hold you back. They push you forward. They lift you higher. They cheer you into your destiny. Do not take lightly the sacred gift of such love. The wrong relationship can destroy years of your life. But the right one can multiply blessings beyond measure. That is why God calls us to patience, to prayer, and to discernment. For the enemy knows the power of two people joined in God's will, and he will do everything he can to distract you with counterfeits. But when you wait upon God, when you surrender your heart to Him, when you refuse to settle for less than is best, you will not only recognize the right person, you will be ready for them. And being ready is just as important as being with the right one, because God does not only bring the right person at the right time, He prepares you to be the right person at the right time as well. So I ask you, are you in a love that points you closer to God? Does your heart feel the peace of His confirmation? Do you see growth in faith, in purpose, in destiny? Do you feel strengthened, not weakened? If your answer is yes, then lift your head in gratitude, for you are walking in something rare, something holy, something only God could give. But if your answer is no, then do not be afraid to let go. Do not be afraid to trust God's timing. Do not be afraid to wait, because God's plan is never late. God is not careless with your heart. He will not hand it over to someone who cannot protect it. When He gives with intention. He gives with wisdom. He gives with foresight. And when He blesses you with the right person, that blessing will not come wrapped in confusion or hidden in chaos. It will come with clarity. It will come with peace. It will come with strength. And though challenges may come, you will always sense that deeper assurance that says, "This is where I am meant to be. This is who God has chosen for me." Now, do not let impatience blind you to the truth. Some of you are asking God for confirmation while ignoring the signs He has already placed in front of you. Some of you are holding on to what you know is not of Him because you are afraid of being alone. But hear me, it is better to stand alone with God than to walk in the wrong direction with the wrong person. And if you trust Him fully, He will not leave you empty-handed. He will provide. He will guide. He will complete the work He has begun in you. And in His perfect time, He will bring the right person who will walk beside you in love that glorifies Him. Because love, when it is from God, is never about two people alone. It is about three, you, the one God has given, and God Himself holding it all together. And when He holds it together, nothing can tear it apart. My beloved friends, let this truth settle deeply into your soul. Love is not man's invention, it is God's design. And when God writes the story, it carries His fingerprints. Peace that cannot be shaken, growth that cannot be denied, strength that cannot be broken, and purpose that cannot be stolen. The right person is not just someone who fills your days with laughter, but someone who anchors your nights with prayer. They are not just a companion for moments of ease, but a partner for seasons of trial. They are not merely a presence in your life, but a sign of God's presence working through your life. Do not be deceived by the counterfeits that shine brightly for a moment and then fade into regret. Do not allow impatience to lead you into bonds that God has not blessed. If the peace of God is absent, if the growth of your soul is hindered, if your faith is diminished, then no matter how pleasing it may seem, it is not from Him. But if your heart is strengthened in righteousness, if your spirit is lifted in devotion, if your destiny is sharpened and your purpose confirmed, then rejoice. For God has set His hand upon that love. And I tell you, when you stand in the love God ordains, you are not merely in love with a person. You are in alignment with the divine calling. That bond becomes a testimony, a living witness of what it looks like when God unites two hearts for His glory. So walk carefully, pray earnestly, wait faithfully, and trust completely. Because when God gives, He gives perfectly, and when He blesses abundantly. When God blesses you with the right person, hold them close with a heart full of gratitude. Honor that love through loyalty and grace. Guard it in prayer, keeping God as the foundation of your union. And if you are still in the waiting season, do not lose heart. For the Creator of love has not overlooked your story. He knows the quiet longings that rest within you, and in His divine timing, He will reveal a love that is not merely good, but godly. Not just beautiful, but filled with purpose. Not only enduring, but eternal. So remain steadfast, dear friend. Trust His timing above your own. Because when the moment arrives, there will be no confusion. There will be no striving, no uncertainty. The signs will be unmistakable. The peace will flood your soul. And you will know deep within that you are living a love authored by the hand of Almighty God. There come moments in life when even the atmosphere around you begins to change. You may not be able to explain it, but deep within you can feel it. Something quiet yet powerful whispers that God is setting the stage for something beyond the ordinary. My friend, when God begins to move in your life, when He starts preparing your heart for a prophetic union, it won't feel like typical love, nor will it mirror the fleeting connections of this world. It will feel like destiny itself, because that's exactly what it is. God is never random. He is intentional. And when He prepares you for a prophetic marriage, He does it with precision, alignment, and a heavenly power that cannot be shaken by anything on earth. But listen closely. God does not hand such a sacred covenant to those who are careless, unready, or distracted. God prepares, He molds, He refines, He breaks, and He builds again. If you sense that you are in a season of being pulled apart, stretched beyond your comfort zone, or pressed in ways you have never known before, it may be that God is preparing you. He is shaping your heart to carry the weight of a prophetic marriage, one that is not merely about companionship, but about advancing His will, about becoming a testimony, about walking in unity under His divine covering. The first sign is in the breaking. God will not send you into a covenant still clinging to the wounds of yesterday. If you feel like the pain of your past relationship still lingers, if the betrayal you endured once upon a time still stings, and suddenly you find yourself being healed, being restored, being lifted above bitterness and anger, this is God at work. He is not just wiping away your tears. He is cleansing your spirit so that love rooted in His truth may blossom. God does not want you to carry old scars into a holy union. He wants to free you so that when He joins you to the one He has chosen, you are able to love in purity, not in fear, not in suspicion, not in chains. The second sign is in the stretching of your character. God will begin to convict you of things you once overlooked. Perhaps you were careless with your words, quick to anger, or selfish with your time. Suddenly, God begins to call you higher. You notice Him nudging you to walk in patience, to walk in humility, to walk in forgiveness. Why? Because prophetic marriage requires two people who are spiritually mature enough to carry each other's burdens. God will not bring you into it until you have learned to surrender your pride and walk in selflessness. You will feel His hand pushing you to grow. The struggles you face in this season are not punishments. They are preparations. The third sign is in the redirection of your desires. When God is preparing you, you will find your heart turning away from the superficial. What once attracted you will no longer move you. The glitter of appearances will fade, and you will begin to crave depth, authenticity, and spiritual alignment. God will place in you a hunger for someone who prays, someone who stands, someone who carries His light. And you will notice something remarkable. Your standards will no longer be based on what pleases people, but on what pleases God. When your heart begins to desire what God desires, that is a sure sign that He is shaping you for something holy. The fourth sign is in your isolation. There will come a time when God pulls you away from the noise. Friends may distance themselves, and opportunities may dry up. You may even feel forgotten. But listen to me. God hides His chosen vessels. He separates them so He can speak to them. In that quiet place, He reveals secrets. In that solitude, He strengthens your discernment. He teaches you how to hear His voice. Because in prophetic marriage, you cannot rely on the opinions of others. You must hear Him clearly. If you feel hidden right now, it is not rejection. It is protection. God is drawing you close because He is about to entrust you with someone who will walk beside you in His calling. The fifth sign is in the alignment of your path. Doors will begin to close and others will suddenly open. God will redirect your steps so that you are positioned in the right place at the right time for His will to unfold. Sometimes this means moving to a new city. Sometimes it means stepping into a new assignment. Sometimes it simply means letting go of the wrong people. But every shift, every transition, every divine rearrangement is part of the puzzle. God is not a God of coincidence. If your life seems to be rearranging beyond your control, It is because God is weaving the threads of destiny. He is preparing the meeting point where His plan will come alive. The sixth sign is in the burden for purpose. You will begin to sense that your life is not just about you anymore. You will feel God calling you to greater service, to deeper faith, to higher obedience. You will realize that marriage is not simply about happiness. It is about holiness, about carrying out a mission together. You will sense that God is not giving you a partner just to ease your loneliness, but to multiply your effectiveness. The person He prepares for you will not only love you, they will stand with you in the work of God. If you feel a rising fire within you, a conviction that your life must be used for something greater, it may be the stirring of God preparing you for a prophetic marriage that will advance His kingdom. The seventh sign is in the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. You may not know the details. You may not see the person yet. You may not even have clarity about when. But there will be a calm assurance deep inside that God is orchestrating it all. When doubt tries to creep in, His peace will silence it. When fear tries to overwhelm you, His assurance will cover you. This peace is not natural, it is divine. It is God's way of telling you, trust me, I am in control. When you sense this unshakable peace despite the uncertainty, it is a clear sign that God's hand is upon you, preparing you for a prophetic covenant. And I must tell you, beloved, prophetic marriage is not for the faint of heart. It is not for those who treat love as a casual game. It is not for those who run when things get hard. It is for those who are surrendered to God's will, who are willing to love with endurance, to stand with strength, to forgive with mercy, and to build with faith. God does not play with sacred unions. He does not throw them together in haste. He refines, He tests, He shapes until you are ready to carry the weight of such a covenant. When God prepares you for prophetic marriage, He does not simply polish the surface of your life. He reaches into the deepest places of your heart and begins to transform you from within. He strips away the counterfeit loves, the false securities, and the shallow pursuits that once held your attention, and He replaces them with an unshakable desire for His truth. This is not merely preparation for companionship. It is preparation for covenant, a covenant that reflects His order, His holiness, and His eternal wisdom. You see, God does not entrust the sacred to the careless. He does not release prophetic destiny into hands that are still clinging to temporary pleasures. That is why, before He places a prophetic spouse in your life, He will take you through seasons of pruning. He will cut away the branches that bear no fruit. He will expose the pride, the impatience, the anger, the unforgiveness, the hidden desires of the flesh that once ruled you. It may hurt, it may feel like loss, but it is divine surgery because God is not preparing you to merely get married. He is preparing you to carry the weight of a union that will testify to His greatness. One of the most profound signs that God is preparing you is the awakening of your spirit to the sacredness of covenant. When the world speaks of marriage, it speaks in terms of romance, passion, and personal satisfaction. But when God speaks of marriage, He speaks in terms of unity, purpose, and endurance. He begins to train your mind to see love as service, to see sacrifice as strength, to see loyalty as beauty. He will change your definition of love. Suddenly, it will no longer be about what you can receive, but about what you can give. That shift in your heart is not a small thing. It is the fingerprint of God reshaping you for a prophetic partnership. Another sign is the call to purity. Not only physical purity, but purity of mind, purity of intention, purity of desire. God will begin to convict you when you entertain thoughts that do not align with His will. He will nudge you when your motives are tainted with selfishness. He will guard you from people whose presence stirs confusion instead of clarity. Why? Because a prophetic marriage cannot be built on defiled foundations. It must rest on holiness. And so when God is preparing you, He will clean your inner world. He will break the chains of lust, greed, vanity, and ego so that your love, when it comes, is clean, strong, and uncorrupted. Listen to me. God does not prepare you for prophetic marriage by giving you everything you desire. He prepares you by shaping you into everything He requires. That is why you may find yourself in a season where you feel misunderstood, where others cannot see your value, where doors seem slow to open. But what looks like rejection is often redirection. God is sparing you from counterfeit connections. He is keeping you hidden from people who would mishandle your heart. He is setting you apart because He has ordained someone whose spirit is aligned with yours, whose calling matches yours, whose destiny is tied to yours. Do not despise the waiting. Waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred time. It is in waiting that God teaches you patience, endurance, and trust. It is in waiting that He refines your vision so you can discern the one He sends from the imitations that the enemy will throw your way. If God allowed you to step into marriage without this refining, you would not have the wisdom to recognize the prophetic partner He prepared. But through waiting, through fasting, through prayer, through surrender, God sharpens your discernment until your spirit can instantly sense when His promise has arrived. There is also the test of obedience. When God prepares you, He will ask things of you that may not make sense to your human understanding. He may instruct you to let go of a relationship that feels comfortable but is not destined. He may ask you to leave a job, move to a new place, or step into a calling that seems beyond your ability. These are not random commands. They are divine alignments. For a prophetic marriage is not about what feels easy. It is about what fulfills His will. And if you are not willing to obey in the small things, you will not be ready for the great responsibility of covenant. And hear this. When God is preparing you, He will confront the idols in your life. If you have placed your happiness, your worth, or your identity in people, He will remove them so that you learn to anchor yourself in Him alone. Because in a prophetic marriage, your spouse is not meant to be your God, but your partner in serving God. If you are still expecting a human being to complete you, God will withhold the prophetic union until you learn that only He can complete you. Only when He becomes your first love will He entrust you with another soul to love. God is also strategic in how He aligns prophetic marriages. He will shape your destiny in such a way that your calling and your spouse's calling are not in conflict but in harmony. That is why He sometimes delays, because He is still preparing the other person. You may be ready, but they may not be, or they may be ready, but you may not. But when the time is right, when both vessels are purified, when both hearts are surrendered, when both lives are aligned, then God will orchestrate the meeting. It will not be by accident. It will be by divine appointment. And when it happens, you will know. It will not be the dizzying confusion of lust. It will not be the fragile excitement of fleeting romance. It will be a steady peace, a holy certainty, a quiet conviction deep within your soul that God has joined what no man can separate. That peace is the signature of God. That stillness is His seal. When you feel it, you will not have to beg. You will not have to manipulate. You will not have to force anything. It will flow because it is ordained. When God prepares you for a prophetic marriage, He does not simply prepare your emotions. He prepares your entire life. He shapes your mind, your spirit, your habits, and even your surroundings. You begin to notice that everything in your world starts aligning with divine order. What once distracted you suddenly loses its grip. The people who pulled you away from your purpose slowly fade from your life. And in their place, God begins to bring clarity, focus, and divine redirection. This is not coincidence. Whoa, this is orchestration. God is arranging your life so that when the prophetic union comes, nothing will stand in the way of what He has ordained. One of the most powerful signs that God is preparing you is the development of spiritual resilience. Before He places you in covenant, He ensures you can stand firm in the storms. Prophetic marriages are not ordinary. They are attacked because they carry purpose. And so if you find yourself in a season where trials come one after another, understand this. It is not because you are forgotten, but because you are being fortified. God is building your endurance so that when the union comes, you will not break under pressure. He is training you to fight battles on your knees, to withstand lies, to rise above slander, to walk with strength even when the world turns against you. This resilience is not optional. It is essential, for prophetic love must be able to stand against opposition. Another sign is the sharpening of your discernment. God will not allow you to enter a covenant blind. He will begin to reveal hidden truths, expose counterfeit intentions, and open your eyes to the unseen. People you once trusted may suddenly reveal their true colors. Relationships you thought were permanent may collapse. Do not despair when this happens, for God is showing you that not every hand that reaches for you is meant to hold you. He is teaching you to distinguish between the counterfeit and the genuine. Because when your prophetic spouse arrives, you must be able to discern without doubt. You must recognize their spirit beyond their words, their character beyond their appearance, their soul beyond the surface. This clarity is a gift from God. It will protect you from being deceived. God will also call you to deeper levels of surrender. When He prepares you for prophetic marriage, He demands that your will bow to His. You may have had a plan for your life. Perhaps you pictured your future in a certain way. Imagine the kind of person you thought you would marry. But then God interrupts and suddenly the path looks different. Suddenly the person He is shaping for you is not what you expected. This is the moment of surrender when you learn to say, God, not my will, but yours. For a prophetic marriage is not about what you envisioned. It is about what He ordained. If you cling to your own script, you will miss His masterpiece. That is why surrender is crucial. When you release your expectations, you make room for God's perfection. There is also the sign of inner transformation. Before God joins two people, He refines each one individually. You may notice yourself becoming more compassionate, more patient, more forgiving, more stable. The things that once stirred anger in you may no longer provoke you. The wounds that once controlled your actions may no longer define you. This is God preparing your heart so that when He joins it to another, it will not be a source of pain, but a source of healing. He is making you whole, not so that your spouse will complete you, but so that you may come into the covenant already filled with His strength. Two whole souls joined under God create a bond that cannot be shaken. Do not overlook the way God refines your vision in this season. When He prepares you for prophetic marriage, He lifts your eyes from temporary pleasure to eternal purpose. You begin to see relationships differently. You no longer ask, does this person make me happy? But instead, does this person align with God's plan for my life? Your questions change because your perspective changes. You no longer seek just affection. You seek divine alignment. And that shift is powerful because prophetic marriage is not just about comfort, it is about mission. God does not join you to someone simply to ease your loneliness. He joins you to someone to multiply your impact, to strengthen your calling, to advance His will. And let us not forget that preparation always comes with testing. God will allow situations that challenge your patience, tempt your faith, and stretch your endurance. You may be faced with loneliness that feels unbearable, with delays that test your hope, with moments where you wonder if God has forgotten you. But remember this: silence does not mean absence. Delay does not mean denial. God is still working behind the scenes, still aligning, still orchestrating. He is testing your faith because prophetic covenant requires a faith that does not crumble under waiting. If you cannot trust Him in the delay, how will you trust Him when challenges come within the marriage? The test is proof that He is preparing you for something sacred. And perhaps the most beautiful sign of all is the peace that begins to cover you even in uncertainty. You may not know who, you may not know when, but deep within there is a calm assurance that God is in control. It is a peace that no friend can explain, no enemy can shake, and no circumstance can destroy. This peace is the voice of God saying, I am preparing you, I am guiding you, I am with you. Hold on to that peace, for it is the anchor that will steady you until the day His promise is revealed. When God prepares you for a prophetic marriage, He does something that many overlook. He begins to reorder your priorities. Suddenly, the things that once consumed your attention lose their grip. The desire to chase after shallow approval fades, and in its place rises a hunger for righteousness, a yearning to please God above all else. This is not accidental, it is intentional. For how can two walk together unless they are agreed? And how can a covenant built on divine purpose flourish unless the individuals within it have already chosen God as their highest priority? That is why preparation begins not with finding the right person, but with becoming the right vessel. A prophetic marriage requires a foundation stronger than emotion, deeper than attraction, and more enduring than circumstance. God knows that the storms of life will test every union. Finances will be tested, health may be tested, families and friendships may be tested. And if the union rests only on human will, it will collapse under the weight of trial. But when God is the center, when both hearts have been trained to trust Him above all, then no storm can shatter it. This is why He refines you now, so that your faith is unshakable, your love is unselfish, and your loyalty is unmovable. Another sign of His preparation is the way He awakens a spirit of responsibility within you. Love in a prophetic marriage is not childish, not selfish, not shallow. It demands maturity. It requires that you care not only for your own well-being, but also for the well-being of another. God will test this in small ways before He entrusts you with something greater. He may call you to serve people who cannot repay you. He may place someone in your path who needs patience, compassion, and understanding. He may stir within you a burden to pray not just for yourself, but for others. All of this is training. All of this is His way of shaping your spirit so that when you step into covenant, you are not unprepared, but already carrying the heart of a servant. Do not be surprised if during this season, God allows certain doors to shut firmly. You may wonder why relationships that look promising suddenly dissolve, or why people you once leaned on now seem distant. Do not mistake this as failure. It is refinement. God is removing the counterfeits, the distractions, and the imposters because He knows they cannot walk with you into your destiny. It is far better to spend a season alone with God than to be bound forever to someone who was never meant to walk the path of your divine calling. Trust the doors He closes, because every no is clearing space for His greater yes. Let's be honest. A prophetic marriage isn't about finding a person who completes you. Completion comes from God alone. If you are still trying to find your wholeness in another human being, God will delay the covenant until you discover that only He can fill the emptiness inside you. A prophetic partner is not sent to take God's place, but to walk beside you as both of you serve Him together. That's why God insists on your healing before He allows your union. If your heart still bleeds from betrayal, if resentment still shapes your choices, if old wounds still rule your reactions, He will keep you in the refining fire until you are whole. God does not place unhealed hearts into divine partnerships, because brokenness left untreated becomes a weapon in the enemy's hands. Healing must come first, and that healing can only be found in His presence. God also prepares you through humility. He teaches you that leadership in a marriage is not domination and submission is not weakness. True strength is found in service. True authority is found in humility. Prophetic marriage requires both partners to bend before God, to surrender pride, and to walk together in unity. That is why in this season, God may humble you. He may strip away arrogance. He may break the illusion of self-sufficiency. He may confront the areas where pride once ruled. It may sting, but it is necessary. For when He joins you to another, it must be two humble hearts, not two stubborn egos. And hear this with clarity. God is not only preparing you, He is also preparing the one He has chosen for you. Somewhere that person is being refined, tested, and molded just as you are. They may be walking through trials you cannot see, enduring battles you cannot imagine, learning lessons you will one day benefit from. This is why patience is vital. You are not waiting in vain. You are waiting while God works. He is aligning two lives, two destinies, two callings until they converge at the appointed time. Do not rush what He is arranging, for premature unions birth unnecessary pain. When the time is right, His hand will bring you together and the timing will be perfect. Another powerful sign is the way God begins to enlarge your vision. You no longer think only in terms of yourself. You begin to see in terms of legacy. You ask questions like, what will we build together? What impact will we leave? How will our covenant advance the will of God? That enlargement of vision is divine. It is not ambition. It is assignment. Prophetic marriage is never small. It always carries weight in the spiritual realm. That is why it must be birthed in prayer, sustained in faith, and protected by obedience. You will also notice that God will train your ears to hear His voice clearly. This is critical because prophetic marriage is not built on public opinion. Family may misunderstand, friends may doubt, society may criticize, but when God speaks, that is all the confirmation you need. He will teach you to trust His whisper above the noise. In the quiet hours of the night, in the stillness of prayer, in the depths of worship, you will hear Him guiding you, assuring you, preparing you. His voice will become your anchor. And when He finally gives the green light, you will walk in confidence, not confusion. So if you are in the season of preparation, take courage. Do not despise the breaking. Do not resist the refining. Do not grow weary in the waiting. Every step you are enduring now is part of a larger design. God is not preparing you for ordinary love. He is preparing you for covenant, for purpose, for a prophetic union that will echo in eternity. Trust Him, follow Him, and surrender fully to His timing. Because when His hand moves, nothing on earth or in the heavens can stop the union He has ordained. When God sets His hand to prepare you for a prophetic marriage, He does not simply touch the surface of your circumstances. He reshapes the depths of your soul. You may feel the ground beneath your feet shift, the familiar patterns of your life disrupted, and the very desires of your heart redefined. This is the evidence of God's craftsmanship. It is a sign that He is not just preparing you for love, but preparing you for destiny. For a prophetic marriage is not a mere partnership of two hearts. It is a divine covenant forged under His authority, created to withstand the storms of life and reflect His glory to the world. And so, in this season of preparation, God begins to uproot everything within you that is not built to last. He confronts your fears, your doubts, your insecurities, because He knows they cannot travel with you into the covenant He is preparing. Perhaps you feel a restlessness inside, a stirring that refuses to let you stay the same. That is God's hand upon you. He is drawing out of you every weakness that would sabotage your future. And He is planting within you the strength required to carry a union that is destined for greatness. Do not be surprised when He brings you face to face with yourself. For how can two walk together in truth if one has not first walked in truth with God? He will uncover the hidden corners of your heart, the pride you did not notice, the bitterness you thought you had buried, the fears you never dared to confess. He does this not to shame you, but to free you. He does it so that when He sends the one ordained for you, you will not project old wounds onto new blessings. He heals you now so that love may flourish without chains. Another mark of His preparation is the discipline of your spirit. God will not bring you into prophetic marriage if you cannot control your impulses, guard your words, and restrain your temper. He will allow circumstances that test your patience, that stretch your endurance, that teach you how to remain steady when everything around you shakes. Why? Because prophetic covenant demands consistency. It requires faithfulness in seasons of joy and in seasons of pain. And so He trains you in advance, shaping your character to endure, so that when the sacred union arrives, you will not crumble under its weight. You may also notice that God begins to realign your circle. People who once seemed close may suddenly fade. Voices you once trusted may no longer carry influence. Relationships you leaned on may dissolve without explanation. This can feel like loss, but in truth, it is divine protection. God is not isolating you to punish you. He is isolating you to prepare you. He knows that prophetic marriages are fragile in their early stages. And so He clears away the noise, removing the distractions so you can hear Him more clearly. When you feel alone, remember that aloneness with God is never emptiness. It is empowerment. In this process, God will ignite within you a deeper sense of vision. No longer will you view marriage as a matter of convenience or comfort. You will begin to sense that it is about calling, about impact, about purpose that stretches beyond yourself. You will realize that God is not simply giving you a spouse to ease your loneliness, but a partner to multiply your assignment. Together you will be stronger. Together you will cover more ground. Together you will reflect His light in ways you could not alone. This awareness is part of the preparation. It is the widening of your understanding so that you will not enter the covenant with small expectations, but with divine perspective. And as He prepares you, God will demand obedience in ways that seem difficult. He may call you to walk away from relationships that feel familiar but are not ordained. He may urge you to pursue paths that appear uncertain yet carry His direction. He may command you to release your own plans so that His plan may prevail. Obedience is not easy, but it is necessary. For if you cannot trust Him with your singleness, how will you trust Him with your marriage? Every act of obedience now lays the groundwork for your ability to stand united in covenant later. God also purifies your motives. You may think you know why you want to marry, but He will strip away the shallow desires. No longer will you crave marriage for status, for appearances, for fleeting pleasure. He will burn those motives away until what remains is pure, a desire to serve Him through union, a longing to reflect His order, a passion to build a legacy that honors His name. When this purification happens, you will know you are close because God does not release a prophetic marriage into selfish hands. And let us not overlook this truth. In the season of preparation, God teaches you the language of peace. There will come a moment when everything around you looks uncertain, your future unclear, your timeline delayed. But within you rests a peace that cannot be shaken. That peace is not born of circumstance. It is born of His presence. It is His seal, His assurance, His whisper that says, "I am working all things for your good." That peace will carry you until the day the covenant arrives, and it will remain with you long after, sustaining you through the challenges that will come. So if you are walking through breaking, if you are enduring pruning, if you are feeling the stretching of your soul, rejoice. For these are not signs of abandonment, they are signs of preparation. God is molding you, shaping you, aligning you for something greater than you could ever imagine. And when His time comes, you will see that every tear, every delay, every test was not wasted. They were building blocks, laying the foundation for a covenant that will glorify Him and stand as a testimony for generations to come. When God begins to prepare you for a prophetic marriage, He does not simply polish the surface of your life. He goes deep into the foundation. He knows that a covenant built on weak ground cannot stand against the winds of trial. So He starts by strengthening what is unseen. God works in the hidden places of your heart, in the thoughts you never speak aloud, in the motives you barely recognize. He is not only shaping what others will see, He is shaping what only He can see. Because the strength of a prophetic covenant depends not on outward appearance, but on the inner substance of those who carry it. This is why God will call you into seasons of silence. Not because He has forgotten you, but because He is teaching you to hear Him above every other voice. In the stillness, distractions fall away and clarity comes. Silence with God becomes a furnace of transformation. It is there that He teaches you discernment so you will not confuse infatuation with destiny or convenience with calling. In silence, He trains you to recognize the difference between what flatters your emotions and what strengthens your soul. That is how He protects you from false unions, by sharpening your spiritual perception before the covenant arrives. In this preparation, God may test your patience more than anything else. He delays not to punish but to purify. Waiting exposes what lives inside of you, impatience, doubt, or faith. God uses waiting as a mirror so that you see what still needs surrender. A prophetic marriage is not rushed, for what is rushed often collapses. God stretches time so that your roots may go deeper, your faith may grow stronger, and your capacity to carry the covenant may expand. Those who resist the impatience of the flesh and surrender to the timing of God discover that His delays are never denials. They are divine appointments in disguise. Another sign of God's preparation is that He begins to align your purpose with precision. You will feel a stronger pull toward the assignments He has given you. Your calling will come into sharper focus. God will not allow you to be joined to someone who diminishes your purpose. Instead, He shapes you so that you will recognize the one whose purpose complements yours. Prophetic marriage is never random. It is the union of two lives carrying assignments that interlock. When God is preparing you, He will not only teach you how to love another, but how to love His will above all. And understand this, when God prepares you, He allows tests that prove your loyalty. He may bring opportunities that seem attractive but are not aligned with His plan. He will see if you choose temporary comfort over eternal assignment. He will watch if you obey His whisper or chase your own desire. Every decision in this season is training for covenant. If you compromise now, you will compromise later. But if you remain steadfast now, you will be unshakable when the covenant comes. Obedience in the preparation season is the greatest proof that you are ready for prophetic union. God also refines your endurance. He knows that prophetic marriages will be targeted, for they are not ordinary unions. They are vessels of His glory. Opposition will rise, storms will come, but if you have been trained in the wilderness, you will not falter in the storm. God strengthens you in private battles so that you may stand strong in future wars. He allows adversity not to break you, but to prove you. And when you come forth from those trials, you will carry resilience that cannot be shaken, a resilience that will sustain your covenant for a lifetime. One of the clearest marks of divine preparation is that God begins to awaken within you a love that is selfless. He breaks down the walls of selfishness, dismantles the idol of me, and trains you to think in terms of we. Prophetic marriage cannot survive on selfish desire. It thrives on sacrifice. God will teach you how to lay down your pride, how to forgive quickly, how to serve with humility. He will allow circumstances that demand selflessness, not because He wants to burden you, but because He is shaping you into a vessel of covenantal love. And finally, God secures your identity in Him before He brings you into covenant. He ensures that your worth is anchored in Him alone. If your identity rests in another human being, you will cling to them in fear instead of standing with them in strength. When your identity is grounded in God, you will step into marriage whole, not shattered. You won't look to your partner to fill your emptiness, because you will already be fulfilled in Him. Out of that wholeness will flow a bond that multiplies purpose, strength, and serenity. So be encouraged in the season of preparation. Every quiet moment, every delay, every challenge, every season of pruning, these are all signs that God is working behind the scenes. He isn't shaping you for something average. He's forming you for a covenant that will echo through eternity. And when His appointed time arrives, when His divine hand brings together what He has chosen, no power in heaven or on earth will be able to tear apart what God Himself has joined. There comes a moment in every life when the winds begin to change direction, when the air around you feels charged, when the quiet rhythm of the ordinary begins to tremble with the approach of the extraordinary. And I say this to you tonight with absolute conviction: when God is preparing to move in your life, He never leaves you unaware. He never leaves you wandering in darkness. He always sends signs. Signs that awaken your spirit. Signs that stir something deep within you. Signs that cannot be dismissed if your heart remains open. Some of you hearing this right now are standing on the edge of the greatest breakthrough of your life. But before it unfolds, you must understand that the unease you feel, the restlessness that steals your sleep, the stirring deep in your soul, are not coincidences. They are divine indicators that God is moving. I do not speak tonight of small changes, of minor shifts. I speak of the hand of the Almighty preparing to open doors no man can shut, preparing to lift burdens that have chained you for years, preparing to exalt you where others have tried to hold you down. And when God is about to move, He begins to stir the waters. Just as a mighty storm is preceded by the gathering of clouds, so too the movement of God is preceded by unmistakable signs in your life. You must be wise enough and humble enough to discern them. For when God speaks through signs, He is calling your attention. He is demanding your focus, and He is preparing you to step into something far greater than what you can see today. One of the first signs that God is about to move is the disruption of your comfort. Comfort has a way of lulling us to sleep, of trapping us in patterns that make us numb to the possibilities beyond. But when God wants to move you, He disturbs your nest. Suddenly, the job that once satisfied you no longer brings peace. The stability that once felt steady suddenly shakes. The routines you depended on feel hollow. This is not because life has betrayed you. It is because God is preparing to shift you. He knows you cannot stay where you are and still receive what He has prepared for you. So He sends disruption not as punishment but as preparation. The discomfort you feel may very well be the hand of God stirring you to rise, to move, to break free from what is too small for your destiny. Another sign that God is about to move is the rising of an unexplainable restlessness in your spirit. You cannot explain it to others. You cannot even put it fully into words yourself. But deep down, you know you are being called to something more. It is as though your heart hears a voice no one else can hear, and it tells you there is more, there is greater, there is beyond. That inner stirring is not a coincidence. It is not simply your imagination. It is the whisper of God awakening you to the fact that your current season is coming to an end, and a new season is about to begin. And when that restlessness comes, do not suppress it. Do not drown it in distractions. Lean into it, for it is God preparing your heart for His movement. And then there are the sudden closures of doors you thought would remain open forever. How many of you have faced moments where opportunities slipped from your hand? Relationships ended unexpectedly, plans collapsed without warning. At the time you wondered why God allowed it. At the time you thought it was loss. But hear me clearly, when God closes a door, it is never to destroy you. It is to protect you and redirect you. That closed door is not a defeat. It is a sign that God is about to move you in a direction that your eyes have not yet seen. Every door that shuts under His authority is a signal that a greater door is about to open. Do not mourn the door that closed. Rejoice in the God who is leading you to something beyond what you could imagine. Sometimes the sign that God is about to move is the stripping away of people you thought you needed. It can feel lonely. It can feel cruel. But it is necessary. God knows that not everyone can go with you where He is taking you. Some voices must be silenced so you can hear His voice more clearly. Some attachments must be severed so you can be free to follow His path. And when you look around and find yourself standing with fewer companions, do not despair. That isolation is not abandonment. It is preparation. For it is often in the silence, in the solitude, that God reveals His most powerful instructions. And when He is about to move, He makes sure that nothing and no one hinders His plan in your life. There are also signs within your own thoughts, within your own mind, that God is about to move, ideas that come suddenly, visions that flash in your heart, dreams that seem too big for your current situation. These are not mere fantasies. They are divine seeds being planted in your spirit. They are glimpses of the future God is preparing for you. And when such thoughts flood your mind, take them seriously. Write them down and pray to nurture them, for they are signs, signals that God is about to turn what was once impossible into reality. You may also notice that when God is about to move, opposition increases. Do not misunderstand resistance as rejection. When the enemy senses that God is preparing to lift you higher, he will fight harder to hold you down. Suddenly you face obstacles you never faced before, challenges that seem overwhelming, voices that speak against you. This is not a sign that God has abandoned you. It is a sign that you are close to breakthrough. The darkest hour is always before dawn. The fiercest battles are fought at the edge of victory. So when you feel the resistance growing stronger, take heart. It means the movement of God is drawing near. When God is about to move, He also awakens your sensitivity to His presence. Suddenly you notice His hand in places you overlooked before. A scripture, a word spoken by a stranger, a moment of quiet reflection. All begin to carry a weight they did not carry before. You feel God drawing nearer, speaking louder, calling you deeper. This heightened awareness is not random. It is a divine sign that He is positioning you for what comes next. When your heart begins to burn with a deeper hunger for Him, know this: God is preparing you to receive the fullness of His movement. And then perhaps the most unmistakable sign, peace that makes no sense. Everything around you may look chaotic, uncertain, even threatening. Yet inside you feel a calm assurance, a steady confidence that somehow everything is under control. That peace is not from this world. That peace is not from your own strength. It is the peace of God guarding your heart and mind, anchoring you even when storms rage. And when that peace settles over you in the midst of turmoil, it is a sure sign that God Himself is about to move on your behalf. My friends, these signs are not to be taken lightly. They are the fingerprints of the Almighty upon your life. And if you are discerning, if you are watchful, you will see them. You will recognize them, and you will prepare yourself for the moment God steps in with power. Too often we miss the movement of God because we fail to heed the signs. Too often we dismiss the disruption, we ignore the restlessness, we cling to closed doors, we resist the stripping, we overlook the ideas, we fear the opposition, we disregard the peace. And in doing so, we delay what God intended to do swiftly. But if you will awaken your heart, if you will tune your spirit, if you will open your eyes, you will not miss it. You will be ready when God moves. When God is about to move, He not only sends signs in your circumstances, He sends a deep shaking within your very soul. That stirring is not something you can fabricate, and it is not a fleeting emotional moment. It is a holy disturbance that will not let you remain the same. It is as though God Himself places His hand upon your heart and presses until you know you must change direction. That unease you cannot silence, that urgency you cannot explain is not there to torment you, but to awaken you. For when God is preparing to lift you into the next season of your destiny, He must first awaken your spirit so that you do not sleep through His visitation. Do not mistake that divine stirring for confusion. Confusion comes from doubt, but the stirring of God comes with clarity. It comes with a voice inside you saying, "Rise, for you cannot stay where you are." It comes with a conviction that no matter how secure your present appears, you know it is too small for the greatness God has written into your story. And though your mind may argue, though your circumstances may resist, your spirit knows beyond all doubt that God is getting ready to move. Another clear sign that God is about to move in your life is that He begins to strip away your reliance on human strength. There will be moments when you find that the people you depended on can no longer carry you, that the resources you once leaned on suddenly dry up, that the systems you trusted fail to hold you. And in that moment, you might cry out in frustration. You may even wonder why God has allowed such loss. But do not mistake His intention. God removes every false support so that you learn to lean entirely on Him. For if you are to witness His movement in your life, you must know without question that it was His power, not man's, that lifted you. He strips away your reliance on the temporary to anchor you in the eternal. When God is about to move, He also sharpens your vision. You begin to see life differently. What once looked ordinary now seems pregnant with divine purpose. You look at your past struggles and suddenly recognize that they were preparing you for something greater. You see doors that once intimidated you as opportunities to display the glory of God. It is as though a veil is lifted from your eyes and you perceive what you could not perceive before. This sharpening of vision is no accident. It is God preparing you to recognize the path when He opens it. For a door can stand wide before you, but if your eyes are still blind, you will miss it. And so God clears your sight. He adjusts your focus. He aligns your vision with His, so that when the moment comes, you are ready to walk through the way He has prepared. Another unmistakable sign of God's movement is divine timing. There comes a moment when everything that once felt delayed suddenly begins to align. Prayers you thought were forgotten resurface with answers. Opportunities that once seemed distant are suddenly within reach. People who had no reason to cross your path are placed right in front of you. And you realize that what seemed like waiting was never wasted. It was divine preparation. God was orchestrating the unseen, arranging the pieces, positioning you so that when the time was ripe, His movement could unfold without hindrance. And when that alignment begins, when doors open without you forcing them, when opportunities find you instead of you chasing them, you can be certain that God is on the move. When God is about to move, He also gives you an unshakable conviction in the face of doubt. People may tell you it cannot be done. Circumstances may appear impossible. The evidence may scream against you. Yet deep inside there rises a conviction you cannot silence. It is not arrogance. It is not pride. It is faith placed by God Himself. That conviction is His assurance that what He has spoken will come to pass no matter what the world says. And when you carry that conviction, do not let anyone talk you out of it. Guard it as treasure. For that inner certainty is proof that God is about to do what only He can do. Sometimes the sign comes as unusual tests, trials that press you harder than before, battles that seem to multiply on every side, and you wonder why it feels like life has grown harsher at the very moment you are trying to do right. But hear this. Trials intensify, not to destroy you, but to refine you. God allows the fire so that the impurities burn away, so that when He lifts you higher, you can withstand the weight of the blessing. For blessings without refinement become curses, but blessings after fire become testimonies of God's faithfulness. When your trials increase, do not despair. It is often the sign that you are closest to seeing God's hand move in power. And perhaps one of the most powerful signs is the sudden clarity of purpose. For years you may wander, searching for meaning, questioning your path. But when God is about to move, He makes your purpose undeniable. It may come in the quiet of prayer, in the stillness of the night, in the sudden flash of inspiration, but when it comes, it anchors you. It directs you. It gives you courage to step where you once hesitated. And though others may not understand, you will know without question that God has marked your path. That clarity of purpose is not your imagination. It is a divine sign that you are about to step into the reason you were created. When God prepares to move, He also awakens a hunger in you that nothing else can satisfy. The entertainment you once enjoyed feels empty. The distractions you once pursued lose their appeal. The approval of people no longer fulfills you. There is a deeper craving inside you, a craving for God, for His presence, for His truth. That hunger is not there by chance. It is the divine pull of your spirit toward the one who is about to pour Himself into your life in a greater measure. Do not ignore that hunger. Do not try to silence it. Feed it, for it is proof that you are being prepared for a movement of God that will change everything. And finally, when God is about to move, He surrounds you with confirmation. The same message comes to you through different voices. The same thought echoes in different circumstances. You hear the same truth repeated in ways you cannot dismiss. That is God making sure you do not miss His signal. He speaks once, He speaks twice, and then He confirms again so that you know beyond doubt that it is Him. And when those confirmations come, do not brush them aside as coincidences. They are divine signatures upon your life, proof that the Almighty is guiding you, preparing you, and moving you into the destiny He has written. My friend, if you have noticed these signs stirring in your life, do not ignore them. God is speaking. God is preparing. God is moving. And the greatest mistake you could make is to sleep while the hand of the Almighty is at work. Open your eyes, sharpen your ears, soften your heart, for the signs are not random. They are deliberate signals from heaven that the time has come for you to rise into the fullness of what God has destined for you. When God is about to move, He will often allow the ordinary to grow unbearable so that you will not settle for less than what He has prepared for you. Some of you are asking why your life feels so heavy, why your spirit feels so unsatisfied even when everything looks fine from the outside. It is because God is stirring you out of complacency. He does not want you to build a house in the valley when He has prepared a mountain for you to climb. That dissatisfaction is not a curse. It is a calling. It is a holy dissatisfaction placed within you by God Himself, so that you will rise from the comfort of the familiar and step into the territory of faith where His power is revealed. There are moments when God strips away everything you thought defined you, not to leave you empty, but to show you that your true identity is rooted in Him alone. When positions are lost, when titles fade, when the applause of people goes silent, you may feel exposed. But in that silence, you discover the voice of God saying, "You are mine, and I have marked you for more than this world can give." That is a sign. That is evidence that God is positioning you for a move so great that it cannot rest on human affirmation. It must rest on divine confirmation. When God is about to move, He also awakens in you a courage you never knew you had. Suddenly, the fear that held you captive begins to weaken. The chains that once kept you still begin to loosen. Where you once said, "I cannot," you now hear yourself declaring, "With God, I will." This courage is not born of your own strength. It is the Spirit of the Almighty breathing boldness into your soul, so that when the opportunity arises, you will not shrink back. You will step forward. That boldness is a sign that God has already gone ahead of you to make the path straight. At times, the signs of God's movement come through unexpected interruptions. Your plans collapse. Your carefully laid agenda falls apart. You cry out in frustration, but later you realize it was the very interruption that led you to your true destiny. What you thought was a setback was God's hand redirecting you. If He had allowed your plan to succeed, you would have missed the greater purpose He had designed. So when life seems to interrupt your schedule, pause and ask, is this a sign? Is this God moving me away from what I want to give me, what I truly need? For often the detour is the very proof that God is guiding you. Sometimes God reveals His coming movement through an increase in your capacity to endure. Where before you would have broken under pressure, now you stand steady. Where before you would have given up, now you persevere. That is no accident. God is stretching you, strengthening you, preparing you for the weight of the blessing that is on its way. You may not see it yet, but your resilience in the storm is a sign that God is fortifying you for a move so significant that only a stronger version of you can carry it. Another sign that God is about to move is when He sends you divine connections. People who carry wisdom, resources, or encouragement that align perfectly with your step. These are not ordinary encounters. They are orchestrated meetings by the hand of God. Pay attention to the people who suddenly enter your life with words that ignite your spirit, with guidance that confirms what God has already whispered in your heart. They are signs. They are messengers placed strategically so that you will not walk into the next season blind, but prepared and supported. Do not think that the signs of God's movement always come with comfort. More often they come with conflict, for it is in the struggle that your faith is sharpened, in the battle that your trust is proved. And when you find yourself surrounded by pressure on every side, remember that the pressure is proof that something is about to be birthed. God is not punishing you. He is positioning you. Every challenge you face is like a contraction, announcing that something new, a new life, a new opportunity, a new destiny is about to be born. And sometimes the way God reveals His movement is through silence. You may feel the urge to defend yourself. You may want to explain your heart. You may want to confront those who twist your intentions. Yet deep inside, there's a divine stillness whispering, "Be still, let me handle this." That stillness is not weakness. It is strength under divine control. God is saying, stand still and watch me move. When He draws you into silence, it's because He is preparing to speak louder through His actions than you ever could through your defense. Another powerful sign is the breaking of patterns. Maybe for years you repeated the same mistakes, fell into the same cycles, walked the same circles, but then without warning you feel empowered to break free. The temptation that once gripped you loses its hold. The mindset that once imprisoned you begins to crumble. That breaking of cycles is not mere willpower. It is the intervention of God. It is His movement within you, preparing you for the outward breakthrough that is about to follow. And then there are those unmistakable whispers of hope that rise within you even when everything looks hopeless. Others may see your situation as finished, but inside you there's a quiet voice telling you, hold on, something is coming. That hope is not naive. It is not denial. It is God planting His assurance in your spirit that He is about to act. It is the anchor that keeps you steady. When the storm tries to convince you to give up, that inner hope is not yours alone. It is a divine sign that God has already written victory into your story. My beloved, the signs are all around you if you are willing to see them. Do not harden your heart when God disrupts your comfort. Do not close your ears when restlessness calls. Do not despair when doors shut, when people leave, when trials increase. These are not signs of defeat. They are signs of destiny. They are the evidence that the Almighty is moving. And if you will be alert, if you will stay watchful, you will not be caught unaware. You will stand ready, aligned, prepared to step into the fullness of what God is about to release over your life. When God is about to move, He often begins by breaking the rhythm of your life. The patterns that once felt predictable suddenly shift. The comfort of routine is shaken, and you find yourself walking through days that feel unfamiliar. This is no accident. God is interrupting the ordinary so that you can perceive the extraordinary. He knows that if you are too comfortable with the rhythm of yesterday, you will miss the melody of tomorrow. And so He disrupts your pace, not to confuse you, but to awaken you to the sound of His footsteps drawing near. At times, the sign of God's movement comes as a sudden increase in your awareness of time. You begin to feel an urgency you cannot explain. You sense that you cannot waste another day. That procrastination has cost you too much already. That urgency is not your own. It is God impressing upon your spirit that a window is opening, and if you delay, you may miss it. The Almighty is teaching you that there are divine appointments that cannot be rescheduled. When He begins to stir urgency in your heart, it is a sign that His move is imminent, and you must be ready to step when He says, "Step." Sometimes God reveals His coming movement through hidden preparation. You may feel unseen, overlooked, forgotten, but God is using that hidden season to equip you. He is sharpening skills you did not know you would need. He is molding your character for challenges you have not yet faced. You may look around and wonder why doors remain closed. But the truth is, God is keeping you in the secret place until the appointed time. For when He reveals you, He does not want you half prepared. He wants you strong, grounded, unshakable. That hidden preparation is a sign that the unveiling is near. Another unmistakable sign is the stirring of compassion within your heart. Suddenly you begin to care deeply for things you once ignored. You feel moved to help, to serve, to heal. That compassion is not weakness. It is God aligning your heart with His own. For His movements are never only about blessing you. They are about positioning you to bless others. When you find your heart breaking for what breaks the heart of God, when you feel compelled to serve even when it costs you, take note that compassion is a sign that God is preparing to use you as an instrument of His movement on the earth. When God is about to move, He often surrounds you with signs in nature and creation. The stillness of a morning, the unexpected beauty of a sunset, the whisper of the wind. It is as though the world itself is reminding you of His power and presence. For the same God who commands the seas and shapes the mountains is the one who moves in your life. When He stirs creation to speak to you, it is a reminder that His movement is not distant, not delayed. It is near, it is real, and it is coming. Another sign is that God begins to strip away distractions. Things that once consumed your time and attention suddenly lose their grip. The appetite for what is shallow begins to die. You realize that what once seemed urgent no longer matters. This detachment is not by chance. It is God clearing the clutter so that you can hear His voice without interference. He knows you cannot carry the weight of His movement if your heart is tangled in trivial pursuits. And so He cuts away the excess not to punish you but to free you. At times, God signals His movement through tests of obedience. He places before you small instructions, simple commands to see if your heart is willing to follow. It may be a nudge to forgive, a call to release bitterness, an instruction to give, or a prompting to step away from something harmful. These small obediences are not random. They are tests of readiness. For if you cannot obey in the little, how will you obey in the great? And when you sense God calling you to take steps of obedience that stretch you, know this: it is a sign that He is preparing to entrust you with something far greater. Sometimes the sign that God is about to move is the sudden exposure of truth. Lies that once seemed convincing are uncovered. Deceptions that once blinded you are revealed. You begin to see clearly who and what was for you and who and what was against you. That exposure is not meant to hurt you. It is meant to protect you. God cannot move you forward while you are entangled in falsehood. So He shines His light into every corner, tearing down illusions, stripping away pretense so that you can walk in the truth that sets you free. There are also seasons when God signals His movement by overwhelming you with gratitude. Even in the midst of difficulty, you find yourself thanking Him for breath, for strength, for life. That spirit of gratitude is not ordinary. It is the overflow of His presence drawing near. Gratitude shifts your perspective, aligns your heart, and prepares you for the blessings He is about to release. When your spirit suddenly swells with thanksgiving, it is a sign that the Almighty is opening His hand to pour out more than you imagine. And perhaps one of the most profound signs is the alignment of your inner desires with God's will. Where once you craved what was destructive, now you long for what is righteous. Where once your ambitions were selfish, now your heart yearns to honor God. That shift of desire is not your doing. It is His. It is the clearest evidence that His movement has already begun inside you, and soon it will manifest around you. When your desires change, when your heart hungers for the things of God more than the things of the world, it is a sign that you are standing on the threshold of transformation. When God is about to move, He often brings a shaking that tests the very foundation of your life. The structures you once trusted begin to tremble. The plans you once clung to begin to fall apart. The relationships you thought were unshakable begin to shift. And in that shaking, fear may try to take hold of you. But hear me clearly. The shaking is not sent to destroy you. It is sent to reveal what cannot be shaken. God is showing you that everything built on sand will fall, but what He establishes will stand forever. When the ground beneath you feels unstable, do not despair. It is a sign that God is preparing to establish your feet on a foundation that no storm can move. There are times when the sign of God's movement comes in the form of clarity during chaos. The world around you may swirl with uncertainty. Voices may conflict. Confusion may reign. Yet in the midst of it, a still, steady conviction rises in your spirit. That clarity is not from the world. It is from God. It is His way of guiding you through the storm, His way of separating His voice from the noise. When everything outside of you is loud, but within you there is peace and direction, it is a sign that the Almighty is leading you into the next step of His plan. When God is about to move, He also enlarges your faith. Suddenly, you begin to believe for things that once seemed impossible. You start praying bolder prayers, dreaming bigger dreams, and expecting greater things. That shift is not pride. It is the Spirit of God expanding your capacity to receive. For He knows that small faith cannot carry great blessings. He must first stretch your faith. Awaken your expectation so that when He pours out, you are ready to contain it. When your prayers shift from the ordinary to the extraordinary, take notice. God is stirring your faith because His hand is about to move. Another sign that God is preparing to act is the sudden breaking of old ties that once bound you. Addictions lose their grip. Habits that enslaved you begin to crumble. Patterns that once seemed unbreakable suddenly collapse. This freedom is not your doing. It is God's. For He will not allow chains to remain on you when He is about to lead you into freedom. If you find yourself walking away from things you once thought you could never leave behind, rejoice. It is a sign that God has already begun His movement within you. Sometimes God signals His movement by placing you in situations where only His power can deliver you. He lets the resources run dry. He allows human help to fail. He permits the challenge to grow beyond your strength. Why? Because He wants you to see with your own eyes that only He could have done it. When you stand in a situation where no man can help you, no system can save you, and no strategy can deliver you, know this: it is the perfect setup for God to move. And when He does, there will be no doubt, no question, no confusion. Everyone will know that it was God who stepped in. At times, the sign of God's coming move is a shift in your priorities. What once mattered no longer holds the same weight. You begin to let go of pursuits that once consumed you. Your appetite for the temporary fades and your focus shifts to the eternal. That reordering of priorities is not coincidence. It is God aligning your heart with His own. He knows you cannot carry the weight of His blessing while chasing after distractions. And so He recalibrates your desires, stripping away what is meaningless so that you can be entrusted with what is priceless. When God is about to move, He also increases the weight of conviction in your heart. Things you once ignored, you can no longer overlook. Behaviors you once excused, you can no longer justify. That heavy conviction is not condemnation, it is preparation. God is cleansing you, purifying you, shaping you, so that when He moves, nothing within you will hinder the flow of His blessing. When you feel that holy pressure pressing on your conscience, do not resist it. It is a sign that God is sanctifying you for what is coming. There are also seasons when the sign of God's movement comes through dreams and visions. Ideas begin to flood your mind, pictures of a future you cannot explain. You wake with clarity about things you never considered before. Those dreams are not random. They are divine previews of what God is preparing. They are glimpses into the blueprint of heaven. Pay attention to them, for they are signs that God is moving in the unseen, and soon it will manifest in the visible. Sometimes the sign comes as an unusual boldness to step out of the boat, to leave behind safety, to walk on waters you once feared. This courage is not natural excess, it is God-breathed. It is His Spirit nudging you, saying, now is the time. And though fear may whisper in your ear, the fire in your spirit will not let you remain where you are. That boldness is a sign. It is proof that God is calling you to move with Him, to trust Him, to follow Him into places you never imagined. And when God is about to move, He often allows the enemy to reveal himself more openly. Attacks increase, opposition rises, resistance becomes obvious. But do not be afraid. That exposure is a sign that God is about to deliver you. For the enemy always fights hardest when he knows his time is short. When the attacks intensify, it means you are on the verge of breakthrough. Do not run. Do not retreat. Stand firm, for the opposition is proof that the Almighty is already at work and victory is near. My beloved, these are not coincidences. These are not accidents. Deliberate divine signs that the Almighty is moving in your life, the restlessness in your spirit, the shaking of your foundation, the urgency in your heart, the clarity in your mind, the boldness in your prayers. These are the fingerprints of God. And if you have the courage to discern them, the humility to yield to them, the faith to act on them, you will not miss His movement. You will step into it with confidence, and you will see with your own eyes what the power of God can do when He chooses to move. And so I say to you with all the weight of truth upon my heart, do not despise the season you are in, for God wastes nothing. The waiting, the shaking, the silence, the struggle, it is all part of His design. What looks delayed is being perfected. What feels like loss is making room for increase. What seems like the end is the very place where God begins. Trust Him when you cannot trace Him. Believe Him when you cannot see Him. Hold on when everything within you wants to let go. For the one who holds the heavens and the earth also holds your life in His hands. Lift your head and stand strong, for the Almighty has not abandoned you. He is closer to you than the breath in your lungs. His power is greater than the storm around you, and His wisdom is deeper than the questions within you. You may feel pressed, but you are not crushed. You may feel struck down, but you are not destroyed. You may feel surrounded, but you are not forsaken. Before the battle even begins, God has already declared your victory. So walk forward with boldness and unwavering faith. Do not hesitate. Do not turn back. Do not give fear a foothold. The very God who split the sea, drew water from the stone, and created a path through the wilderness is the same God who goes ahead of you today. And if He is for you, then no power can rise against you. If His hand covers your life, then nothing on earth can overturn what He has destined. Take courage, for your story will not close in failure. It is unfolding toward divine purpose. Even now, the hand of God is at work in your favor. Believe it. Receive it. Step boldly into it. For when God moves in your life, no force in heaven or on earth can slow it down, and no enemy can undo it. Your season is shifting. Your breakthrough is drawing near. And soon your life will stand as living proof that God's power is real, unshakable, and unstoppable. My friend, I want you to hear this with every part of your soul, because what I am about to share can completely change how you view your life. Right here, in this very moment, in this very season, God has not abandoned you. God has not forgotten you. And God is most certainly not punishing you. He is preparing you for something far greater than your mind can grasp. Something greater than your eyes have ever witnessed and your heart has ever dreamed of. God is positioning you for an unforgettable miracle. You might look around right now and see only pain, only struggle, only confusion. You might feel the ache of delay, the weight of prayers unanswered, and the stillness of waiting. You may look at your life and say, "Why has nothing changed? Why am I still in this valley?" But let me declare to you with power and conviction, God has not forgotten you. God is arranging every detail, moving every piece, aligning every step, because the miracle He has prepared for you will not be ordinary. It will not be small, and it will not be forgettable. It will be so mighty, so undeniable, that when it happens, you will fall on your knees in awe, saying, "Surely God's hand was in this all along." Do not mistake the silence of God for the absence of God. The silence is strategy. The waiting is preparation. The struggle is positioning. God is not delaying to harm you. God is delaying to strengthen you. For what good is a miracle if you are not ready to carry it? What good is a blessing if your faith collapses the moment trials come? No, my friend, God knows that the miracle He has for you requires faith that cannot be shaken, endurance that cannot be broken, and trust that cannot be stolen. That is why the process feels long, but it is holy. That is why the night feels endless, but it is necessary. Because when God finally opens the door, it will not be a door that any man can shut. Think of how God works. He never wastes a season. Not a single tear, not a single setback, not a single lonely night has been meaningless. Every test has been sharpening you. Every disappointment has been humbling you. Every closed door has been protecting you. You thought it was rejection, but it was redirection. You thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. You thought you were forgotten, but in truth, You were being chosen for something higher, something greater, something eternal. God was setting you up for a miracle that will not only bless you, but it will shake the lives of everyone around you. And here is the truth you must cling to. The miracle will not come from where you expect it. God's ways are higher than your ways, His thoughts higher than your thoughts. Do not limit God by your logic. Do not confine Him to the small box of human understanding. The same God who split seas, who brought water out of rocks, who lifted the poor from dust and set them among princes, is the same God who is orchestrating your life right now. He does not need permission from your enemies. He does not need validation from your critics. And He does not need help from human hands. When God moves, nothing can stand in His way. So lift your head, my friend. Wipe the tears from your eyes. Silence the voices that tell you it is too late, that you are too broken, that your story is over. Those voices are lies, distractions meant to rob you of hope. But I am here to remind you, as long as God is alive, your story is not finished. As long as God is moving, your miracle is still on the horizon. As long as God's power is at work, nothing, no curse, no enemy, no failure can stop what He has ordained. Perhaps you feel unworthy. Perhaps you think, why would God choose me for a miracle? Why would God lift me out when I have made so many mistakes? But let me speak truth into your soul. God does not call the perfect. He perfects the called. God does not wait for you to be flawless. He looks for your faith, your willingness to trust, your readiness to believe even when you cannot see. Your weakness is not a barrier to God's miracle. It is the very stage upon which His power will shine the brightest. For when you are weak, He is strong. When you cannot, He can. When you run out, He overflows. And let me tell you, when God sets you up for an unforgettable miracle, He will often allow your situation to look impossible. Why? Because miracles are only recognized when they defy human explanation. If you could do it by yourself, it would not be a miracle. If people could explain it, it would not be God's power. That is why He lets the odds stack up against you, why He lets the storm rage, why He lets the fire burn hotter. Not to destroy you, but to reveal that when the breakthrough comes, it was God and God alone who delivered you. I want you to imagine your life right now as a seed buried in the soil. From the surface, it looks as if nothing is happening. The ground is silent, the dirt is heavy, and to the eye, it seems dead. But beneath the soil, the seed is breaking, roots are forming, life is stirring, and in due season, the seed will push through the dirt and rise toward the light. That is what God is doing with you. On the surface, it looks like nothing is changing, but beneath the surface, God is building something unstoppable. Your roots are growing deeper, your spirit stronger, and at the appointed time you will rise. That rising will not be ordinary. It will be miraculous. My friend, let me speak into your spirit with a fire that cannot be quenched. What looks like a breakdown in your life is actually a breakthrough in disguise. What you call delay, God calls divine timing. What you see as rejection, God sees as redirection. What you believe is the end, God declares is only the beginning. You must understand this: God does not work on your schedule. He works on His, and His timing is never too early, never too late. It is always exact, always purposeful, always perfect. When you look back over your life, you will see that the greatest shifts happen not when you were in control, but when you lost control. Because in those moments you were forced to release your grip, to let go of your limited plan and to trust God's greater design. That is where miracles are born. In the space where human hands fail but divine power takes over, God will not share His glory with anyone. He will take you to places where your intellect, your money, your connections cannot help you. So that when the miracle happens, there will be no doubt in your heart, no doubt in your mind, no doubt in your soul, that it was God and God alone who carried you through. And here is a secret you must never forget. Before every unforgettable miracle, there is always an unforgettable test. Before the dawn of victory, there is the midnight of struggle. God tests your faith not to break you, but to prepare you for the weight of what He is about to give you. He allows the winds to blow and the storms to rise because He is training your spirit to withstand the weight of the blessing. Do you not see? A small blessing requires small faith, but an unforgettable miracle requires unshakable faith. And unshakable faith is forged only in the fire of trials. You may wonder, why does God let me face opposition right when I am closest to my breakthrough? Because the presence of opposition is the proof of opportunity. The greater the battle, the greater the victory, the stronger the resistance, the greater the miracle on the other side. Do not be discouraged by the size of your enemies. Let their size remind you of the size of your blessing. Do not be afraid of the mountain in front of you. Let its height remind you of the strength of the God who moves mountains with a whisper. Let me tell you something that will shake your heart awake. You are not waiting for your miracle. Your miracle is waiting for you. It is waiting for you to believe, waiting for you to endure, waiting for you to step into alignment with God's will. The blessing has already been written, the breakthrough already ordained, the miracle already sealed. God does not speak in uncertainty. What He declares, He completes. What He begins, He finishes. What He promises, He delivers. So if God has whispered into your soul that something greater is coming, you must not waver. You must not doubt. You must not surrender. Because the only thing standing between you and that miracle is your ability to hold fast until the appointed time. Think of this: the darkest hour is always just before dawn, when the night feels unbearable, when the silence seems eternal, when the pain becomes overwhelming. That is when you must recognize the nearness of your breakthrough. God allows the tension to rise before the release, the pressure to build before the shift, because it is in that moment of greatest intensity that the miracle shines the brightest. The story of your life will not be one of defeat, but of deliverance. The testimony you will carry will not be ordinary, it will be unforgettable. Now let me address the doubts that creep into your mind. But what if I fail? What if I am too weak? What if I miss my chance? Hear me clearly. You cannot miss what God has appointed for you. What is yours by divine design cannot be stolen, cannot be blocked, cannot be destroyed. Your miracle has your name written on it. Even if others try to take credit, even if enemies rise against you, even if doors slam in your face, the miracle that God has prepared will find you. It will locate you. It will reach you no matter where you are. For no power on earth and no scheme of man can cancel what God has ordained. And understand this: the miracle God is preparing for you is not only for your benefit, it is for His glory, and it is for the transformation of others who will witness it. When your miracle happens, people around you will say, "Surely this was the hand of God." Your life will become living evidence of divine power. Your testimony will awaken faith in others. Your breakthrough will be the spark that ignites hope in those who thought their lives were over. God's miracles are never just personal. They are purposeful. They ripple through families, through communities, through generations. Do not be surprised then if God takes you through a path that feels lonely. Do not be shocked if He removes people from your life, if He closes doors that you thought you needed. God does not strip you to harm you. He strips you to prepare you. He will remove every crutch, every distraction, every counterfeit, until all you have left is Him. Because when you stand on the other side of your miracle, you will know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was not the crowd that sustained you. It was God. It was not the applause of men that lifted you. It was God. It was not your own strength that carried you. It was God. And I must remind you, miracles are not limited to material gain. Yes, God can provide abundance. Yes, God can open doors of opportunity. Yes, God can elevate you to places you never dreamed. But the greatest miracles are often the ones unseen by the eye but felt by the soul. The peace that calms your storm, that is a miracle. The strength that rises within you when you should have collapsed, that is a miracle. The wisdom that comes to you in moments of confusion, that is a miracle. The protection from dangers you never even knew were near, that is a miracle. God surrounds your life with wonders daily, but there is a greater miracle ahead. One that will be so undeniable, so unforgettable, that it will mark your life forever. My beloved friend, there is something you must grasp with both hands and press deep into your heart. The miracle God is preparing for you is not just an event. It is a divine encounter that will redefine the course of your life. It will not be a fleeting moment that fades away with time. It will be a turning point that sets you on a new path. A path that no enemy can block and no circumstance can derail. God's miracle will not only change what is around you, it will transform what is within you. For when God moves, He does not simply adjust the surface, He reshapes the very foundation of your destiny. So often we limit our understanding of what God can do because we measure His power by the scale of human ability. We think too small, we hope too little, and we dream within the confines of our logic. But God is not bound by the limits of your imagination. God is not restricted by the size of your faith or the scope of your vision. He is the creator of all that is seen and unseen. The one who holds galaxies in His palm and yet counts the hairs upon your head. If He can bring light out of darkness, life out of dust, and order out of chaos, what makes you think He cannot turn your situation around in a single moment? Do not let your present circumstances convince you that you are forgotten. The silence is not neglect. It is divine orchestration. God is aligning the right people, positioning the right opportunities, and removing the wrong influences, all while you cannot see it. The unseen hand of God is at work in ways beyond your understanding. Just because you cannot trace His steps does not mean He is not moving. Just because you cannot hear His voice does not mean He is not speaking. Just because you cannot feel His presence does not mean He has left you. Faith is not seeing. Faith is knowing. And when you know that God is in control, you can stand with confidence even in the valley of uncertainty. You may have prayed for a miracle and felt like the heavens were silent. But remember this: every prayer you have whispered has been heard. Every tear you have shed has been counted. Every sigh from your weary soul has reached the throne of God. And while you think nothing is happening, God is preparing an answer far greater than what you asked for. You wanted survival, but God is preparing overflow. You wanted escape, but God is preparing elevation. You wanted relief, but God is preparing restoration. That is the nature of an unforgettable miracle. It exceeds expectation. It shatters limitation. It leaves you breathless in awe of God's power. And I must tell you, sometimes God will allow your life to reach the very edge of desperation before He steps in. Why? Because it is at the edge that your faith is tested, refined, and proven. It is at the edge that you stop depending on your own strength and fully surrender to Him. It is at the edge that miracles are born. Do not fear the edge, for it is the place where God's hand is revealed most clearly. You may feel like you are standing on the brink, but do not be afraid. God is not going to let you fall. He is going to lift you higher than you have ever been before. Think of the times in your past when you thought it was over, when you thought you would not make it, when you thought the pain would consume you. Yet here you are today, standing, breathing, still holding on. That alone is evidence of God's hand upon your life. If He carried you through before, do you think He will abandon you now? No, my friend. The God who sustained you yesterday is the same God who will deliver your miracle tomorrow. He does not change. He does not fail. He does not abandon His own. But hear me well. The unforgettable miracle God is preparing for you is not given to the faint-hearted. It is given to those who dare to believe in the face of doubt, who dare to stand when everything around them says fall, who dare to keep pressing forward when the weight of life says quit. God honors persistence. He rewards endurance. He blesses faith that refuses to bow to fear. You may be weary, but do not give up now. You may be tired, but do not lay down your faith. The moment you are closest to surrender is often the moment you are closest to your breakthrough. Do not confuse stillness with stagnation. Just because you are not moving does not mean God is not moving. There are seasons when God calls you to wait, to rest, to be still because He is fighting battles on your behalf. He is clearing the path ahead, preparing the blessing, ensuring that when you step forward, you will walk into victory without hindrance. The waiting is not wasted, it is working for your good. And when the miracle comes, it will not only lift you, it will silence your enemies. Those who mocked you, who doubted you, who spoke against you, will have no words when they see what God has done in your life. For the miracle will speak louder than any defense you could ever give. The miracle will vindicate you, elevate you, and demonstrate the undeniable truth that God's hand is upon you. My dear friend, you must understand something that will change the way you see your entire journey. When God is preparing an unforgettable miracle for you, He will often let you walk through circumstances that make no sense to the human eye. He will allow doors to close so that the right one may open. He will allow people to leave your side so that the right voices may enter. He will allow you to feel the sting of loss so that you can recognize the sweetness of His restoration. This is not punishment. It is preparation. This is not abandonment. It is divine arrangement. For God never removes without the intention to replace, and He never takes away without the plan to give back in a way that exceeds what you had before. Think about how carefully God works. Every sunrise is timed. Every star is placed. Every drop of rain is measured. Every breath in your lungs is counted. If God pays such careful attention to every detail in creation, can you not believe He is watching the details of your life even closer? Your life is not a coincidence. Your pain is not pointless. Your waiting is not wasted. God is the ultimate designer. And even when you cannot see the blueprint, you can trust that the architect of your destiny is crafting something extraordinary, something far beyond what human eyes can imagine. But let me tell you a truth that will stretch your faith before your miracle arrives. God often hides His work beneath disguise. He wraps power inside struggle. He hides blessings beneath burdens. He conceals breakthroughs within opposition. Why? Because only those who truly trust Him can recognize His hand in motion. To those without faith, it looks like failure. To the fearful, it appears to be the end. But to the one who believes, it is clear that this is the divine setup for something only God Himself can bring to pass. Do not despise the disguise, because behind it lies the very miracle you have been waiting for. There are moments in life when you will feel pressed on every side. The weight will feel unbearable. The darkness will seem endless. The road will appear closed. But it is in those very moments that God's power is closest. For He allows the pressure to rise, not to destroy you, but to birth something within you. Just as gold is refined by fire, your spirit is refined by trials. Just as a diamond is formed under intense pressure, your destiny is shaped under the weight of adversity. And when the refining is complete, when the shaping is done, you will shine with a brilliance that could never have been produced without the fire. Do not let your pain blind you to the purpose. Every sleepless night has a reason. Every tear has meaning. Every delay carries divine weight. God is not cruel. He is careful. He is not careless with your life. He is intentional with every detail. What you think is holding you back is actually preparing you for the very thing you have been praying for. For God knows that to give a miracle too soon is to waste it. But to release it at the right time is to multiply its impact both in your life and in the lives of those who witness it. And here is a truth you must never forget. Your miracle will not come through the path of least resistance. It will come through the very place where you thought you could not survive. God does not avoid the storm. He works in them. He does not bypass the valleys. He leads you through them. He does not remove the mountains. He strengthens you to climb them or commands them to move when the time is right. So if you find yourself in the middle of a storm, do not despair. It is the storm that makes room for the miracle. If you find yourself in a valley, do not give up. It is the valley that sets the stage for God's deliverance. If you stand before a mountain, do not fear. The mountain is the canvas upon which God will paint His power. And when God's miracle comes, it will not come in fragments. It will not come half done or incomplete. It will come in fullness, overflowing, undeniable. For God does not do things halfway. When He delivers completely. When He restores beyond measure. When He blesses to the point of overflow. That is why your miracle will be unforgettable, because it will not leave you with questions. It will leave you with answers. It will not leave you with wounds. It will leave you with healing. It will not leave you in bondage. It will leave you in freedom. And let me give you this revelation. Sometimes the unforgettable miracle is not the changing of your circumstances, but the changing of you. Sometimes the greatest miracle is the peace that floods your soul when everything around you is in chaos. Sometimes it is the strength to keep going when by all human reasoning you should have given up. Sometimes it is the clarity of mind in a world filled with confusion. Sometimes it is the courage to stand when everyone else bows. These miracles may not be seen by human eyes, but they are the very proof of God's power within you. And when the inner miracle happens, it will always lead to the outer miracle in due time. My friend, hear this with every part of your heart. God never begins anything in your life without already knowing how He will finish it. The miracle you are waiting for is not an uncertain possibility. It is a sealed reality in the plan of God. What you are longing for is already written in heaven, already marked in eternity, already ordained in His perfect wisdom. You are not chasing a dream that may or may not happen. You are walking toward a destiny that God Himself has secured. That is why you must not let doubt take root. Doubt is the enemy of expectation, and expectation is the soil in which miracles grow. When you expect nothing, you receive nothing. But when you expect the impossible, you invite the hand of God to move in ways that surpass human understanding. Do you know why your miracle will be unforgettable? Because God designs it in such a way that you will never be able to take the credit. You will never be able to say it was your connections, your wisdom, your skill, or your effort. You will know it was God. People around you will know it was God. Even your enemies will have to admit it was God. That is why He lets the odds stack against you. That is why He lets situations grow darker before the dawn. Because the contrast between your struggle and your breakthrough will be undeniable. But here is something few understand. Sometimes God's setup for your miracle begins with separation. He will separate you from people who drain your spirit, from environments that dim your light, from influences that weaken your faith. You may feel abandoned, but you are being protected. You may feel lonely, but you are being positioned. For God knows that not everyone can go with you where He is taking you. The miracle He is preparing for you is too sacred to be contaminated by the wrong company. And when you finally receive it, you will understand why certain people had to leave your life before it arrived. Do not fight the pruning of God. When He removes, it is because He plans to replace. When He cuts away, it is because He plans to increase. When He closes a chapter, it is because He is about to write a new one, far greater than what you left behind. The very things you thought were losses will turn out to be gains, because without them, you would not have the capacity to carry the miracle that is coming. And let me remind you, God's miracles are not measured by human standards. To the world, success is wealth, status, recognition. But to God, the true miracle is transformation, the shifting of your heart, the renewing of your mind, the strengthening of your spirit. What good is wealth without peace? What good is recognition without inner strength? What good is progress without the presence of God? When He blesses you, He blesses the whole of you. He gives peace with provision, strength with success, wisdom with opportunity. That is why His miracles last. They are not shallow gifts. They are deep transformations that no one can take away from you. You may be asking yourself right now, why is it taking so long? Why has God not moved yet? But let me tell you, the truth delay is not denial. What looks like slowness is actually God's speed, and His speed is perfect. You may think He is late, but in reality He is right on time. He is not working according to your clock. He is working according to His divine calendar. And when the appointed time arrives, nothing in heaven or earth can stop what He has set in motion. Sometimes God delays your miracle not because you are unworthy, but because the conditions around you are not yet ready. The blessing He has for you may require certain doors to open, certain people to be in place, certain opportunities to align. You cannot see all of these moving parts, but God can. He knows that if He gives you the miracle too soon, you may mishandle it, or others may misuse it. So He waits not out of cruelty, but out of care. He waits not to weaken you, but to strengthen you. He waits so that when the miracle comes, it will arrive in perfection and power. And when that moment comes, oh my friend, it will be like the breaking of a dawn after the longest night. It will sweep into your life with force and clarity. It will erase the pain of waiting. It will overshadow the years of tears. It will silence the doubts that tormented you, and it will leave you saying, "Only God could have done this." That is the power of an unforgettable miracle. It makes the past pain worth the present glory. I must also tell you this: God's miracles are not only about lifting you, they are about teaching you to lift others. When He blesses you, it is not just for your benefit, but for the blessing of those around you. When He delivers you, it is so that your testimony becomes a roadmap for someone else's deliverance. When He opens doors for you, it is so that you can open doors for others. Do not hold your miracle selfishly. Let it shine as evidence of God's goodness so that others may find faith through your story. And do not think for a moment that your struggles have disqualified you from the miracle. In fact, they have qualified you. The scars you carry are proof that you endured. The tears you shed are proof that you cared. The nights you wrestled in silence are proof that you refused to quit. God honors those who remain faithful in the furnace, and He rewards those who trust Him, even in the shadows. You have been tested not because you are forgotten, but because you are chosen. And those who are chosen always carry the weight of greater miracles. When God prepares to set you up for an unforgettable miracle, He does not simply glance at your situation. He writes a script so precise that even your enemies end up playing a role in your breakthrough. What you see as betrayal, what you endure as pain, what you struggle with in silence, all of it is part of a divine orchestration. Do you not know that the very pit dug for you may become the stage upon which God lifts you higher than you ever imagined? When you think you've been abandoned, you are actually being positioned. When the doors close, it is because God has already assigned a greater door that no man can lock. When the night seems endless, it is because the dawn of His glory is about to burst forth. God does not make mistakes, and when He sets you up for a miracle, nothing can stop it. You may feel overlooked. You may believe your prayers have been ignored. You may wonder why the heavens have been silent. But silence is not absence. Silence is strategy. God has been arranging, aligning, and preparing a scene so breathtaking that when it unfolds, not only will you be in awe, but even those who doubted you will confess that the hand of God was upon you. His timing is never too late, and His ways are far higher than our own. What feels delayed is never denied when it comes from the throne of the Almighty. Think of the storms you have endured. They were not meant to drown you. They were meant to cleanse you. The fire you have passed through was not meant to consume you. It was meant to refine you like pure gold. The loneliness you have walked through was not meant to destroy your spirit. It was meant to make you strong enough to carry the weight of what God is about to release in your life. Each trial has been shaping your character, stretching your faith and deepening your roots, so that when the miracle comes, you will not only receive it, you will be able to sustain it. Many people want the miracle, but few are ready for it. And that is why God sets you up. He prepares you in ways you do not even understand. That delay you despise is protection. That closed door is mercy. That rejection is redirection. What looks like a setback is really the setup. Do not despise the process, for the process is proof that you are being prepared for something greater. If God allowed everything to come easily, you would not value the miracle when it arrived. But because you have cried, because you have wrestled, because you have endured, when God pours out His blessing, you will recognize it not as luck, not as coincidence, but as the undeniable work of God. And when the miracle comes, it will not be small. It will not be ordinary. It will not be something that can be explained by human hands. It will be unforgettable. It will carry the mark of God. It will silence your critics, encourage your faith, and change the course of your destiny. The kind of miracle God is preparing is not one you will keep hidden. It will shine so brightly that others will see it and know that the Almighty has done it. So lift up your head even in the valley. Stand firm even in the storm. Do not let your heart faint when the journey feels endless. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not overlooked. God is setting you up. And when He moves with power. When He speaks, creation obeys. When He commands, the impossible bends to His will. Your miracle is not in the hands of men, it is in the hands of God. And if God is the one setting you up, then nothing and no one can tear it down. When God begins to prepare you for an unforgettable miracle, the very fabric of your life starts to shift in ways you may not even recognize. What once seemed comfortable may suddenly feel unsettled. What you thought was secure may start to shake. This is not because God has abandoned you. It is because He is removing every false foundation so that His miracle rests only on Him. God cannot build the extraordinary on the fragile ground of human dependence. He clears away the distractions, strips down the illusions, and takes you to a place where you must rely completely on Him. And it is there in that holy surrender that miracles are born. God's miracles are not birthed in comfort. They are birthed in desperation. They are not found in shallow faith. They are revealed in deep trust. Sometimes God allows your resources to run out so you can finally discover that He is the true source. Sometimes He permits you to reach the end of your strength so you can know His strength has no end. The miracle is not just in the blessing itself. It is in the revelation that everything you have, everything you are, and everything you will ever need comes from Him. When God sets you up, He often disguises the blessing in the wrapping of a problem. What looks like a closed path may actually be a divine detour towards something greater. The person who walked away from you may have been removed so that your hands would be free to receive the miracle God intended. The opportunities that fell apart may have crumbled because they were too small for the destiny He has prepared. Do not mourn the doors that close. Rejoice, for if God allowed them to shut, He has already prepared a door so wide, so vast, and so glorious that it will make you forget the sting of yesterday's disappointment. The miracle you are waiting for requires endurance. God does not place diamonds in the hands of those who cannot bear the weight. He strengthens your back to carry the load. He enlarges your heart to receive the blessing. He teaches your spirit to trust Him. So when the miracle arrives, you will not be shaken by pride nor destroyed by fear. God is not only preparing the miracle for you, He is preparing you for the miracle. And when the two align, His perfect timing and your ready spirit, the unforgettable will manifest. Do not underestimate the way God works in the unseen. While you sleep, He is arranging. While you wait, He is designing. While you feel forgotten, He is orchestrating a plan that even your enemies will not comprehend until it unfolds before their very eyes. God is the master of divine reversals. The one who was overlooked becomes chosen. The one who was broken becomes lifted. The one who was counted out becomes the very testimony of His power. When God decides to move, no chain can hold you. No wall can block you. No power on earth can stop you. And when the miracle comes, it will be undeniable. It will carry the fragrance of heaven and the signature of God. You will not have to fight to prove it is real. The evidence will shine so brightly that even the doubters will have no choice but to acknowledge it. The miracle ahead will not only change what surrounds you, it will transform what lives within you. It will strengthen your faith, expand your gratitude, and awaken a boldness you didn't know you carried. And as it unfolds, its light will reach the lives of others. Because God never performs a miracle meant for one heart alone. When He blesses you, it is so that blessing can flow through you. When He raises you up, it is so His power can be seen through your story. When He opens the heavens, your life becomes the evidence of His glory. So tonight, do not curse the midnight hour. Do not despise the season of solitude. Do not resent the tears that fall unseen, for they are watering the very soil where your miracle is about to bloom. Remember, the darkest night always comes right before the sunrise, and your sunrise is on its way. God remains faithful. He has not overlooked you. What you thought was breaking you has been building you. The stage is ready. The heavens are moving. And soon the Almighty will unveil a miracle so powerful that your story and your spirit will never be the same again. Do you know why you are still standing today? Do you know why? Because even though the storms have raged against you, they have not consumed you. It is because God Himself has seen something in you that you might not yet see in yourself. God knows you are stronger than this battle. He knows this struggle is not meant to destroy you, but to refine you. God has allowed this season in your life, not because you are weak, not because you are forgotten, but because inside you He has placed a power greater than the weight pressing against you. You may not feel strong right now. You may feel weary, exhausted, and tempted to give up. But God would never have brought you here if He had not already equipped you to endure and overcome. Too often we confuse our feelings with the truth. You may feel overwhelmed, but the truth is God has already measured this battle against the strength He has deposited in you. He knows the load you can carry, and He knows the darkness you can face. He knows the fire you can endure. And He has declared that you will come out of this stronger, purer, and more victorious than you have ever been. That is why you are in this fight. Not to be defeated, but to discover that you were created with the resilience to rise. When you look at your life right now, you may see obstacles stacked against you. You may see betrayal, hardship, loneliness, loss, or fear. But God sees something else. He sees a warrior. He sees a soul that will not break. He sees His child who may stumble, who may cry, but who will not collapse. Every tear you have shed, every sleepless night, every anxious thought, God has taken note of it, and He has whispered, "This one will endure. This one will overcome. This one will rise above the weight of it all." You are not weak. You are not defeated. You are not forgotten. You are chosen by God to walk through this valley and prove that His strength within you is greater than anything outside of you. The enemy of your soul wants you to believe that this battle is proof of your failure. But I tell you today, it is the very evidence of your strength. If you were weak, you would not even be in this fight. If you were fragile, life would not test you at this level. The battles that come to you are not random. They are matched to the measure of greatness that God has placed in you. The deeper the struggle, the greater the destiny. The higher the opposition, the greater the victory that waits on the other side. That is why you cannot give up now. That is why you cannot let despair win. God trusted you with this mountain because He already knew you would climb it. Think about that for a moment. God trusted you. Out of all the people he could have given this assignment to, he placed it on your shoulders. He looked at your life and said, "This one will not break." He saw the fire inside of you. He saw the strength of your faith. He saw the courage hidden even in your weakness. And he chose you for this very hour. You may not like it. You may not understand it. But you must embrace it. The battle you are facing is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to reveal the greatness of God's strength in you. Now let me tell you something you must never forget. When God allows a storm, He always provides the strength to endure it. He never lets His child face a burden without giving them the power to carry it. You are not in this alone. The same God who allowed you to walk into this valley is the same God who will carry you through it. You may feel the weight pressing down, but God has His hand beneath you, holding you steady. You may feel surrounded by darkness, but God is the flame that will never go out inside your soul. You see, your strength is not measured by how loud you shout or how fearless you appear. True strength is measured in those moments when you are trembling but still moving forward. When you are weeping but still praying. When you are breaking but still believing. That is where God's strength shines brightest. Not in your comfort, not in your ease, but in your endurance. Every day you choose not to give up. You prove to the world and to the enemy that God has made you unshakable. I know some of you are listening right now with questions in your heart. You are asking, if God knows I am strong enough, then why does it hurt so badly? Why do I feel so broken? Why does this storm seem endless? My friend, pain does not mean you are weak. It means you are human. But the difference between you and those who collapse under pressure is that you are not relying only on your own strength. You are relying on the God who sustains you. Your tears may fall, but your faith is still alive. Your body may be tired, but your spirit is still anchored in the one who promised never to abandon you. That is strength. That is victory already at work in your life. Do not despise this battle. As hard as it is to believe, this very fight is shaping you into who you were created to be. God is chiseling away everything that does not belong, everything that weakens you, everything that keeps you from stepping fully into the destiny He prepared for you. Without pressure, there is no diamond. Without fire, there is no refined gold. Without struggle, there is no strength. You may not see it now, but you are being forged into something greater. And hear me well. God is not silent in your struggle. Even when you cannot hear Him, He is speaking through the storm. Even when you cannot see Him, He is standing right beside you. He is the reason you have made it this far. He is the reason the darkness has not swallowed you whole. He is the reason your heart still beats with hope. You may feel like you are barely surviving, but God knows you are more than surviving. You are conquering one step at a time. Then listen closely, because I believe with all my heart that God wants you to hear this. The very trial you are facing right now has been permitted by His wisdom and governed by His power. Nothing enters your life outside of His knowledge. If He has allowed this storm, it is because He has already determined that you have what it takes to withstand it. You are not walking blindly into chaos. You are walking a path overseen by the hand of God. He has already written strength into your spirit, courage into your bones, and victory into your future. The enemy may rage against you, but the enemy cannot override the will of God. There is a sacred truth I want you to carry deep within you. The battles you face are not a sign of God's abandonment, but of His trust. He trusted you to hold the weight of this burden because He saw that your faith would not collapse under it. You may feel small in the face of what surrounds you, But God looks at you and sees resilience. He sees perseverance. He sees a heart that, though pressed on every side, will not be crushed because He is your sustaining force. Do not mistake your weariness for weakness. It is simply the evidence that you are fighting, and God knows you are not fighting in vain. When the night feels endless and your prayers seem unanswered, remember this silence does not mean absence. God is closest in the moments when you feel most alone. His nearness is not measured by your emotions. It is measured by His promise that He will never leave you nor forsake you. That promise has carried generations before you, and it will carry you now. Every cry of your heart has reached His throne. Every step you take in faith, even when you cannot see the outcome, is a declaration that you trust His power more than your pain. Let me tell you something about the nature of struggle. It reveals what comfort cannot. When everything is easy, when the path is smooth, you never discover what you are truly made of. But when the winds howl, when the waters rise, when the fire blazes, that is when the greatness God planted inside you begins to emerge. The storm strips away the illusion and shows the truth that you are anchored in God, and nothing can uproot you from His hand. What you thought would break you becomes the very thing that proves you are unbreakable. Think of how God has carried you before. Think of the times you thought you would not make it, yet here you stand. Think of the days you thought the night would never end, yet the dawn always came. That was not by accident. That was the faithfulness of God. And if He sustained you, then He will sustain you now. The God who brought you out of yesterday is the same God who will carry you through today and tomorrow. He does not change, and His strength in you does not run dry. You may say, "But I am tired. I am not as strong as others. I cannot see the way forward." Yet God does not compare you to others, nor does He measure you by your perception of yourself. God measures you by His own knowledge of what He has placed within you. You see limitations, but He sees potential. You see weakness, but He sees resilience. You see fear, but He sees faith. And the very fact that you are still here, still holding on, still seeking Him, is proof that His strength is alive in you. There is a sacred mystery in the way God works through struggle. Sometimes He allows the battle to grow fierce so that you may discover that the greatest weapon you have is not your own might, but your trust in Him. Human strength will fail. Human wisdom will falter. But God never fails. When you lean upon Him fully, you will find that even in your exhaustion, His strength rises. Even in your confusion, His wisdom guides. Even in your despair, His hope lifts. And that is why you will not collapse beneath this battle, because God Himself is your foundation. Hear me now. You are not defined by what you face. You are defined by who holds you in the midst of it. The fire does not define you. The one who sustains you in the fire does. The storm does not define you. The one who calms your spirit in the storm does. The battle does not define you. The God who declared your victory before the first blow was struck does. And that God has already said you are strong enough to overcome. I want you to lift your eyes above the weight of what you see. The enemy wants to trap you in the prison, the present moment, convincing you that what you feel now is all there ever will be. But God sees the end from the beginning. He knows the testimony that will rise from this trial. He knows the doors that will open because you endure. He knows the strength you will carry that you never had before. If only you could see yourself through the eyes of God, you would realize that you are not merely surviving this battle. You are being shaped into someone who will stand taller, speak bolder, and shine brighter because of it. Let me speak to the heaviness in your soul. You may be asking, why me? Why must I walk this path? Why does the weight fall on my shoulders? But remember, the weight is evidence of trust. God would not have chosen you if He had not prepared you. There is something in you that can only be revealed through this pressure. Just as the seed must break to release the tree within, you must pass through this breaking so that the fullness of who you are can emerge. This is not punishment. This is preparation. God is preparing you for a greater future, a higher calling, a deeper purpose. Let me speak to the very core of your struggle right now. The weight you carry is not meaningless. It is not wasted. God never allows His child to walk through pain without purpose. You may not see it today, but one day you will look back and realize that every sleepless night, every tear, every prayer whispered in desperation was building something inside of you that ease and comfort never could. God uses the fire to purify. He uses the storm to strengthen. And He uses the valley to prepare you for the mountain ahead. What feels like a burden is actually a bridge carrying you from who you were into who you are meant to become. And hear this with your heart as much as with your ears. There is no force in this world that can overpower what God has decreed over your life. No enemy, no circumstance, no failure, no fear can rewrite the plan that God has set in motion. If He has said you are strong enough, then you are. If He has declared that you will endure, then you will. If He has marked you for victory, then nothing in heaven or earth can keep it from you. You may stumble, but you will not fall. You may bend, but you will not break. You may cry, but your tears will not drown you. For the God who formed you has already woven resilience into your very being. Do not let the voice of doubt deceive you. Doubt will tell you that you are too weak, too broken, too tired. But God says, my strength is sufficient. Doubt will say the battle is endless. But God says, this too shall pass. Doubt will say you are alone. But God says, I am with you always. Which voice will you believe? The fleeting whispers of fear or the eternal promises of the one who cannot fail? Your breakthrough does not begin when the storm ends. It begins the moment you decide to trust God in the middle of it. You see, strength is not the absence of struggle. It is the refusal to surrender to Him. And that refusal comes from knowing who holds your future. God is not testing you to break you. He is proving to you what He already knows. That you are capable of more than you ever imagined, that you can endure more than you thought possible, that you can rise higher than the pitch you find yourself in today. This battle is not about defeat, it is about discovery. Discovery of the depth of your faith, discovery of the endurance of your spirit, discovery of the unshakable hand of God that has been with you every step of the way. Lift your perspective, my friend. When you look at the mountain, it may seem too high, but when you look at the one who made the mountain, you realize that even the tallest peak is nothing before His power. The same God who carved rivers through the earth, who set the stars in place, who commands the sun to rise each morning, has promised to carry you. If He can govern the universe, He can govern your battle. If He can hold the oceans in place, He can hold you together. Your strength does not come from your might. It comes from the one who is limitless, eternal, and unshakable. The truth is, many people will never understand the depth of the fight you are in. They will see your smile, but not your struggle. They will see your steps, but not your stumbling. But God sees it all. He knows the nights you cried when no one else knew. He knows the weight you carried in silence. He knows the moments you almost quit. And still He whispers to you, "Do not give up, for you are stronger than this." Do not seek validation from those who cannot comprehend your battle. Seek strength from the God who knows every detail of your pain and every detail of your victory. Perhaps you wonder, if God knows I am strong enough, why doesn't He just remove this burden? And I tell you this, sometimes God does not remove the mountain because He intends for you to climb it. Sometimes He does not silence the storm because He intends for you to walk through it and discover that you can't. Sometimes He does not shorten the valley because He knows there is treasure to be found in the journey itself. The goal is not always escape. The goal is transformation. And God will never waste a single moment of your struggle in bringing about that transformation. Do not mistake delay for denial. Just because the breakthrough has not come yet does not mean it is not on its way. Timing is not bound by your clock. God is never late and never early. He always arrives right on time. Waiting is not abandonment. It is evidence that He is still shaping you for what is ahead. That shaping may call for a little more endurance, a little more patience, a little more trust, because what He has prepared exceeds what you could ask or imagine. And greatness demands readiness. Hold your position. Stand unshaken in faith. When everything in you wants to fold, refuse to yield to despair. Remind yourself each day, even each hour, that God has not left you, and He never will. Say it until it becomes part of your heartbeat. I will not break, for God is my strength. I will not fall, for God upholds me. I will not fail, for God has already given me the victory. Speak it in the silence. Declare it in the darkness. Let it echo louder than the lies of fear. Because the more you declare it, the more it roots itself deep into your spirit, and the stronger you become. And hear me, strength is not only about what you endure, but also about what you inspire in others. This battle is not just about you. Someone else is watching your resilience, your perseverance, your faith. Someone else is drawing courage from your endurance without even knowing it. You are showing someone else what it means to trust God in the storm. You are teaching them that weakness is not the end, that struggle is not failure, that faith is greater than fear. Your survival will become someone else's testimony. Your endurance will become someone else's hope. There is a reason God has not allowed this struggle to crush you. There is a reason why, though the weight feels unbearable, you are still able to take one more step, one more breath, one more prayer. That reason is simple yet profound, because God has already decreed that your destiny is greater than your difficulty. You are not here to be broken. You are here to be built. You are not here to be defeated. You are here to be developed. God is not finished with you. And the very evidence of that truth is that you are still alive, still standing, still breathing, still fighting. There are moments in life when the enemy whispers that the darkness is permanent, that the storm will never end. But God declares the opposite. He says the darkness has an expiration date. He says the storm has boundaries it cannot cross. He says the fire may rage, but it will not consume you. And when God speaks His word, overrides every lie of despair. You may feel pressed down today, but you are not destroyed. You may feel weary, but you are not abandoned. God has set a limit to your trial, and beyond that limit lies your deliverance. Let us remember something. Vital strength is not always loud. It is not always visible to the eye. Sometimes strength looks like a trembling hand lifted in prayer. Sometimes it looks like a weary soul choosing to rise again when everything inside screams to give up. Sometimes it is simply the decision to keep walking when the road feels endless. Do not discount these moments. They are victories in themselves. For every time you refuse to surrender to despair, you proclaim to heaven and earth that God's power within you is greater than the weight outside of you. God knows the potential that lies inside you, even when you doubt it yourself. He sees the future that is invisible to you. He knows the strength that will be revealed when this season ends. You cannot see it yet, but He has already gone ahead of you, preparing a table of victory where now there seems only emptiness. Trust Him in this silence, for the silence is not empty. It is the space where God is working. Even when you cannot hear Him, He is arranging circumstances, aligning opportunities, and fortifying your spirit for what lies ahead. Do not underestimate the power of endurance. We live in a world that glorifies speed, but God values steadfastness. The oak tree does not grow overnight. It takes years of standing through storms, roots digging deeper into the soil, branches stretching higher toward the sky. And when it is fully grown, no wind can uproot it. That is what God is doing with you. He is deepening your roots through this battle. He is anchoring you so firmly in Him that when greater challenges come, you will not be moved. What you are enduring today is equipping you to stand tomorrow with unshakable faith. And let me say this clearly, do not confuse the battle with your identity. This struggle is not who you are. It is simply what you are passing through. Too many people take on the weight of their hardship as their name, as their destiny. But you are not your pain. You are not your loss. You are not your failure. You are a child of God, and your identity is rooted in His purpose for your life. Do not label yourself by your valley. Label yourself by the victory that God has already written over you. Sometimes God allows battles not only to strengthen us, but also to separate us from what no longer serves us, from the people who cannot walk with us into the next season, from the habits or mindsets that hold us back. Pain has a way of revealing who truly belongs in your life. Struggle has a way of stripping away what weakens you. Do not fear the loss that comes with this battle. For what God removes, He replaces with greater. What He takes away, He does so to make room for what He is about to bring. Now hear this truth and let it settle deep into your heart. Your endurance is not wasted. Every time you persevere, every time you refuse to let go of faith, you are sowing seeds that will one day burst into harvest. God is not blind to your tears, nor is He indifferent to your pain. He is the one who collects every tear, who records every struggle, and who promises that not one act of faith will go unrewarded. The reward may not come in the way you expect, but it will come in the way you need. For God always fulfills His promises. I want you to imagine this. The very thing that feels like it is breaking you today will one day become the testimony that lifts someone else. The scars you carry will not only be reminders of what you survived, they will be proof of God's sustaining power. Someone out there will find hope in your survival. Someone out there will be encouraged by your perseverance. Someone out there will believe again because you did not give up. That is the greater purpose of your battle. Not just your own victory, but the ripple effect of faith you create in others. So, my friend, take courage. Even if the night is long, the dawn is coming. Even if the mountain is high, your steps are carrying you upward. Even if the valley feels endless, God is walking beside you every moment. This is not the end of your story. This is not the chapter where you collapse. This is the chapter where you rise. God knows you are strong enough, and His knowledge is never wrong. Trust Him. Lean on Him, and you will see that the very battle that once made you tremble will become the platform for which you declare with boldness and with power, and that your God never fails. There comes a moment in every battle when you feel as if you cannot take another step. Your body aches, your mind is weary, your spirit feels drained, and every voice inside you whispers, "This is the end." But it is in that very moment at the edge of surrender that God reveals His strength in you most clearly. For when you have nothing left to give, God steps in and carries you. When your hands are too weak to lift, God upholds you. When your path is too dark to see, God lights the way. You may think you have reached the limit of what you can bear, but God knows there is more inside of you, not because of your own strength, but because of His power flowing through you. Do you realize what that means? It means the battle you thought would finish you is actually forging you. The weight that threatens to crush you is the very weight that builds your endurance. You are being strengthened, shaped, and refined in ways you cannot even see. God is not only protecting you in this fight, He is preparing you. And when the dust settles, you will look back and realize that this struggle was not your downfall, but your training ground. God has been raising you into someone far stronger than you were before. It is easy to think strength means you never cry, never falter, never doubt. But that is not true strength. Real strength is crying and still standing. Real strength is doubting but still moving forward. Real strength is feeling broken but still clinging to God with everything you have left. That is what makes you unshakable, not the absence of weakness, but the refusal to let weakness define you. God honors that kind of faith, the faith that says, even if I can't see the way, I will trust the one who leads me. And let us not forget, God never chooses the weak vessel for meaningless battles. If you are facing something that feels overwhelming, it is not because you are cursed or forgotten. It is because God saw fit to entrust you with something mighty. He looked at you and said, "This one can endure. This one will not give up. This one will reveal my strength through their perseverance." You are not fighting because you are weak. You are fighting because you are strong. And the very size of your battle is evidence of the greatness of your destiny. Sometimes you ask God to remove the storm, but He gives us strength to stand in the storm instead. Sometimes we pray for the valley to end, but He teaches us how to walk through it with unshakable faith. Sometimes we beg for the fire to be extinguished, but He shows us how to come out of it without being consumed. God may not always change the circumstance, but He always changes you through it. And when He changes you, no circumstance can defeat you. Do not underestimate the hand of God in the details. Even when it feels chaotic, He is orchestrating every step. The people who left you, the doors that closed, the setbacks that wounded you, none of these are wasted. God is weaving them together into a story of victory that will silence every doubt. What looks like loss to you is preparation in His hands. What feels like defeat today will become tomorrow's testimony. Trust that God does not make mistakes, and if He has allowed it, He has already determined the outcome will lead to your good. Think of how many times you thought the end had come before, yet you made it through. Think of the valleys you've walked, the storms you've survived, the nights you thought you would never endure, and yet you are still here. That is not by accident. That is by God's sustaining power. If He did it before, He will do it again. He has not brought you this far to abandon you now. He is the same God who carried you yesterday, and He will carry you today and tomorrow. There is also a sacred lesson hidden in this battle. That strength is not solitary. God reminds us that we are never truly alone. Even when everyone else has walked away, His presence fills the silence. His power upholds the weary. His hand guides the lost. When you lean fully on Him, you discover that you were never meant to carry the weight on your own. He has been with you every moment, whispering courage into your spirit, placing endurance in your heart, and surrounding you with unseen protection. And that is why you are still standing. That is why you will keep standing. I tell you this with conviction. The hardest battles produce the greatest victories. What feels unbearable today will soon become the very thing that defines your strength. Others will look at you and see resilience. They will see perseverance. They will see a living testimony that God does not fail His people. And when you stand on the other side of this battle, you will not only thank Him for delivering you, you will thank Him for trusting you enough to walk through it. For you will see that without the fire, you would not have discovered the gold within you. My friend, the very fact that you are hearing these words right now is proof that God has not abandoned you. He is not finished with you. He has carried you through storms before, and He is carrying you through this one as well. You may feel weak, but the strength of God has not left your life. You may feel surrounded, but you are not outnumbered. For one person who stands with God is already a majority. You may feel like you are at the edge of your endurance, but God knows exactly where the edge is, and He has given you just enough strength to go beyond it. Do not think for a moment that you were made to be crushed under this weight. You were created to rise because God has placed His own breath of life within you. That breath is not one of fear or defeat. It is a breath of power, resilience, and victory. God never said the road would be without obstacles. He never promised you would not face nights of weeping, seasons of loss, or moments of exhaustion. But He did promise that He is closer than your very heartbeat, that He sees every tear, that He records every silent prayer whispered in the dark. And if God sees, then He also provides. If God knows, then He has already planned your way out. If God allows you to face the fire, it is only because He knows you are strong enough with His help to walk through it and come out refined, purified, and radiant on the other side. Too many times we look at our battles and think they are punishments. But what if they are preparations? What if the pain you feel right now is the pressure that shapes you into the vessel that can carry the blessings you have been asking God for? What if this difficulty is the training ground for the strength you will need tomorrow? God never wastes pain. Every tear you cry waters the seed of growth He has placed within you. Every struggle you endure strengthens the foundation for the future He has prepared. You may not see it in the moment, but one day you will look back and realize that even in the valley, God was building your mountaintop. You see, strength is not built in ease, it is built in resistance. A tree that grows in the calm shelter of a greenhouse will never develop the roots that a tree in the open storm does. The winds that push against it force the roots to dig deeper. The rains that pour upon it teach it to stretch higher toward the light. And so it is with you. This storm is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to anchor you. It is meant to deepen your trust in God, to prove that your faith is not fragile, and to awaken the warrior within you that God has already designed. Do not compare your journey to others. Do not look at the strength of another person and think you are weaker because your battle looks different. God gives each person their own measure, their own road, their own season, and He knows exactly what you can bear. He does not miscalculate. He does not overestimate you. If He placed you here, it is because He knew you could endure it. And not just endure it, but overcome it. The very fact that you are still breathing is proof that you are not finished yet. You are still standing because God's strength is still holding you. You may have prayed for the storm to pass, and yet it lingers. You may have asked God to take away the thorn, and yet it remains. But hear me, sometimes God does not remove the storm because He intends to teach you how to speak peace in the middle of it. Sometimes He does not take away the thorn because He is teaching you how to walk with it without losing your faith. Sometimes He does not end the battle quickly because He is shaping a soldier within you who will not only fight this fight, but also lead others to victory. The battle is not a sign of your weakness. It is a testimony of your strength. I tell you today with absolute conviction, you are stronger than you think, not because of your own might, but because the power of God is alive within you. That strength does not run out. That strength does not wear thin. That strength is renewed day by day. God's strength is infinite, and He is pouring it into you even now. You may feel empty, but God fills empty vessels. You may feel broken, but God builds masterpieces from broken pieces. You may feel small, but remember, a single seed in the hand of God can move mountains. So lift your head, square your shoulders, remind yourself who is with you. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a vessel of divine strength. You are not walking into this battle alone. God walks with you, before you and behind you. And when the enemy rises, when doubt whispers, when fear shouts, declare with confidence, my God knows I am strong enough. My God will not fail me. My God will see me through. Because when you stand in that truth, nothing, no storm, no struggle, no force of darkness can keep you from the victory God has already written for your life. And now I say to you, my friend, do not let your heart grow weary. This battle before you is not the end of your story. It is the very chapter God will use to reveal His strength through you. You may have felt overlooked. You may have felt abandoned, but God has never turned His face from you. He has been with you in the silence. He has been with you in the struggle. And He will be with you in the victory. Every tear you've cried has not gone unseen. Every quiet prayer you've spoken has reached heaven's ear. And every faithful step you've taken has been written into eternity. Stand firm, knowing that God has already called you strong, strong enough to endure, to rise, and to overcome. The burden you carry today will soon become the story of your breakthrough. The pain that stretches you now will one day become the strength that shapes generations. The fire surrounding you is not meant to destroy you. It's meant to refine you. And when this season ends, you won't come out empty-handed. You'll emerge stronger, wiser, and closer to God's heart than ever before. So don't quit now. Don't let your faith slip away. Don't believe the voice that says this is too heavy for you. Lift your eyes, lift your voice, lift your heart to the one who holds the universe, yet still calls you by name. Trust Him, for He has measured your strength with perfection. Trust Him, for He has already prepared your way out. Trust Him, for your victory is already written. God knows you are equipped for this battle, and when you rise, the world will witness not just your endurance, but the living power of God shining through you. Have you ever felt overlooked, underestimated, or passed by? Have you ever sat in a room where people whispered about your failures, but never spoke of your potential? Have you ever walked through a season where it seemed the world had stacked itself against you, where doors closed, opportunities dried up, and those who promised to stand beside you disappeared? Let me tell you tonight, you are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. and you are not invisible. God has His eyes upon you. And the very people who doubted you, the same ones who dismissed you, will one day witness the power of God as He lifts you before their eyes. God will exalt you openly, not because of who you are, but because of who He is. He is the lifter of heads, the changer of seasons, the one who takes the lowest and places them in the highest places. When the time is right, it is a dangerous thing to count someone out too soon. Because when God places His hand on a life, no human tongue, no jealous spirit, no envious heart, and no opposition can stop the exaltation He has already ordained. The world may have labeled you a failure, but God calls you chosen. The crowd may have walked away, but God stands near. People may have tried to bury your name in the dirt, but God specializes in pulling treasures out of the very soil others tried to hide you in. And hear me clearly, when God exalts you, He does not do it in secret. He does it openly, publicly, undeniably, in such a way that no one can question that it was His hand upon your life. Those who laughed will stand in silence. Those who mocked will bow their heads. Those who doubted will be forced to witness that the very one they overlooked has been lifted by the Almighty. Do not despise the seasons of being hidden, because it is in the quiet places where God shapes a man or woman into the vessel He desires. It is in the secret struggles, the tears no one else saw, the prayers whispered in the stillness of night, that God has been preparing you for the moment of exaltation. Some of you have been crying out, "Why, God? Why am I still in this valley? Why am I still unseen? Why am I not moving forward while others seem to run ahead?" But let me declare with authority, you are not delayed. You are being developed. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared. And when the time comes, the elevation will be so swift, so undeniable, that it will leave even your enemies speechless. God is not just going to lift you quietly into a corner. He is going to exalt you in front of everyone, so that His name will be magnified through your life. Some of you think your mistakes disqualified you. Some of you think your past has ruined your future. But God does not choose the perfect. He perfects the chosen. The very flaws people ridiculed you for are the very places where His strength will shine. He is not intimidated by your failures. He redeems them. He is not hindered by your past. He transforms it into a testimony. And when He lifts you up, the story of your journey will not be a tale of your own brilliance, but of His glory revealed through your weakness. That is why you cannot be ashamed of where you came from. That is why you cannot despise the days of small beginnings, because when God exalts you, it will be a story so powerful, so undeniable, that every listener will know it was only possible by His hand. Think of the power of God's timing. People may exalt themselves, climbing ladders built on lies, manipulation, and shortcuts, but such thrones crumble quickly. A crown you grab on your own will never sit securely on your head, but a crown placed on you by the hand of God cannot be removed by anyone. When God exalts, it is lasting. When God lifts, no one can push down. When God opens the door, no hand can shut it. That is why you must stop comparing yourself to those who seem to rise faster than you. They may sprint ahead, but if God has not planted them there, the wind will soon scatter them. But when God sets you in place, you will remain rooted, immovable, a testimony to His faithfulness. The very ones who rejected you will one day have to watch as God honors you. The very ones who said you were not good enough will see you seated in places they never imagined. The very ones who tried to hold you back will be unable to stop what God Himself has set in motion. And the beauty of it is that you will not even have to lift yourself. You will not have to fight with bitterness or vengeance. You will not have to prove yourself with desperate striving. All you must do is remain faithful, remain humble, remain surrendered. And when the time comes, the exaltation will be so divine, so undeniable that all will see the hand of God upon your life. Do you know why God exalts in front of everyone? Because He wants His glory seen. If He lifted you in secret, the world would continue to think power lies in human hands. But when He raises the humble before the proud, when He lifts the overlooked above the celebrated, when He honors the one who once sat in the shadows, the world must acknowledge that no hand. But God's could have done it. That is why you cannot afford to give up in the valley. That is why you cannot afford to stop in the wilderness. That is why you cannot let despair consume you when life seems silent. Because right now, while you feel unseen, God is preparing the stage. Right now, while you feel small, He is building the platform where He will set you high. And when that day comes, it will not be for your ego, but for His glory. The exaltation of God is not just about position, it is about purpose. He lifts you not so you can sit in comfort, but so you can carry responsibility. He raises you up not to flaunt your name, but to declare His. And that is why the valley is necessary, because it teaches you humility. That is why the rejection is necessary, because it cleanses you of pride. That is why the silence is necessary, because it roots you in dependence on Him. And when He lifts you, you will not be corrupted by the height, because the depth of your valley will have prepared you to stand tall without losing your foundation. He is not just exalting you in front of everyone to show them what you can do. He is exalting you in front of everyone to show them what He can do through a life fully surrendered. There is a divine mystery in the way God works. A mystery that human logic cannot explain and human pride cannot predict. You see, when people look at you, they may only see the surface. They may only measure you by your appearance, your background, your resources, or your current situation. But God sees deeper. God sees the hidden strength, the quiet endurance, the untapped potential, and the faith that nobody else noticed. God sees the tears you shed when no one else was watching. God hears the prayers whispered in silence when you felt alone. And it is precisely those unseen moments that prepare you for the day when He will exalt you before the eyes of all. People may think they know your story, but only God holds the final chapter. And when that chapter unfolds, it will silence every critic and astonish every witness, because it will be evident that His hand has been upon you all along. The exaltation of God is not like the exaltation of men. When men lift someone up, it is often fleeting, fragile, and filled with conditions. People celebrate you one day and forget you the next. They praise you while it benefits them, then abandon you when it costs them. But when God exalts you, there is no expiration date on His blessing. When God lifts you, He secures you. When God places you in a position of honor, no hand can snatch your way. That is why you must trust His timing even when it feels slow. That is why you must surrender to His process even when it feels painful. Because God does not simply lift you for a moment, He establishes you for a lifetime. His exaltation is not a performance. It is a proclamation of His power, His justice, and His unfailing plan for your life. And make no mistake, the process is just as important as the promise. For before God exalts, He refines us. Before He elevates, He tests. Before He honors, He humbles. Why? Because He knows that the weight of exaltation can crush those who are not ready for it. He knows that power without humility is dangerous, and honor without character is destructive. That is why your journey has been filled with challenges, trials, and seasons of silence. It was never punishment. It was preparation. The tears you cried watered the soil for your future harvest. The battles you endured trained your spirit for the heights you are about to climb. The rejections you suffered purified your heart so that when God exalts you, pride will not poison your soul. Everything you went through was shaping you into someone who can carry the honor of being lifted by God without being destroyed by it. There are people who do not believe you will make it. There are those who have already written you off, placing a period where God has only put a comma. They see you in the valley and assume you will never rise. They see you at the bottom and assume that is where you belong. But let me declare to you tonight, God's plan is not determined by people's opinions. God's timing is not dictated by their schedules. God's purpose is not canceled by their disbelief. And when He chooses to exalt you, He will do it in such a way that even those who doubted you will have to testify that it was His hand at work. They will look and say, "How did it happen? How did someone we thought so little of rise so high?" And the answer will be one word, God. This is why you must not grow weary in your waiting. The delay is not denial. The silence is not abandonment. The valley is not the end of your story. For the very path you walk in, humility is the path God will use to lift you up. Do you not know that the stone rejected by the builders can become the cornerstone? Do you not realize that the one who has been cast aside can become the very one God uses to display His glory? That is the way of God. He reverses the order of the world. The proud are brought low. The humble are lifted high. The forgotten are remembered. The overlooked are chosen. The last become first, not by human hands, but by the decree of God. And when He exalts you, it will not be a secret rise. It will be a public testimony, a living declaration that God is still in the business of lifting the lowly and honoring the faithful. So do not despise where you are. Do not despise the smallness of your current place. Do not despise the hiddenness of your present season. For what looks like obscurity is actually God's training ground. What feels like delay is actually God's protection. What seems like rejection is actually God's redirection. And the very ones who look down on you now will one day be forced to look up as God raises you above what they ever imagined. Not because of your power, not because of your influence, but because God alone has chosen to exalt you. And when that exaltation comes, it will not just be for you, it will be for His name's sake. Your life will become a testimony to others who are walking through their own valleys. Your story will become proof that God can lift the weak, strengthen the broken, and honor the overlooked. The exaltation will not just elevate you, it will draw others closer to Him. That is the purpose of your rising. That the world might see God through you. That is why you must carry it with humility, knowing that it is not your greatness that lifted you, but His. So walk with confidence, even in the valley, for the valley is not forever. Walk with faith even in the wilderness, for the wilderness is not permanent. Walk with hope even when overlooked, for the eyes of God are upon you. And when the time comes, the exaltation will be undeniable. You will not have to fight for recognition, for God Himself will announce you. You will not have to beg for honor, for God Himself will crown you. You will not have to prove yourself, for God Himself will vindicate you. And when He does, the very ones who once questioned you will be forced to watch as God sets you in a place of honor before their eyes. That is why you must not fear the opinions of men. That is why you must not let their gossip break your spirit. That is why you must not let their doubt become your burden. For their words do not determine your worth. God does. Their rejection does not cancel your calling. God secures it. Their unbelief does not weaken your destiny. God strengthens it. And when the moment of exaltation comes, their voices will fall silent under the weight of His authority. Remember this: when God exalts, He does not do it halfway. He does not lift you to a small place just to appease your law. He lifts you high enough that even those who stand far off cannot deny what He has done. He places you in positions that could never have been reached by your own hand. He opens doors so wide that no man can shut them. He places you on platforms so secure that no one can shake them. And all of it is so that the world will see His greatness through your story. There are moments in life when it feels as though the weight of rejection is too heavy to carry.